Good morning, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and our visiting guests, visiting dignitaries are here with us in the council chamber here in Window Rock, Arizona. Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, if you're making your way in, please press your roll call button. Once we do get a quorum, then we can proceed with our winter 2024 Navajo Nation Council winter session agenda. Good morning again, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Some of our colleagues are still making their way in. So at this time, before we begin our agenda, I would like to turn the floor over to Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. She does want to proceed with a special recognition of an individual that we do have in the gallery this morning.
To recognize a certain individual this morning. Colleagues, this afternoon I will be excusing myself for the rest of council. The Navajo Nation does have issues to address in the state of Utah. Both myself and Delegate Yanito are going on behalf of the 25th Navajo Nation Council to represent them and to oppose a particular legislation that does threaten Navajo Nation sovereignty and the executive directors that have been, or the executive directives that have been passed at the federal level. So I will be excusing myself to represent the 25th Navajo Nation Council at the state of Utah this week, providing committee testimonies as well as attending the hearings that will be scheduled there this week. So Speaker, I appreciate you giving me the time to recognize my guest this morning. I would like to ask Miss Pandora Mike. Is she Pandora Mike? Oh, there she is. Pandora, if you could just stay standing. I want to say that I'm very honored to recognize Miss Mike. She is the 2023 National Distinguished Principal representing New Mexico at the National Association of Elementary and Middle School Principals, which honors outstanding elementary and middle level administrators for setting high standards for instruction, student achievement, character, and climate for students, families, and staff in their learning communities. There are only 44 principals that are selected nationwide, and Ms. Pandora Mike was recognized by both the NAESP and the New Mexico Principals Association as the first Indigenous Native American principal to be awarded this highest honor award. So I'd like to ask that we recognize Ms. Pandora Mike and give her a round of applause at this time for being an educator and for teaching our young children that anything is possible, and especially the fact that she is a Navajo woman, recognized to be the first Indigenous Native American principal to receive this award. Speaker, it's always an honor to recognize our Navajos who go back to get an education, who come back to their communities to help. I always say that, when we come back, we don't do it for the money. We don't do it for the prestige. We do it to try to help our Navajo people. And the fact that Ms. Pandora Mike is one of 44 principals who's been selected nationwide to receive this award, and her being a part of my community has been such an honor. Pandora is, she is a mother, a grandmother, and a member of the Navajo Nation. Her clans are Nakai Dene, which is the Mexican people clan. She's Hanagathni, born for the many Hogans people. Todich Eatney is her maternal grandfather, and Tratnaz Nez Zahni Tangled people. I'm still trying to learn how to read Navajo. I got up to that point, and I'm struggling a little bit. She was at Tebet'a Middle School, where she served as principal. Pandora Mike's leadership incorporates core values founded in the Diné philosophy to support the needs of the whole child. Thanks to Pandora Mike's dedication to SEL principles and culturally relevant intervention practices, the school maintains steady growth in student achievement despite the adverse impacts of the pandemic. Pandora Mike has contributed leadership and expertise to many efforts beyond Tebet'a Middle School, including she was a former member and chair of the New Mexico PED, which is the New Mexico PED Indian Education Advisory Council. She is originally from Sanasti, New Mexico. She's had 33 years in education, which includes 11 years as an award-winning teacher, 16 years as a principal, and experience as a district director, an assistant superintendent, a deputy superintendent, and instructor at 4 colleges. Pandora Mike holds a BS in elementary education, a master's in educational leadership, and a doctor's in educational leadership for change. She is an alumnus of the New Mexico Public Education Principals Pursuing Excellence program, and she attributes her success to her late father, Eddie Mike's teachings, and dedicates this award to her family. There is a link of the article that was written about Ms. Pandora Mike that, Speaker, if we could possibly get a press release recognizing Ms. Pandora Mike and the achievements that she has embarked upon, and I'll go ahead and share this link that does talk about, or that does mention her in the article. Again, distinguished Navajo educator who is recognized nationally for being a great educator and a great principal. So again, at this time, Ms. Pandora Mike, I am honored to recognize you at this time, and I look forward to hearing and seeing all of the achievements that you will that you'll continue to tackle in the next coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugenia Charles Newton, Chair. Thank you for your special recognitions this morning, and congratulations, Ms. Mike. And we will get in coordination with you with our communications team on your significant achievement. And we also have many guests in here that are in line for special recognitions during our 2024 Winter Council session. Colleagues, for the record, I do have Honorable George Toth, Chair Sean Dean Parrish, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Nathan Nota, Honorable Herman Daniels, Honorable Norman Begay, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, Honorable Helena Begay, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, and Honorable Stephen Arviso, and also myself, who has answered roll call. We do have 11 here within a council chamber, and I did state that we will start our agenda once we do reach quorum, colleagues, and a quorum constitutes as 13 members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Again, our visitors in the gallery, our family, den kahaso kaigit is a yego hehe dan kiti ni kodod na din isla besh padasani dani linigi kwajin yahas anigido kwaigi yahanane je winter council session kodon hina neshina de neto le do kwaigi lo ashode this be courteous of one another, of any cell phones or any type of side conversation, making sure that your phones are also on mute during the debates and also during the State of the Nation addresses. So we will kindly send that reminder, and also we will be streaming. We are streaming online, so for those that relatives that can't make it in this morning. But at this time, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and also our guests, I would ask you to please rise, and we will start with our posting of the colors by the Eastern Navajo Agency Veterans Organization. Kodot ashonda de dosin. At this time, I would like to invite Ariana Billy, Miss Winter Rock High School, and also Miss Navajo Nation 2023-2024, Amy Reeves Begay, up to the podium to provide our Pledge of Allegiance and also our national anthem.
Kaya Ashlatin Goni. Kaya Ashlatin Go. Dihir Lahazoigi, Betanat Ayasi Shitnaligo Babajin Adeshna, Hala Ajoba, Hasini Yeharit, Kaya Lasa Aniki Dine Yete Holzin, Benajet Nike Ajoba, Bezili Beta Hinitra.
Yashodano le'i hayol kathbi eden badahuini go aten danat ai ego nichith nelini no dos to besont de sons Na bayit kahaya Bet achoniye godineth in Nihich in the banalini Ahov ago benene dan dahalonde Eya bet asi hasin Torne hada sitsozende Toshi e son bitsenilgo Dahnat ahor ado Nehikeya bikiki Kad hojon nahazli
Thank you, Miss Billy, Miss Winter Rock High School, and also our Miss Navajo Nation, Amy Reeves, for conducting our Pledge of Allegiance and our national anthem. At this time, I would like to invite Dr. Henry Fowler, who will provide the invocation for us this morning.
Todich eating slow. I shall This land that shadow yet hachim the Shanale. I'm originally from Tonalea, Arizona, north of Tuba City, but I reside at Wheatfields, Arizona. I'm an associate mathematics professor at Navajo Technical University. Kachi Todesi. Kodohajon do Lechko, Nahastashama, Ado Yadishki. Hayos Kash be Yijako, Nahat Atsaleko, Yat Ehako, Nahat Atlinigiko. Si Iziko, John Goko Besh Bahas An Nadin Shla, Bebet Ditchiko, Kayata is Kaj, Ajiko, Hashin Soko Eko, Yandan Tako, Adaho Boko Adel Kliko, Oranda Hodon Poneskish Nastra, Ada Belin da Heshi Atswil Hadaj Jeko. Yat Erbestahon Londo Leko, Yenat Ako, Heshi Yadat Egi, Yeki Kaho, John Goko, Yendan Ako, Askojekon, Hana Zindo Leko, Tabi Nego, Tabi Skepoko, Did Obeda Yosh Kasho Leko, Di Beni Biji Hayosh Kasko, Ahakon Tajikishko, Adohon Dato and Leko, but Sijeko, Did Egohon Dastlako. Yat eho ekon dan neshoko. Ben sekese dat edo leko. Ben hat dat edo leko. Be in na lo yesi ho den zino. Dit opeda yosh kato leko. Ado no det ish honde bigijko. Yat eho kon alia. Yat eho altso heshi na altso stan lenigi il kit asto hagi. Yat eho ashki dan lo yat eho yen da ado leko. Nig des kanje ne nijko. Be in na dat edo leko kata jet halno ado heshi kon yo nini. Dit ego hon isin da kekon. Isa he nani yat eho kon dat betzila biga na zido leko. Ado belin dat epike dat eda bezijil so kon dit obenada yosh kato leko. Da betske atsanna channa dan zo kon se hoden zin yat eho kon. Betrodezin hada has lago altsko dit ego nana khido leko. Jambich China Huntlande, each had a nido this con Chana and Zonko. Did openada yosh kato this con Peshbas and Nadine Shlakon, Hepe, Jigo, did ego he is dead, the Bijicon. Yat eight or this Hayosh Kato, did Isno, their two charge, his baby Gijin. Yat El Hanada Halin or the Bish Artscojacon, or Jean or this Dini or this con. Adocon. Hashine large Kaya that we stood up copenat after Holon, Ada Hoisendal and Shad Elsendal and Shorty a large con, and legal con, the Nebenand after the con large as the con president or the vice president, Diego con, Ajo Bandal and Shok, Jodo con, Hashkage con, the ego as he is de con, Jean or the con, Bishman and Acon. And John got on here waiting he gadget and the con he charged the cheat it or but they not how did up another yosh castle this con Jean or this con aasqoche kon tol khanash chin linigi kon bethaje hodin lado le kon ya at betkhanda hon qazo le ye nada edo betkhjon nada khido hada alnon nada khido le dit oba hodesen do le hinan adan linigi kon adin shla kon besh mas anan linigi laje kon do bedeje kon shamat kon ya at hon ba da hlian do le to ilin daden shido kon atskon daden shigi khishin aasqoche do hon khat nazen le ilin daden sha aasqoche kon at adan da anzada ansade aasqoche oyat honani khato le nebe zis snajin so the go see the ben such out with ni ya eki ni na izade hojon hasli
You may all be seated. Ado yat nan kitishni do le kodon khilyaho yahagi do kwaigi Nihina Nishina del Nehegi 25th Navajo Nation Council. We want to welcome our guests to our 2024 Winter Council Session. So this is a centennial Winter Council Session. So it's our 100th anniversary of our Winter Council Session. So Eastern Navajo Agency Veterans Organization Color Guard. We have Leonard Pablo, Thompson Willie, Ruby Hunter, Glenn Pablo, Johnny Nota, and Emma Charlie, who are thank you for posting their colors for our 2024 Navajo Nation Council. And we want to say thank you to our Miss Navajo Nation, Amy N. Reeves-Begay, our reigning 2023-2024 Miss Navajo Nation. Pledge of Allegiance, Ilagi, Miss Winter Rock High School, Ariana Billy. So if you can stand and wave, thank you for helping the council this morning for your beautiful Pledge of Allegiance. And we also want to recognize Geraldine Pashlagai, Principal, Winter Rock High School, Alberta Nosey, Lucy Antone, Navajo language teacher, and then we have Larcida Billy, parents of Miss Winter Rock High School. So colleagues, roll call is open, so please press your buttons, your request to speak button, and then it will show up here on the board. For the record, we do have Speaker Damon in the gallery, so mark him present, please. Colleagues, we do have a quorum of 13 here in the present. And again, we are back in person meetings. So each council delegates are responsible for being here at 10 o'clock a.m. to call our session into order. At this time, I will call our 2024 Navajo Nation Council into order at 10:31 a.m. So colleagues, we all have an agenda here, and first order of business is call to session, roll call, invocation. Ado Kodosh Yaj. Dr. Henry Fowler, thank you for providing this morning's invocation. So Dr. Henry Fowler, got a pleasure to work with him at Diné College before I became here to Navajo Nation government. He's a wonderful math teacher, mathematician, and also one of our spiritual guidance. Kodo e kehat dini to le Dr. Henry Fowler. Kehat shiyash. And again, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, thank you for being here and answering roll call. We have a busy, very long agenda that we'll consider throughout the week. And just also for your reference that Chair Eugenia Charles Newton and Council Delegate Curtis Yanita will be excused from this day all the way throughout the week. I know as council delegates, we are spread thin and we have multiple emergencies, urgencies that we have to continue to address within the state of Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona, and also with the federal government. So I did delegate Chair Eugenia Charles Newton to take the lead of discussions with state to government conversation within the state of Utah this week. So thank you again, Chair, for doing that and taking that delegation to stand for our Navajo people. That a lot of bills that are going through our state legislature throughout the 3 states. So we will continue to monitor those. And colleagues, I look forward to working with you throughout this week. We do have long agendas, many talking points that we will consider, many allocations that we will consider. Though I didn't hit the end and hit ni hajon dal nesto kepe to ayo o ne beyol ko ndatos nish en hit dan hit need. And that continues to be my priority as a speaker, is to lead these conversations through respect, love, and compassion for one another. And, you know, we do have heated debates that are here, but outside the council chambers, we have to consider that we're still all relatives. So I look forward to the many discussions that we will have throughout this week. And also to our visitors, our family that are in the gallery, thank you for being our backbone. Thank you for taking care of us and making sure that we are safe, making sure that we are fed. And it is a 24/7 job, so we want to thank our family that are here with us, our LDAs, and also, most importantly, our Navajo Nation staff that are here with us through the long hours. So we want to say thank you. So I just want to provide those opening remarks to our 2024 Winter Council session. At this time, we'd like to open up the floor to item 2 on our agenda, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. Each of our council delegates do get 5 minutes for recognitions of guests. First, we have Kodoshiche, Honorable George Toll.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Speaker. Ado Kodonat Ani ni Glenige 25th Council. Ahia Quain winter session hatno ko Eganani Jito Compin Hitcha Hot Ziba Kunitsindoli. The other thing I like to stress is be on time, so we got a lot of items on the agenda that needs to be approved. So I would ask the council make a schedule ahead of time. Edi koro asa inti kisle 11 kon hijin hitol adi. I'm not picking on you or I'm not downgrading you. It's just that we need to be accountable to our people. So yeah, call speaker. Ado in the don hik in lenigi ko has tun hizani don halchen. Ede hashin to go badins and do that she dies. Halit Washington Shana ala Shikai Lila know every day. I've been on the field with my constituents. Ako edi yakuro arabahol jishin edi tratissa leko. Ako di de consulat son hai gedashon batol solto chirito yo da alnido ikena yai da sabchoto sil yo ye kuchita veterans je based on thousand yo red tape at echo. Ako coaches edi kurubet behadis speaker, Madam Speaker, edo tai veterans department da hashishi. Hiyal nas ako edi la e choda da sil pada hajo paye la Don dad listalla which endawi not a consulat so ne haikhed Eastern Navajo Veterans Organization hinda hiltihu. Ide ya kom badis badajo baba chenda halno ide ya kon shab khodoslil ashkhode kon bad ide ya akhit ada yal which khodoslil ide ya khodabadis ado inda laho e kon a nada dish in kuna kilhon sloni do in khaso khage stwisani kon e hai hone hanane kri ado ashanti huaniki bigi yane kreko even yen hanit ado bigiran ha adon hito ni hot a it e hai ba hin sun koto kon that is as konrad at skinlota e jehi jito liten so this na halan late and has twishish liquid Eastern Agency Colonel the White only white horse as he got that has got Asian Kodo report about Jisha Beshados at a con bede diskilles Madam Speaker do a hair nara he sado con yat or she digging his the halnodon a lady shaban so case and has twin hizani but a job and lihon when the kid had any of course list the hot list is that in that you keep the but Hajra could are able to try out it. It is Shabanathnito Lisco, sit hold on, this here and only speaker, Madam Speaker, Holzaroli. Thank you.
Che do Konabana Sogi Chairs Brenda Jesus.
Madam Speaker, and good morning, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And also, I just want to greet good morning to our Madam Vice President, and also Miss Navajo Nation, and then also to BIA, and then to our legal counsel under legislative or judicial branch, I do apologize, and also to legislative services staff, and also legislative branch employees. And also, I'd like to greet everyone that is in the gallery here this morning. And thank you for that prayer to the young gentleman that opened the prayer here this morning. Brenda Jesus and Chiedo Tnajanin Shlon Torachini Bashichin. Wanarani Dashachedo Tohane Dashanala Kotaya Dana Sanado Masana Nishle. Lej Hotsoto Hech in Dod isi aha aja eya nanish on banasha shik ashit na ado at ene atlad neza din doba anezna nda at aho belkhal zogi to linigi hashin sagon an elto aja nanish linigi banasha. And I chair the Resources and Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. This morning, I just wanted to recognize my chapter officials of the two communities that I represent, Oak Springs and Pine Springs. I know that these two communities are located in a higher elevation, and since the inception of President Nygren's emergency declaration, they've been at the forefront and boots on the ground to our communities up in Pine Springs, Oak Springs, and St. Michael's, the upper portion of Summit. So I really commend them for their hard work, and also to the chapter administration. And it also goes the same to all the chapter out there with chapter administration and the elected officials as well. I just want to say thank you so much for your hard work every day. Oftentimes you feel like you're working 7 days a week, and that just shows your commitment and dedication to your job. And then also I'd want to thank the law enforcement staff, judicial branch, Division of Public Safety, for always being out there trying to address issues in regards to having our communities be safe, households be safe, and families be safe out there. To our school administrators, thank you for having to teach our younger generation, advocating for our Dene language to reside in public schools and continue the legacy of our native tongue here on Navajo Nation. Adonana, also I'd like to thank the division directors along with the staff at every division and within the division, every department. It would not be possible if it weren't for your commitment and dedication to your job to have these divisions and departments move forward and meeting deadlines, whether they're here at the Navajo level or the state level, the county level, or the national level. And again, to all our families here, your loved ones, and also to our elders out there, our younger generation, we cannot thank you enough for having to continue to move the Navajo Nation forward. And also to my colleagues here in the 25th Navajo Nation Council, I know you're out there every day, 24 hours, 7 days a week, trying to better the Navajo Nation. And I just want to thank each of you, and I ask that all our people here in the Navajo Nation be safe, and that they be blessed today and going forward. And just want to again, just thank you from the bottom of my heart, and that I ask the Lord to watch over each of you in Jesus' name. And with that, God bless each of you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Jesus. Next in line, we have Chair Shondine Parrish.
Madam Speaker, thank you for recognizing me this morning. Good morning to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. It is a beautiful morning here in Wind Rock, Arizona, where we are receiving moisture. Good morning to everyone online who's listening. Speaker, this morning I'd like to recognize my 3 chapters of Kayenta, Denahotso, and Chilchimbito. I wanted to say good morning to the chapter president, the chapter vice president, the chapter secretary treasurer from each and every one of the chapters. Last week on Friday, the 3 Kayenta, Denahotso, and Chilchimbito came to Wind Rock to hammer out some of the discussion about bathroom additions and about the CHID housing, veterans housing, also our SDS listing through the IHS. So it's great to continue to work with our local government to ensure the services for our people. And good morning to those online, those that I have not met. Shekia ani adona enishlingo do bashichin. Squidachini edashache, it's kabahan edashanele. Akuta asenishle. She Shandine Perishinishia, adult squidanesha denasha. Natas antan do Denahotso den Chishaket do Twidanesha do Chilchimbisko do Denahotso banashado adosha ebish badasa anishle. So good morning to all of my relatives across the Navajo Nation. This morning we had a wonderful meeting earlier today to discuss the Navajo Nation retirement. And from that, I'm enthusiastic and very energized in the upcoming budgeting process. So, Speaker, I'd also like to recognize some of the work that the Budget and Finance Committee has been producing. I'd like to first congratulate Shudda Delegate Amber Knezba-Crotty on her appointment and selection on being the new New Mexico Caucus Chairwoman. And her work in the state of New Mexico will follow our speaker, Seth Damon, and the work that he has done not only this past year on the 25th Navajo Nation Council, but also on the 24th and 23rd Navajo Nation Council. So congratulations to our new chairwoman who will lead the efforts in the state of New Mexico. And I think that's pretty amazing that there's another chairwoman who will lead that effort. Speaker, also I wanted to share with the 25th Navajo Nation Council and also those listening online what happened at the last Budget and Finance Committee meeting last Wednesday. We met for a special meeting, and as you all know by now, the press release came out that a member of the Budget and Finance Committee, our speaker Seth Damon, announced his transition from the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And at the Budget and Finance Committee, he also chaired the very last Budget and Finance Committee. So, Speaker, I just wanted to make that announcement and to recognize both members of the Budget and Finance Committee of the transition that they're making in leadership. I'm really honored to work with both of them, with both Shudda Delegate Amber Knezba-Crotty and also with Speaker Damon on the Budget and Finance Committee. And we're looking forward to their work in the great state of New Mexico and also what they're going to do for the Navajo Nation. I just wanted to share that in my opening remarks today, but I'm glad to be here today. Good morning to those from Western Agency. Thank you for making it to the council chambers this morning. I know it was a long drive to Window Rock today, but I just wanted to make that recognition. Thank you, Speaker. I wait the rest of my time.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. And next we have Shema, Honorable Helena Nesbigay.
Oh, yat shigay do shidene yat bene adon da he kondin hano yat tindo ya hol ado winni do che in hol ago kwegi nhe na hat abagan bi do konde na sidling adon da he she we kon e khashin sago kon na hat ado dasin dago kon ni lange in hahoi alo kon ni ke I kahan le ko he the ni do le also into this new year she hot on gon non he istole adon da my colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council ni do he konde hashin sago na nishin lenide hon sagot at asa an hen da khai hot el kitchen date nisto nasche na niste nit hede he all the way from Shiaj Bunai Grindo konche do konche deje do kon the vice president at the 25th council kon the hashin sago ka ne chato and the huit ago hot ego en lenite benache hot ego hot our engine go as na an shidi lo the shape a he hensenle ado on the ein latin he khat nas ne leberante el do kon de she hot our age slako khat nas ne lebege baran lenide yadon dal ne shide hot abik eten contre na halli ado besh tsna pas habetin ado on the besh age do le chi do ge bitro hot a ebeln daschen sto ado besh bahasa anensle ako ado she I am Helena Nesbigay in she trodich in slidot is a lana bashish chin na kaidene da shedo nasht ejitabaha dashinale hot a son and shle amado amasane and nalenshlo eshil hol jishinle hashin sagway kon nishana go contract nas nelen lenide hot abel dashnish ado sa kon the chapter je ye jin go hada hodil in kon de ado hot atla ado da is ado online shimpa adaliago da is anle ado I want to acknowledge my community members kon de sa so the zen naha ye la kon she wenle Dr. Henry Fowler he tone helite kon ade chepetin do kon ade beke halon ado hashin sago kon oltran leni china che kon bagan leni de beke han leni tsajo tati yago kodo kon hat enle ado shenal to Mr. Jerry Williams kon klichi che kon bagando aj to kon ba china halon do kon aj hot ago adon hinanta nligo na hashish to dot ahinde hot to kon besen dashin shin to kon he hebedini do le adon da kon flags na haya hadis ja to veterans and not just only them but all the veterans across our nation hashin sago joba adatsa la Nitsa kon de ado hashin sago ben sikhe soben hat aide kon la shin oyo otanel do sa engine go khanda haditsa ko hot kuche so the sin be hani adon he elders la he elders don he masan and he che hinale san hinale hastki hala be na hat anle so the zenle kon he ya na haya hadasi benache ko de tanit adishide benache kon hat so the zen haya ya hadasi konat on hande yisne libe nache kon hot ego en hilta hol jishin le kode engine go hade shin hot ashe wen hitan dot da hade shin hot abet so desen halon do le na tato ina na tato na o isto ta ni di e benache e khode etanit en le ko e khot a en ki elders and leni de benashni a do ha adet a hin de khota de tle do khodet a de ade ni hik eden leni de kompet de betat at yata yotha e konde e stop beyond is sin e de konde e stop arch banana shitil e betraya da hot etolel introduce new year so e what are in hich has sido ado he alla ano sin ni de konde ni hil ya ho yaide ni son ko shin ha wante ni hik ein leni ban do da he
Shema, Honorable Helena Nesbigay, Ado Kunebana Soigi, Honorable Stephen Arviso.
Yate Bespas an Natish Laben Hito Jinigi do Hehakwa a winter session he did no qua when not la she did at the Adi day kind. Aro Adi so Tahagi Hano Yahagi she do Nashi no so couldn't no kai. Aro she been that she so the Zimbe da so Zito and you know so the Zim Nahalia. Ako hihat Arnold ko aro Madam Vice President to and lady that's a dog ko hihat in Hainiado aro in Hisensta aro na Madam Speaker ne do hihat aro in Handal ne shigit Arnold ko hihat in Hidishnido le. Shay, I just want to recognize my chapters, starting with the biggest little chapter in the Navajo Nation, Yambeto. Out in Church Rock, Pinedale, Mariana Lake, Smith Lake, and Theroux. Adishi das da oist sto kinan dan linigi tatnas dan linigi aron da hoken da has thanigi our CSC our POP workers added dal nishti yesigi ben nachi childa the neba hate de PEP dan linigi a ko hya hidini do les added chapters de Ndash Nishigi, Aro and the veterans done of Lenigi, Shinai, Pat Sky King, Akos, he is a Vietnam veteran. Aro, I want to recognize Melinda Siako Arviso Kurodasata, she's in the gallery. She, her and I ran against each other and she helped me out, helped me win the council. So thank you, Melinda, for helping me out and for being here. Although we lost our grandma a few weeks ago, her name was Bessie Jim Skeets Yoliende. She used to ad neja e yabes khaz ande te beta ado ad neja e ande one de bes khaz e bes khol ji the Bebison Bishyat, Eto Bison Long, she had 13 siblings, 3 daughters, 2 sons, 10 grandchildren, 15 great grandchildren, and 1 great great grandchild. She worked, she used to work for Elite Laundry for over 30 years. So, we miss her, Anil. And then for those of you that lost loved ones, only time can heal, and teach you to live with what has happened. And nobody else can feel the way you feel. I lost my son back in 2021. And to this day, I still miss him. His name was Cody Allen Arviso. He was only 35 when he left. And I go through a lot missing him. He never had the chance to be a part of me becoming a delegate. But he did witness me being a chapter official for over 16 years. And I miss him dearly. And so I just need the Yinchini, the whole Lord, and may God speed healing to you and your family. Yeah, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Arvizo. Next, we have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Yeah, Shade. Speaker, Otto Kwaeki, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Otto Ade, Danaso Taniki, Ade, Asto, Slashi, Dain Sonals, Nikido Yat, E, Benenikidini, Dolet, Shakuro, E Yag, Oga E Nishledo, Twatachini, Bashichin, Tkachini, Shichedo, Ashish, and and I come just north of Fort Defiance, Ade, Tzitli Yesi, Tchadahne, Ade, Shikadwe, Ade, Ish, Into the Tchatnas, Ligi, Bira, Kibet Nashisha, Tsahotsoa, Nikije, Tonel, Ilido, Beg, Chi. So I work with our communities of Fort Defiance, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake. And first I want to the Eastern Navajo Agency Veterans Organization, Arotla Adeshi, Salatso, Tanoslin, Nikido, Akia, Nikidini, Dole, Aro Ama Aja, Tanosliniki, Astot Nikido. I always give gratitude to families of our veterans as well, as a young brother of two Marines who went off to serve this country. It takes a lot on us as well. So nihido ahya nihidini dolel arokosha ahya kwa so dizin linigi nehain lado njono e kwa ekip nache be nihitayata hot eto leto njono kwa ekip nahit atolel aro the Pledge of Allegiance shideje Ariana Billy Nidot Nama. Adon Shinatnish, Ado, your instructor, Ado, your principal, Ado, Superintendent Dr. Goodsal, from Wendouree Unified District. So that's housed there in our Fort Defiance community. Ado, the Nepa Ultra Alto is just right down the road from the People's Chambers. Ado, Shadeja Alto, Amy Reeves, became Miss Navajo, current Miss Navajo. Nikito, Ado, colleagues, Otto, our guest, I do have 3 of our royalty from Navajo as well. I'm a current alum to Navajo Pine High School, so we have joining us right behind me. And I'm sorry, I'm going to still speak in the mic, so I can't turn fully around, but Miss Navajo Elementary, Olivia Bigay, easy. Miss Navajo Middle School, Nicole Tom. Aro, Miss Navajo Pine High School, Harmony Bigay. Our future leaders, ladies and gentlemen, they do an exceptional job coming among our communities and greeting all of our members there at a lot of events, and they'll be going as well to several different locations, including our Miss Wendouree High School. Also joined with us in the gallery as well is Mr. Luther Lee from U.S. Senator Mark Kelly's office. Mr. Brian Lee from U.S. Senator Ben Ray Lujan's office. Otto coming as well from NAU. I am also an alum, Go Lumberjacks. We have from NAU's Office of Native American Initiatives, Ron Lee, as well as Anne Marie Chischili. Although I know we have former delegates as well among us. I saw Mr. Tom Chi here to my left. Mr. Piat City, I know, is in the back somewhere. And if I've missed you, I apologize. But we certainly thank you for all the work that you've done, from our Madam Vice President to your staff to executive, just everyone who's able to hear my greeting this morning and those who are unable to as well. Our natural elements as well. I always say we're not legislators to only people, but just driving here in the fog was very warming in our culture. I know that's a good sign that many of our relatives they come back to greet us in that way. So let's have good discussions, lively discussions. Let's be positive. Winter session be it. So colleagues, I'm just very excited to be here and just thank you all the way around. I wave my time.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Next, we have Honorable Nathan Nota.
Yate bene, she Nathan Nota in Shet Logan Slon Kiani, Bashin, Todicini Edash do Shini Edashanala, Banash Nishige, my Tate Nash, the Tohach, and not Kaibitro do Basla. I'd like to say good morning and happy new year to everyone that's here in the chambers and that are listening to us online. Dr. Fowler, thank you for the invocation, and the color guard, thank you for being here with us today. Speaker Sheha, although the staff that are all working for us on a regular basis, the council delegate staff and all the staff here in Window Rock. I'd like to welcome the people that are in the gallery, all the online listeners. Ms. Navajo, thank you for being here with us. Congratulations on your title. Vice President Montoya, Chief Justice Jane, Chief Justice Jane is from Tohatchi, where I'm from. She's from my district. And Attorney General Branch, thanks for being with us today and helping with our session. I'd like to introduce a couple of people. First off, I'd like to introduce government relations individuals for the Public Service of New Mexico. She's worked with them for 20 years. Kathy Newby, would you please stand? P&M was the first electric and gas operations in New Mexico, I believe. They're the state's largest energy provider, I believe, and they've been with the state of New Mexico for more than a century. So thank you to P&M for those services, and Kathy, I know you do a wonderful job. You've been there 20 years, and that's awesome. Thank you. Also, finally, I'd like to introduce my LDA. I think he's sitting back here behind me on my right side, LDA Ansley Curley. He's a West Point graduate. We're really proud of him for that, and he's from Coyote Canyon in my district. Ainsley. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nota. Next, we have Speaker Seth Damon.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here with us. I always say all of you could have been anywhere else in the world, but you decided to hang out with, in this case, the 25th Navajo Nation Council. All the visitors in the gallery, all our individuals and listeners online, inside our four sacred mountains and outside our four sacred mountains. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me some time. Good morning, Madam Vice President. Thank you for the wonderful gift that you've given me, and thank you for representing the great Eastern Agency for a long time. Thank you for your commitment and your loyalty and your dedication to the Navajo people. Good morning, Madam Chief Justice, colleague, former neighbor, and everything in between. Thank you very much, Madam Chief Justice, for being here as well, too. Good morning to Ms. Delora Shirley. Thank you very much for being here with us as our acting director from agency director or regional director. Thank you very much. Mr. Sosi, thank you very much. Ms. Curley, I thank you for years of work in our service and your dedication to the Navajo people. Good morning to everyone that has across, not only from, I say, rising in the east, west, sunset in the western wall, and from our northern stronghold to my strongest, one of my strongest communities that I represent in Chechelta to the south. That whole span of land that we call 27,000 miles of acres of Denebekea, and everyone that's listening in, Good morning. Thank you for listening to our winter session for the 25th Navajo Nation Council in our second year. Colleagues, good morning. Delegates, rise. It's our second year in this 25th Navajo Nation Council, and I just want to say thank you for our tenure and our work and our commitment to our great Navajo people. I want to recognize first and foremost the reason why I'm here, and it's my parents, Mr. and Mrs. Charles and Patricia Damon. Mr. Damon's a if you didn't know, Mrs. Patricia Damon is the very first female executive director for the legislative branch back when it was all guys running the nation back in the 1970s. And thank you very much. She's a longtime employee of the Navajo Nation. Good morning to my dad. He's a three-term council delegate, and he was a division director for 16 years of resources, or for Natural Resources Department. And I took his seat in 2014, and I thank you. I don't know anybody else who works in public service until they're 84 years old, but my dad retired from the council when he was 84 years young. And he's sitting here before you, and he's 92 years old today. And he's still driving around. And I just want to say thank you to my parents. To the left of them is my longtime brother and colleague and my campaign manager for years, Mr. Harold Russell. Mr. Harold Russell, if you ever need any complications in trying to figure out how to run a Navajo campaign, that guy will figure it out for you. He's up for service right now. So, Mr. and Mrs. Chi, thank you very much for being with us on the 23rd Navajo Nation Council. Mrs. Sloman Chi, thank you. Former BIE Division Director, Executive Director, thank you very much. To Casey families in the back, thank you very much for being here. It's because of your advocacy I'm sitting here. Because of your advocacy that you blemish in the nation, in order for the efforts to bring Indian Child Welfare Act's kids home. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. I wouldn't be sitting here if it wasn't for IWCA. And I thank you for your efforts and what you do in bringing our kids home for the nation. Good morning to my 6 chapters out there. Thank you very much. Bahale, Chechilta, Rock Springs, Sayato, Manuelito, and Red Rock chapter. I just want to say good morning to you all. I have many more thank yous, but I'll just start there, and I just want to say, yeah, thank you to my Chief of Staff, longtime Chief of Staff, LaShawna So, for being
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Also, at this time, I'd also like to recognize Mr. J.T. Willie, CEO of Navajo Arts and Craft, who also graciously sponsoring lunch this afternoon. And welcome Kodo, Shichedo, Shabasana, Patricia, and Charles Damon. Thank you for being here. We have former council delegate Shiyaj, Larry Noble, Leedet Asata, Yat Eshiyaj. And also former chief of staff and also former Deputy Secretary of New Mexico Indian Affairs, Shadeja LaShawna So of Whippoorwill Chapter. Yate. And this morning, colleagues and also our guests, you may wonder why we're wearing wearing color blue today. It is in honor of recognizing the awareness of human trafficking. So if you do look on our social media pages, we do have color themes throughout this week. So today's color is blue, and I believe Honorable Amber Kismat-Crotty is still outside in front of council chambers with a lot of the advocacy groups who continue to work for our victims and also our children and grandchildren. So if you do need resources for any type of human trafficking, awareness materials, or how to join the team, please visit the tent that is right in front of the council chamber on the east side. So that event and those resources will be available throughout the day. Ado Kwaiki Shiyajnana, Honorable Herman Daniels.
Thank you very much, Kudo, Madam Speaker. Yeah, Kudo Shama. Arinda Kudo Shanat Armashanagi, 25th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, Kudo. Aro Sorzan Beha Odzi, Kudo that this morning, Bendan Lo, Ako Shatashi, Oda Kebetishneho, Ko Shay Kudo, the Herman Daniels Jr. I don't know, Enslin Gabet Ani, Kilachini, Dashe, Toyet Lini Dashe, Skahatso, Dashanaleho, Nazas An or Jet Hoshant Hodots Abikin A. Banash Nishako, a Dino has not Ani Shane, that's so much so again read, or that Dino has Banash Nishako, Ako Adi A. Kudo, that in Nishako, Ako Easy Kudo had a Sige Kudo, that is Askat, Arunana, Da Yasalo, Dash Lisho, Arun Gen, Dash Tingo, that was Ago. Ako ECG could on grade that was Ago could that in nation grade at chapter level. A could not on it and Lenigi, a could have been so a could have just show that is on grade Chish that Edonana Tuda that egg in a grade a sweet of sun in the house Trago, a massan dot shay analysis. Ya nadan Trago, echo a who that and I see here could Aronana could Ziego, Ishkid not equado, at the house Ago, Yego, Skid not eat onana. Edina Logaba, this sequido. I just want to say thank you, Aronana Kodabaskin Snani, so an idiot, and that's Ashodo, Eco a Awichin Halo, Ecodo, a Rawi, Yahunza to hold, just got this dean, Nachevich hold, just a walk at the call, AIC here, Kodo, Kin Snani ho. Arinda Kodo, Deed Zigi, Kododam, Kodos itself can't Kodo, Honorable Damon, Kodo, Speaker Damon, but you could actually Kodo. I'd like to yield the rest of my remaining time to Honorable Damon. Thank you.
Time of 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Yielding the time to Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Do you accept?
I do.
Time of 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
I've never ever have watched that clock before, and now I'm watching it ever so as it's ticking away. Good morning to everyone, and thank you. I forgot to introduce my sister, Nelda Damon, Nelda Yazi. Thank you, Nelda, for being here. A longtime advocate for St. Michael's Special Ed education. Thank you for your leadership and making sure that we protect our most vulnerable children and adults across the Navajo Nation. Yeah. Thank you to everyone else. As my time comes to an end here in this leadership role, it guides me as a community leader and for the Navajo people. It's been an honor to serve 3 terms as your District 6 Council Delegate and 1 term as a 24th Navajo Nation Council Speaker. And now, tomorrow at 8 o'clock a.m., I clock in as a Deputy Secretary of Indian Affairs. My family and I share deep appreciation for the communities I had the privilege of representing over the years. And thank you for standing with me during positive and very oftentimes difficult times. You taught me how to lead with compassion and care. President Boo Nygren, Speaker Curley, Madam Chief Justice, and my colleagues at the 25th Navajo Nation Council, serving alongside with you is an honor of my life. Each of you represent hopes and dreams, and you bring that to this chamber. For our people, and I continue to ask you all to be bold and courageous and make positive changes for our community. Please let us continue to be resilient in the challenges ahead, whether it's standing up against BIA, it's standing up against the states, it's standing up against the federal government, because we are the largest sovereign nation in the United States. We must become a better tomorrow, ask for a better tomorrow for our five-fingered people, for our next 7 generations. And we continue to work hard, and hard work for us to make sure that we have a better tomorrow for them. So may the Creator and the holy people protect us and protect the great Navajo Nation so we can move forward, one focus, one people, one movement, one policy change at a time. And I just want to say, I might be leaving today, but I'm not far from home, as my heart will always be here with the Navajo Nation. You create.
Thank you again, Speaker Damon. If there's no objections, I'd like to give Speaker Damon some additional time. I don't see no objections. Speaker Damon, I guess I can give you my 5 minutes.
You know what, Madam Speaker, I don't want to delay. We have policies to change, lives to better, and government issues, and I need to debate Madam Chair Charles Newton one more time on this floor before we go. So before she leaves, but as I sign my last memo right now, I'm signing a memo to selecting our new caucus chair, Madam Chair Crotty, right here. And Madam Chair Crotty's taking over as our new caucus leader for New Mexico. I know I can honestly say that leaving right now, Madam Chair, my granddaughter, all the women of the Navajo Nation are 10 times safer today because of you. So I just want to say thank you for your advocacy, Madam Chair. And colleagues, again, I thank you all. It's been an honor and a pleasure serving with you in the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And to all the Navajo Nation staff, employees, wherever we did to help change the betterment for our Navajo people over the past 10 years as being in this leadership, I just want to say thank you for the effort, the hard work, and to the commitment that you have when you signed at PAF. Madam Attorney General, I know we often didn't see eye to eye, but I thank you for taking up the challenge on our water rights. I will stand with you strongly and firmly anytime you need to reassure to the federal government, yes, and please get our BIA release your authority so we can sign off on our own agreements. I don't know why. We've been good Indians for 100 years. Give us that authority to sign off on our own business site leases, our own environmental leases, our own grazing permit leases. That's one thing that we continue to challenge. And last but not least, I just want to say thank you to the legislative staff. You all have stood by me. We've all worked together late into the hour, late into the night. I want to thank all the legislative staff employees across the whole Navajo Nation. Thank you very much. To my hardcore team, Ms. Peggy Nakai, thank you very much for your service and your dedication. Ms. Ramona Nelson, thank you for your service and dedication. To Karen, thank you very much. Karen, thank you very much. Bobby, thank you for writing my very first memo with me, helping me write my very first memo back in 2015. Manny, Tom Platera, I know where you're at, and the gala, I know where you are, but thank you for helping me assist the things. And Manny, Jalissa, thank you very much. I know you're applying for the Executive Director of Legislative Services. I hope you get it. You deserve it. And I would gladly support and sponsor your legislation if that was moving forward, and if I had the authority to do that. It was Manny and Jalissa and Chief of Staff, Ms. LaShawna So, or Chief of Staff, Ms. Cheryl Nyazi, that was in here. Only ones at times trying to run the Navajo Nation government through teleconference. It was those late nights, Manny and Jalissa, you too. You stayed with me throughout the endeavor through COVID, and both of you never left my side. We continued to work together. There was no 2 sheep between us. There was no 6 feet apart between us. We still managed to run and function to make sure the Navajo people had a legislative branch government to work during COVID. And I thank you both for your hard work and your dedication. If I didn't call on you today, I just want to say again, thank you to the Navajo Nation. And Speaker, that, I yield back to the floor. Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I will do special recognition at the right time and place, but we will do that after visiting guests and visiting officials. I'm going to go on with our request to speak. We have next Chair Eugene or Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. I appreciate, Speaker, the opportunity to recognize Pandora Mike this morning before we started council. I do also want to just share with everyone that we do have a certificate of recognition here for Ms. Pandora Mike, the National Association of Elementary Middle School Principals, I guess, award recipient. So, Ms. Pandora Mike, before you leave, did she already leave? But we do have that certificate here, and I just wanted to recognize her. I also, Speaker, every council session, I do recognize my husband, who I love very much and who I appreciate stands beside me, helps me in everything that I do. So I want to recognize him at this time. His name is Leroy Newton. We have been together for 27 years. We've been married for 26 and a half years. Traditionally, and then we just celebrated our 25th wedding anniversary through the state of New Mexico in December. So I am so blessed to call him my husband, and I do want to recognize him at this time, as well as our son, who we love very, very much. Speaker, earlier today I did mention that I will be excusing myself from the rest of council colleagues. We do have a legislation. It's a Senate Bill 57 that was passed last week in the Senate with the state of Utah, that basically establishes a framework for the legislature to prohibit the enforcement of a federal directive within the state by government officers if the legislature determines the federal directive violates the principles of state sovereignty. Unfortunately, that means our Indian Child Welfare Act, even though it was determined by SCOTUS to be adhered to, the state of Utah last year and currently this year is pushing to not recognize ICWA, as well as other public safety measures that have been passed at the federal level. So I appreciate, Speaker, the opportunity to represent our Utah Navajos as I travel out to the state of Utah this week to provide committee testimony, as well as to provide testimony on behalf of the Navajo people and the Navajo Nation. So I just want to say good morning, colleagues, and this is going to be the first time that I am not going to be sitting through council. So unfortunately, Speaker Damon, we won't get to debate one more time. But really, in reality, you know, you never debated with me. You always just kind of just took a knee every time I came to you with issues. So let's be honest here. There was never really a debate, but I appreciate that. And I do want to say that I last night I shared some words with Speaker Damon and with his family. I, for one, am sad to see him leave, but I also know that where he's going is going to benefit our Navajo people in the state of New Mexico. To be taking on that position and to be asked to take on that position is an honor. And I know that in our positions here as council, we oftentimes are approached whether at the federal or the state level, and we're asked to give up our positions here at council to work in specific offices or to represent the state or the federal government in issues. And many times, you know, we do turn that down. But in this case, I think what Speaker Damon did is really going to help us, especially the New Mexico chapters, because we do really give millions of dollars back to the state of New Mexico, who are trying to help us with water projects, with chapter projects, with road projects. And because of the miscommunication that happens between the the state government and the Navajo Nation, I think that Speaker Damon is a perfect fit to try to fix that issue so that we don't send any more money back to the state of New Mexico. And I look forward to working with him. I know that he's on the other side, and he's not going to be that far away from us, but I just want to recognize that I will miss him. And I will miss him being just being a good friend to me and to all of our colleagues. So I just want to say that at this time, Speaker. Thank you. I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, for your recognition. I also want to recognize Dr. Shannon Goodshell, Superintendent of Schools of Winter Rock High School. If you're in the gallery. All right, I guess he's not here, but thank you again. Colleagues, are there any other recognitions of visiting officials? At this time, I would like to request my colleagues. I'm going to present and recognize Speaker Seth Damon here on the floor. But if you could join me and recognize him for all the service that he has done for the Navajo people and the council. So if there's no objections, I'll make my way down to the floor. Thank you again, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. At this time, Speaker Seth Damon, if you could come up front. You know, from one speaker to the next, I do see the challenges that you've been through, and thank you for always checking up on me as a little sister. He would come in and say, "Speaker, are you okay?" Just 2 words. And we would just look at each other, and we know what that look means. And it's a relationship I think that we all share as being speakers. Speaker Bates, and with Speaker Nays, Speaker Morgan, and I'm really appreciative of the male leadership that had this position before. And even Speaker Morgan always texts me, "Are you okay? Good luck. I prayed for you." And it's a bond that we all share. And thank you, Speaker Damon, for laying that foundation during the 24th Navajo Nation Council and passing over the gavel. And also Speaker Otto So. And, you know, it's been a pleasure to work beside him, even though we met many years before. But each and every one of you, I do look up to each and every one of you in any capacity that you serve. Each one of you have specific professions, skill sets, expertise in any subject matter. And I feel a lot of weight that has lifted off of me when I get to delegate some of those authorities to my colleagues here. And just as Chair Eugenia Charles Newton stated, she's going to go on my behalf to the state of Utah to talk about protecting our sovereignty, protecting health care, and a lot of the programs that could potentially be impacted. So that is the type of bond that we all have as colleagues. Either it doesn't matter if you were on the 23rd, the 19th, 21st, 25th, but I just look at it as everyone as a whole. I look at each and every one of you equally and respect each one of you equally. And I just want to look forward and working with you. But Speaker Damon, thank you for laying this path forward for us. And also good luck. And I always tell you that I pray for you. And God always presents something before us, even if we're prepared or not prepared. And it's a challenge that God presents to us, an open door. And it is up to us to take it. It is for us to be afraid or to run away. But I'm very happy that you said yes, and that you weren't afraid, and that you know that you are good enough for this position because God sees it that way. And that's how I want to remember you by, but we will definitely be in contact next week and these next couple of weeks during the legislative session. But from one speaker to the next, I want to present to you with this gift, and you can open it. And I grew up being raised by my grandfathers. And one thing that I always remember by my Chase was a bogard. You know, they had that bogard, and my Che being an herbalist and being part of Medicine Men, I grew up with, you know, many grandfathers. And make sure you inhale it 4 times. It is a symbol of protection, a symbol of leadership as a male. And I want you to take that with you. Being able to stand up for our people, our Indian people throughout the state and the whole country as a whole. So I wanted you to put that on the left side.
See, I'm still
But that's to protect you from all the arrows that will be coming at you. I know you dodged many of them within the past year, and you will continue to face those challenges. But with that thought and with that prayer, I want you to continue to go forward and let it protect you, and with your thought too.
Tight, so I don't lose it. I need the protection of Santa Fe, don't I? Oh. Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much. It fits just right. Look at that. You know, when I'm taking my photos all the time with state leadership or outside leadership, I always put up my fist like this, you know, so it's perfect. Thank you very much, Speaker. Yeah. Okay, all right.
One more thing, just out of respect, out of leadership from myself, I'm going to actually turn over the gavel over to Speaker Seth Damon, Pro Temp Speaker. I want you to help me carry out the first day of the Winter Council session. And I know it's very important to you. And, you know, as I stated before, you know, no matter the mistakes that each one of us made, we're not all perfect. But it is Navajo culture that we support one another, that we love one another and have each other's back at all costs, because that is what the holy people has set for us, and our Creator has set us to be all equal and to love one another. And even through the Word of God, you know, love conquers all. And love is the one that keeps our home together. Love is what keeps our government together. So I want to let you do the honors of making you pro temp and chairing your last council session. So I want to turn over the gavel. I'll sit right here by Shada Honorable Crotty throughout the day. And I promise I will not say point of privilege or point of order. Yes, right now. So thank you again, colleagues, for allowing me to do a special presentation.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Again, it's an honor to be here again. I greatly thank you for this privilege, Madam Speaker. Not coming here. When I was waking up this morning, I didn't think I was going to sit up here, but 16 months ago, I sat here and with some of you, and I never thought I was going to sit back up here again after that day when I resigned as Speaker. But I'm here today with the power and the blessings of the Creator. And if you are out there in Indian country or across the great Navajo Nation, and you are going through some kind of problem or issue right now with some kind of substance abuse or gambling, anything that's depriving you of taking you away from your family and your priorities, there's always a way to change for betterment through help. And I just want to give my last big shout out to Fort Defiance Behavioral Health. When nobody else was there to help assist me when I was in a deep depression more than 14 months ago, Fort Defiance Behavioral Health changed my life. Gave me the guidance, the courage, and the commitment to help me rebuild myself. So I just want to say thank you to every counselor that's giving guidance to our Navajo people across the Navajo Nation this morning. when the rest of the week you all are changing lives. You changed this life. And I'm sitting here before you all again as a pro tem speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And that's my last thing I want to say on recognitions. So colleagues, oh, last one. Arlissa Vicente, the journalist back there. Arlissa, thank you very much. We didn't see eye to eye a lot as a journalist under my tenure as speaker or under the BNF chair. But I thank you for keeping me accountable and protecting the nation through your coverage. And thank you for your column that you wrote for me on the Arizona Republic. Yeah. That, colleagues, let's go. Are we done? I don't have anybody in the queue, no one on the board. And let's go on down to review and adopt the agenda. Oh, is that where we're at? Okay, let's go. Review and adopt the agenda. Joseph, let's read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. This is the proposed agenda of the 25th Navajo Nation Council Winter Session. Presiding Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Seth Damon. 1, call session to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda.
See you later, Madam Chair. Safe travels.
4, receive the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. 5, receive report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. 6, receive report from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. 7, receive financial report from the Controller. 8, oral reports. A, Bureau of Indian Affairs. B, Indian Health Services. C, Attorney General. D, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. 9, written reports. A, standing committees. B, boards and commissions. C, Bureau of Indian Affairs. D, Indian Health Services Area Director. E, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. 10, old business. A, legislation 0130-23. 11, new business. A, legislation 0155-23. B, legislation 0246-23. C, legislation 0250-23. D, legislation 0255-23. E, legislation 0009-24. F, legislation 0014-24. G, legislation 0008-24. H, legislation 0003-24. I, legislation 0259-23. J, legislation 0265-23. K, legislation 0002-24. L, legislation 0016-4. M, legislation 0017-24. 12, close of session, announcements, and adjournment. Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading into the record. Colleagues, is there a motion? Motion by Honorable Nathan Nota. Second. Second, going twice. Second by Honorable George Tolth. Any comments, questions, deletions, additions? Honorable Tolth, you're on the queue. You have 5 minutes on the board.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Damon, Pro Tem Lenny Indiaido Kaha Arosun Taroli throughout the week. So, under report, oral report, I'm requesting the emergency department in regards to the situation in Eastern Navajo. We have a lot of snow, and I'd like to have a report from who's monitoring from Continental Divide all the way up to Torreon. Okay, you're gonna hit that. So, I'd like to have that report done to the council, what action we're going to take, and what is the BIA doing about it, what is the Navajo Community Development doing about it, because I've been writing letters to the president, declare the emergency, the snow. And my understanding, it was already one in place, so I'd like to have that report, because a lot of snow in Eastern Agency, and all the way up to Torreon, Consular, Oho, Are they in Dahalito at the same time it's raining? The chapter are complaining why is the nation not helping us, even report from Department of Transportation. I'd like to have that give a report by the departments or division, though. Pro Tem Speaker, I'd like to make amendment to this agenda on under 8 oral report, though. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm having staff right now reach out to the Office of Emergency Management to have an oral report. Colleagues, there's a motion to add on item number 8E, new E, which is what I just now stated. It's a report from the Office of Emergency Management regarding this current weather and any other related matters across the Navajo Nation. And I think Honorable Tolles just indicated from Eastern Agency, but be collectively from the whole entire Navajo Nation. Colleagues, there is a motion on the floor to amend our agenda, adding in a new 8E. I want to be honest, Honorable Tolles, I'm having staff in the Speaker's office and from obviously Legislative Services reaching out to Emergency Management. We didn't give them a 24-hour notice. I don't know if they're available, but we will try to make sure to see if they get here. They have some time to put it together. If anything, we're asking for a backup of a written report. So with that, colleagues, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? And this is to add on a oral report from Office of Emergency Management. Going twice. Second by Honorable Nathan Ota. That, colleagues, now we got a motion on the floor. Is there a new, any comments, questions, additions to our sponsor of the amendment? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board. Motion by Honorable George Toll, second by Honorable Nathan Nota. That, colleagues, let's go. Round the horn. Yep. Emergency report on, yeah. We understood. Well, colleagues, we have another minute and a half. Thank you to the staff for logistics. We do have colleagues, thank you. As we're voting here, just for clarity, there is food provided again, and I think Speaker Curley, you did announce that, and that's from Mr. J.T. Willie and his team. Thank you, Nace, and thank you for providing lunch, not only for colleagues, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and for executive leadership, but for everybody. And that will be a little bit after 12, about 12:15. That's what I'm getting the notification. So that, Honorable Herman Daniels, Honorable Vince James, good morning to Honorable Claw. Thank you very much for being here with us. Honorable Jermaine Simonson and Honorable Danny Simpson. 2 seconds. Lock it down. Who? Okay, with that, Honorable Claw, how do you vote? Your vote's green. Honorable Herman Daniels. He votes green. I don't believe we have Honorable Vince James, Honorable Jermaine Simonson, and Honorable Danny Simpson here. With that, log it down. Good? That. Thank you. With that, colleagues, 14 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion, our Speaker Pro Tem in this case not voting. That, colleagues, let's go back to the main motion. With that passes. Staff will be executing that and trying to get a report, get them on standby for the emergency management team. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Again, colleagues, any comments, questions on our adoption of our agenda? That, Doctor, good morning. Dr. Andy Nez, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Shna. Colleagues, I do want to offer an amendment number 2 that is to identify letter H under new business legislation 003-24 to be the new letter M as in Monday. And the reason for that, colleagues, I will be asking to be excused on Wednesday as I will be going before the Transportation Committee with the state of Arizona. So in the event that we go into Thursday, I will be back in session to propose my legislation. But if not, I will be working with a co-sponsor. If anyone is willing to help me co-sponsor that legislation in the event that it is entertained on Wednesday. So colleagues, thank you. Back to you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Doctor, I'll go ahead and accept the motion. I would gladly co-sponsor it, but I'm kind of busy on Thursday, so I don't know if I'll be able to help you out on that round. That, colleagues, there's a motion to move item number H all the way down to the new M by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Is there a second? Second by Honorable George Toth. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on the motion at this time? Clock's still running. Team. Going twice. Going 3 times. That, let's go to the board. Run the horn. As we're adopting the agenda, can please notify the Navajo Nation President, team members, Jared, let the President know he's up to bat. That, colleagues, Madam Chair Crotty, Honorable Daniels. Going twice. Going 3 times, lock it down. On amendment number 2. That, 14 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions, additions, deletions on our agenda? Right now we have 2 amendments. I don't have anybody in the queue. Going twice. Going 3 times. With that, so it's a second reading.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Amendment 1, add report from the Office of Emergency Management on the winter weather emergency response. Amendment 2, motion to move legislation 0003-24, item H to item M. Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, let's go to the board with 2 amendments and approving our agenda this morning. Well, actually, yes, still this morning, midday. Go to the board, colleagues. Mr. President, your team, at 1.5 minutes before I call on you. That, colleagues, I have Madam Chair Jesus, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie, Honorable Simpson. Did we get anything from Honorable Simpson, Honorable Madam Vice Chair Simonson, or Chairman Vince James? None? That, colleagues, let's go ahead and lock it down. That, colleagues, 14 in favor, 0 opposed. We do have an official agenda for our winter session of our second year in the 25th Navajo Nation Council. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down to item number 4. As we see, our president is going to make his way in at this time to state and proceed to receiving the State of the Nation address from the Navajo Nation President. Mr. President. I don't think he's using that. Mr. President.
Vice President on a phone call.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That, Mr. President, thank you for blessing us with your presence this morning, midday into the afternoon. With that, Mr. President, I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you as a State of the Nation address. You have 20 minutes on the board.
I just want to say thank you so much to each and every one of you. Again, Vice President was on the phone the minute I got the approval to come on over, so she'll be making her way over, and she'll definitely give her update as well too. But first and foremost, I just want to say to each and every one of you, I do appreciate that. And Madam Speaker Curley over here, and Mr. Honorable Speaker Damon, Yate. I guess there's going to be some edits in my speech because I was assuming Speaker Curley was sitting back there. So, but it's okay. And Madam Vice President, who's going to be making her way over here in a little bit. I'm glad that she was over here earlier as well, kind of making sure that there wasn't no miscommunication this time, and wanted to make sure that I was here on time. I appreciate that as well. And Madam Chief Justice, Yate to you as well. To members of the Honorable 25th Navajo Nation Council, it's an honor to be in your chambers today. And it's a beautiful day outside. So again, thank you, and thank you to all distinguished staff, guests, and visiting dignitaries. I know to the right over here we've got some dignitaries as well. And so to my Navajo people listening all over Navajo land, and some of you might be across the waters, let's have a happy and prosperous new year as well. So first, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate the Honorable Speaker Damon. Thank you for taking on that challenge to work on behalf of the Navajo people as the Deputy Secretary of Indian Affairs. So thank you for that commitment, and thank you for your 9 years of service as well. And we look forward to the work that you're going to do to restructure the capital outlay program for the state, and not only benefiting all tribal nations. I say say that sometimes because sometimes when they think of Navajo Nation, they think of the Navajo Nation as a very powerful entity, and sometimes they think that they're going to get left out. But I know you'll be very fair, Mr. Speaker. Be fair to our other tribal nations, okay? And also be very fair to us as well as the Navajo Nation. So thank you for that endeavor. And I also want to start off by saying happy birthday to the 106th birthday to our Navajo code talker, John Kensel Sr. today as well from Lagajagay, Asiego. Thank you. Yeah, Asiego. Nikazad on oath, Inspirinacha, Asiego. Hodetkehi, the Nebazad, Bayade, Kido Hodetkehi, Kedahoni. Thank you to your family, to your grandkids, and to all your relatives out in Lagajagay. So, just for some context, he served in October 1942 to January 1946. He was taking parts in Battle of Guam and Iwo Jima. He was awarded the Purple Heart in 1989 as a servant at Iwo Jima as well. So happy birthday to him, and thank you for your service. And moving on, one of the things I want to also mention is as we look outside, another storm may be coming. We've activated the Emergency Operations Center at NDOT, and a temporary call center is up and running. So NDOT reports it has assisted 112 residents, and snow removal has covered more than 3,000 miles within the last month. For some context, that's driving from New York City to Los Angeles is 2,800 miles. So again, thank you to NDOT, and thank you to Tom Platero and your deputy director for being out there with some severe weather conditions as well all across Navajo land. And they've covered it multiple times. So that's nearly 10,000 miles of Navajo roads. And also they've approved over $30,000 in overtime. And that's one of the mandates. I tried to make it ensure our first responders that there is funding available, because sometimes they look to other entities and they're getting overtime, and then as Navajo Nation first responders, they don't get their overtime. So we're looking forward to them getting their overtime for being out there. I know that Honorable Delegate Dr. Nez and Honorable Carl Slater really have been hit hard. So those are some of the highest communities in our nation as well. So thank you to all the first responders that are out there working and making sure that our communities are safe. And I know that myself and the First Lady, we made some visits, as mentioned, to White Clay Sawmill, Saley, Wheatfields areas to really see it firsthand. And one of the things I've noticed is that my hands got cold, my ears got cold, and I even got a little hungry. And I was thinking about the grandmas and the grandpas that are living out there all by themselves, and I wanted to feel it for myself. And that's one of the reasons why I made that trip. So thank you, Dr. Nez, and thank you, Honorable Carl Slater, for allowing me to be out in your communities to really assess firsthand. And then from there, really motivating our team to make sure that we continue to stay organized, continue to make sure that some necessities like firewood, food, or transportation, and working with nonprofits are happening as declarations of emergencies are stated. And I know that some of our chapters as well have reached out to us when it first happened, and I'm glad that DEM has issued a new proclamation and a letter that was supplemented so that they can really tap into their emergency fundings and whatever fundings that they have as well. And also a big shout out to all the CHR workers too. I just want to say thank you. Those people, all of us leaders here that are sitting on the floor, understand the work that CHR workers do. They're committed, they're dedicated, they do what they can to be resourceful, to check on our elders and check on people that they even deliver medicine as well. And sometimes even if they're going to get in trouble, they'll deliver some firewood and some water as well. And I know that IHS is listening and the BIA is listening. Definitely want to sit down and reevaluate that contract to make sure that in times of emergency, we should be able to use whatever resources we can so that we can deliver firewood and water and resources out to them, because they've got really nice 4x4 trucks that definitely can haul some wood and haul some water when grandmas and grandpas can't even get out of the road, or a lot of them don't even have vehicles. So I'm looking forward to sitting down with BIA and IHS to review their agreement with the Navajo Nation so that that's allowed as well too. So again, thank you to them, and thank you to everybody that has has responded over the past couple of weeks. And also, I want to also note that it is very clear as we're moving on in my speech that our Navajo Nation employees across the Navajo Nation, a new year started, but some of the new years came with some good news for employees in Arizona. So in Arizona, the minimum wage was raised to $14.35 an hour, and Flagstaff raised their minimum wage to $17.14. That's 2.3 times the Navajo Nation's minimum wage. So I'm really looking forward to this next year, working with this council to figure out what can we do to pass our own minimum wage laws that not only applies to the Navajo Nation, but applies to all organizations and people and organizations that work on the Navajo Nation. So it'd be great to give our people some livable wages that actually is enough to cover their laundry, enough to cover their clothing that they need to buy for their families, and even just to get by with their basic needs as well. So I encourage the Navajo Nation Council and all of us to work together and pass that minimum wage law at the end of 2024. And it's going to take a lot of thoughts because it's not just government, it's also all businesses, all organizations across the Navajo Nation. Because sometimes people will say, you know what, I'm abiding, even though they're in a non-Navajo Nation organization, they'll say, no, I'm following Navajo Nation laws, so I'm not going to pay the $13.40 an hour, I'm going to pay the $7.85 an hour for minimum wage. So that shouldn't be the case for our people that live here on Navajo. All of us already know it's tough to live here on Navajo, so let's make it easier for them. So the other good news I want to bring to the council is that within the first weeks of my presidency, we reopened the Navajo Nation government, so government could provide essential government services. Businesses could fully reopen. The shutdown not only impacted the livelihood of our business owners, but it also stopped people from getting the goods and services that they needed. So our businesses are starting to see a positive economic impact and have rebounded over the past year. Just to put some context to it, since then we have seen a robust upward trend in the 9 taxes we collect by the Navajo Nation. In 2023, the fiscal year, we've collected $142 million. That's $35 million above our projected tax income. So $35 million above our projected income, and that's a nearly $30 million was collected in the last quarter. So the non-retail sales tax brought in the largest segment, which is at $17.2 million collected by the Navajo Nation Tax Commission as well. And as we celebrate Navajo Nation's Sovereignty Day, because it is our right to enforce laws such as taxes, going forward, working with this body, the Navajo Nation Council, we look forward to redefining our tax system to find out new ways to generate and capture taxes like we've never captured them before, whether it's solar development, whether it's online shopping like Amazon or any other things that we're currently not collecting. So just imagine the millions of additional dollars that are going to come from collecting those taxes instead of it going somewhere else, and many more opportunities. So I'm looking forward to those discussions over the next year as well as we continue to move along. And also to our veterans. I know to our veterans, there's a lot of you. I just met with the veterans right across the street that brought in the color guard. Thank you to them as well, and thank you for your service and your commitment. In return, I know that I was actually a part of the Honorable Chairwoman's Budget and Finance Committee. We've made a commitment to not only work with you, but to figure out how can we get you paid a lot quicker. So options have been talked about. And one of the options that has been talked about, Yate, Chairman Nez, one of the options that we have talked about is really redefining if TANF can produce checks on a timely manner, why can't the Veterans Administration do it? Why can't the burial assistants do it? So we're going to review that over the next coming months to figure out how can we take that TANF model and use that and replicate it for our veterans, for our burial assistants, and any other financial assistance that's needed for the Navajo Nation as well. So again, thank you for your value, your patriotism, and your sacrifice to make us who we are today as Navajo people. So and we'll continue to advocate on your behalf too, whether it's on the council floor, whether it's in Washington, D.C. One of the things I also want to continue to express to council is to council and to Washington is we need our own VA medical center here in Chinle, Arizona. So that's one of the things that I know it's a long shot, but it's better to say it than not say it. So I know that those discussions have been happening. And also, there's, as we speak, this morning, the Northern Arizona Veterans Administration Healthcare System holds its grand opening in Chinle for its first of its kind VA clinical expanded services at the Chinle Comprehensive Healthcare Facility. It's going to be the first of several. It's going to go expanded to Kayenta, Tuba City, and other areas, also in Hopi as well, too. So as the Navajo Nation Veteran Administrative Director stated, that we got to make sure that these services are closer to home so that it's paramount to Hajon for our veterans and their families. So thank you to Steve Sample, the Northern Arizona Medical Center Director, who really championed this progress as well. So if I could be anywhere else today, I would be in Chinle, Arizona for the grand opening. Where's my Chinle delegate? But I'm honored to be here as well today as well too. So because the Navajo Nation is known as a healthcare professional shortage area, my message to Congress is always going to be we need more clinics and more services here on the nation. Not only will Navajo veterans use it, other non-Native American veterans can use these services here on Navajo as well. So usually I've had a chance to review my speech, so I'm just running with it. So I don't know the time. Because the Navajo Nation Council delegates, with your partnership as well, 58% of ARPA funds have been encumbered and obligated, and I know discussions have continued to happen with the Budget and Finance Committee to make sure that we spend and ensure that nothing is returned. So over the next several weeks, I'm looking forward to working with the B&F Committee to really come up with a comprehensive plan that will ensure that every single dollar is spent on the Navajo Nation and that we're not sending anything back as well. So thank you to B&F and your leadership for the coming weeks to really detail that plans out. And also in October, I signed a $150 million contract with NECA to build more than 1,500 bathroom additions with water and sewer, because DCD at the moment has worked on completing 19 bathroom additions, 54 are currently under construction, and as we continue to vamp up over the next couple of weeks, we're going to build more bathroom additions. And I'm also supporting legislation before you this week, legislation number 0014-24, the amendments to the Navajo Nation FRF bathroom additions expenditure plan, so that renovations can be a part of that. So thank you to the sponsors and thank you to all the delegates that will support that, because not everybody needs a bathroom addition. Some of them only need a renovation to their existing facilities. So I think that's going to do a lot of good work. So again, thank you to the council for entertaining that this week, and I'm very hopeful that it's going to pass and we can maybe bump that up to over 2,000 people that we can help and serve all across the Navajo Nation as well. So, and the DED, I know DED's in the midst today too. They're looking forward to relaunching the ARPA relief program this month with grant options for Navajo-owned enterprises and sole proprietors like sheep herders and weavers. Thank you for that. So this month they're going to be relaunching that. And also, I want to say thank you to the telecommunications program that they're going to be bringing 5G coverage to all chapters by 2030 using ARPA dollars, working towards this. 13.2 miles of middle mile fiber has been constructed and allowing connection to 600 homes in Rama, New Mexico. 40 towers are being upgraded to increase 4G capacity across the Navajo Nation. This, when completed, will benefit 26,000 cell phone users and 10,000 homes across the Navajo Nation and 6,000 square miles as well. And also, as we speak, the Department of Corrections, through the work of the Navajo Nation Council and the executive branch, to make sure that they secured $3.6 million in ARPA funds to secure 2 mobile detention centers that have been placed in Fort Defiance and Shiprock. Right now, they're waiting on water lines, sewer lines, electrical connections. And as of today, I made it a goal for my team to make sure that we work with our vendors and our contractors, because the holdup right now is payment and trying to get payments out to our vendors. So after today, we're going to make sure that we got 1 month so that we can really work on opening those 2 mobile unit facilities as well. And also on January 11th, the nation was approved for $88.7 million under the U.S. Department of Treasury State Small Business Credit Initiative. The first $26.1 million is planned to be released early this year. We're working with Change Labs to promote Navajo entrepreneurship by implementing loan programs for Navajo small businesses. Over the next 10 years, Change Labs will an estimated help 707 businesses using the $21 million from SSBCI funds. The Navajo Nation has an estimated of 1,675 self-employed individuals that can access these funds as well. An additional 19.8 million will be deployed using financial institutions to assist climate resilience investments like food systems, local co-ops, processing centers, windmill manufacturing, technology and tourism and renewable energy. And the rest of the 38 million that's left, we're going to really sit down with the B&F committee to make sure what else can we do to launch those dollars out to the nonprofits, launch those dollars out to the small business owners as well. So, and then moving on, in response to the Medicaid financial fraud, we launched Operation Rainbow Bridge because they were going after low-income Navajo citizens and they were being taken to cities of unlicensed facilities, and we launched that back in May. And from that launch, I want to say that we've developed a stronger relationship at the state level with all the partners, the governor, the AGs, and all the people that work with Access, and we're developing even stronger partnerships to where they had their first meeting out in Chinle, Arizona at the first sober living facility. And I just want to say thank you to honorable delegates Jermaine Simonson, Shauna Claus, Sherilyn Yazzie back there, and Dr. Andy Nez and Speaker Curley for your advocacy and for being there and really welcoming our state and federal officials to make sure that they stand with us, to make sure that we do what we can to make sure that we provide behavioral health services and detox facilities for our own Navajo people here. And again, as I mentioned, the very first on Navajo is in Chinle, the sober living facility, and it can serve up to 10 people. And we look forward to building more across the Navajo Nation as well. So, and then moving on to Gouldings, I know that right now we're in the 60-day due diligence period. Come February 12th, we're going to make sure that we've done our due diligence to make sure that the estimated $7.3 million in revenue is going to come back to the nation. And this, I always tell my team, 40 million is NGS. Now we've gotten 7.3 from, if Goulding goes through on February 12th, we're continuing to make a dent in that. And my hope is that working with the council, working with the executive branch, that within year 2, year 3, we've made enough efforts to bring that 40 million back to zero, to say, you know what, we've recreated over 1,000 jobs and we've recreated the revenues that were coming in from those entities. And thank you to the Navajo Nation Council for approving that and making sure that we're moving forward. So we'll know very soon. Again, the other initiative we've been doing over the past couple of months is the Native Community Capital Initiative for Navajo people that have mortgages. So far, we've helped 96 families from not losing their homes. So thank you to the Division of Social Services and working with our Navajo relatives and making sure that they're happening. And every month, and 200 applications have been received, and they're continuing to open on a monthly basis to make sure that we work with them. I'm coming to a close, and also thank you to our Navajo EPA first responders. I know the Shiprock spill was all over the social media, and I just want to say thank you for not blaming anybody and making sure that the first order of effect was making sure that you've responded within 1 hour to there, and that cleanup started right away. And at this moment in time, we're still trying to figure out who's at fault and figure out, but the first order of priority was making sure that the area was the cleanup has started right away. And lastly, I just want to I receive a lot of complaints on a monthly basis about our criminal justice system. As mentioned, I really want to work with Madam Speaker Curley, Madam Chief Justice, to really come up with a plan to make sure that we continue to support our Chief Justice so that a lot of the
Mr. President, do you need additional time?
No, that was at the very end.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to ask for consensus. Out of respect, colleagues, is there any objection to giving at least 5 minutes to our Vice President? There's objection? 10 minutes to Vice President? If there's no objection, there's objection. Thank you. That, there's an objection. That, colleagues, I'm going to go to the floor. Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Pro Tem. You cut me off.
Honorable
here.
Toth.
All
Floor
right,
is yours.
thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Aro koro nat ani ni tlenito President Vice. Ya ko enara hilsa. Ato shik eno senigi adesi nots age. Ato hela ko report yo tasage. Ede ya report le. But I have some other issues. Emergency na no bahenzi shinant ashiche. Kujit ya 45 sto Ede Tatanyala Nhesen na Oyo Eastern Agency. Le Teru from Teru, Casimiro towards Crown Point. Do Chodash Lishkat. The other day in Kenya did or did or Landilwood. Anyway, Adi Hot Egi Nhabak Nossen Ashonde. Hiten na adibla nakata is na ligo. Ako ebenasli anosla shnat ani noslanigi. Ako nakanahayo na Eastern. The other issues we're having is land board. Somebody has to make a decision. That needs to be addressed as soon as possible. My understanding, your staff met with the leaders, but it was never resolved.
Honorable Toth, hold on. There's a point of order, and I know what it is. Madam Chair Jesus, point of order. Yeah, thank you. With that, Honorable Speaker Curley, motion. Is there a second? Second by Madam Chair Jesus. With that, I'll go back to the floor. Honorable Toth. I'm a little rusty. Excuse me.
Oh, it's all right.
For the record, we do have Chairman Rick Nez here with us too in the chambers. Thank you for calling me out, Madam Chair Jesus. Thank you for your leadership. Honorable Toth, floor is yours with
I still have extra.
3:23 on the clock.
I still got extra time, right?
I don't know about that.
Anyway, land board there's two groups in the Eastern Agency. The reason for that is they got to amend some policies. The other one is emergency. No, we need to change some law where the chapter needs to be responsible to making that decision. We don't have to wait for the tribe. I hope you receive my letter and that the people were requesting for your advice. So the chapter, like certified chapter, is certified. Why can't we have those certified chapter making the decision? The other one, we're having problems with chapter official and the staff. There's a lot of friction going on. We're giving a hard time to our community to make these decisions. We addressed this to ASC. They're not really helping the chapter and the staff. They don't pass these information, update project. I'm off today, I know that. The other last one I really want to stress this is law enforcement. Ako ayego bengichi now tishinanta halit auto nisla like Cancito's gonna have a meeting with LOC. We had a meeting with law enforcement committee in Torion. No recommendation atenaro tzara, and people were upset because there's no money. We had to look at BIA. Why do we have to look at BIA? I thought we're sovereign nation that we can develop our own police department. Instead of we have to kneel down to BIA. I'm very disappointed because they're on 638. We should make a decision ourselves how we can run our country and law enforcement. Ideyego benji na hotish nantako. Ado doslash kujina shad unleaded eya. But someday I'll come to your office, yeah. Okonden hinan stahalnoko. Ideya koroben hichati sito he kwen kilnada soslnegi. Do in reinstone hit schnida. Hinasli. Should order schnida constituents sit on neko. Hajish all day no. Eastern Agency though council go dansle next meeting chin hado ash. Ide hot en hitasa. Thank you. Also really protest speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Mr. President, I'm going three on, and then I'll come back to you. So I got next in the queue, Madam Chair Crotty. Good morning, Madam Chair. Actually, good midday. Floor is yours.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate it. Appreciate the report. Chiaj, President, and Shadeja, Vice President. I hope that we could hear your voice. I would have yielded my time, but last week I understood that caused some controversy at committee. But I appreciate that you're here with us, and we want to hear your perspective on how we can work together to address these issues. So in terms of the report, I want to thank your team for showing up for today's human trafficking awareness event with the Office of the Speaker and the Judicial Branch. We had delegates there, the Peacemaking Program, Navajo Family Treatment Center, Victim Services of Northern Arizona, and we really had a great conversation with the advocates from social services on what they're seeing in the community and the need for more education on what is human trafficking, when and the uniqueness on Navajo Nation, how our children at times have been victimized because they're coerced into certain acts. And so I want to recognize Delegate Nathaniel Brown for his work on human trafficking. And my concern is if we could nominate someone from your administration to continue with Governor, if there is that human trafficking council, we'll continue to need that voice. I serve on the state missing and murdered Indigenous persons task force with Governor Hobbs. And so we do have recommendations, but in our estimation, the state of Arizona hasn't implemented those recommendations. So in our government to government relationship, we need to do that on all three sides, including Colorado. The state of Utah also has recommendations when it comes to communication, and we're rebuilding our relationship with New Mexico. So Delegate Damon is going to have a lot of work in his new capacity on how to help Navajo and other tribes. So I want to briefly just mention from that conversation, we would like to see weekly reports from the Department of Public Safety on what's happening in the communities. Right now, I'm only receiving press releases from our federal partners. And so if we could see what's happening in our community, that would help with education, either at the chapter level, nonprofit, or at schools. In this emergency, I want to thank your EOC team, Roy Etzity, and the commissioners. We've been, as a delegate, I've been updated on what's happening and actually have gone down to the DOT command center and appreciate the team working there. What I would want to see from this is our CHRs improve communication on who's high risk. So each chapter should have an emergency plan. There's a condition of appropriation in our budget for each chapter to have an emergency plan. And so we should know who are the high risk and how we're deploying resources. In addition, for Northern, we need to re-examine their food distribution center. It's my understanding that it's falling apart. But if they're part of this emergency response and they were critical during COVID, how we could work together to plan out a food distribution center. The last things as we talk about is if our Department of economic development could develop regional wood supply centers. That has been the challenge, especially in the emergency situation, or how do we want to prepare, and how do we want to bring in our local vendors so that they don't have to go through either like the procurement, and maybe that could be something where Change Labs expands their services to help local vendors. And the last thing, when it comes to criminal justice, there was some material presented to the Nabagiatek Committee. If there's 25,000 cases that are backlogged in our courts, as 3 branches working under the Net Action Plan, how can we support the courts and those families? Because probate becomes a critical issue when it comes to grazing, when it comes to home site leases, and also our children's cases. So I sat in a great conversation about amending our children code, and I look forward to working with both of you and your administration on those issues. So thank you very much. I'll yield the rest of my 5 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me go ahead and continue on down. I do have Madam Chair Parrish, 5 minutes on the board. Floor is yours. Then after that, then I'll come back to you, Mr. President and Madam Vice President, if there's any questions or responses. Madam Chair Parrish, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Damon, for recognizing me, and good afternoon to President Nygren and Vice President Rochelle Montoya. Thank you for providing the State of the Nation address. This morning, President Nygren, I just have a few questions in regards to a meeting that the Budget and Finance Committee had with the 3 branch chiefs. At the meeting, we had Speaker Curley and also Madam Chief Justice who were a part of the discussion on the UUFB. The Budget and Finance Committee issued a memo asking for your presence to attend the meeting. At the time, I don't think you were available, but maybe you can provide some clarity to your direction and your leadership, and how understanding the bottleneck that's at the Division of Community Development and the lack of project managers that are at the Division of Community Development. There's a large amount of money in the UUFB and plenty of council delegates who are here to advocate for our people and our chapters on the projects that we see across the Navajo Nation. So President Nygren, what are your thoughts on a moratorium on the UUFB and any allocations from the CSN or future allocations that are not a part of the ARPA? President Nygren, what is your priority in projects across the Navajo Nation? I just wanted to start with that first question in regards to the project management of the Navajo Nation. I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much with that. Madam Chair Parrish, you have 3 minutes and 30 seconds on reserve time. Let me go ahead and continue back on down as stated before. Mr. President, I'll come back to you for a response at this time.
Yeah, anot ine shanant anaslnigi hona so tkhanido huijin keshin deil nesto lera pansa kesige ha ado shanant Mr. George Toth yat eho nehi be shehin sni as ahote the Francis keso the ebin inache le hore sketa sa tahagi Rochelle jay arona gado agenel anit o aret hada gale tha nazle slanat le do daut egi e arben nishlat ket hada gale do yeshel nahalnele out oshi out end at end anezna nezedina ba anezna sel tha naznele ahoda nelo ash hore khadina to hore khadina ta no da hot on da ko bohne zanone are atkhana shas nidi in the astuido sana yinda atingida azyagi trebinina chare askedil nido yat ehidi nidigi e ahot edole to hoje doshin hesi nata jodiat in the emergency response nenegi e hoda bedini e so unless chief of staff arbet khatol gunne ne kushi kail kida len da hastana da Friday or Thursday and do hayego the chief da e arbet khatol do si yego aynet anit o inda do bia da yichin hasnet do the kushi kail kidar. Don't just be cruising around, but you need na si yego. But this one na si case. I just want you to know that Shanant. There's a lot more work to do in Eastern. Hanle anin the salat so dan linigi shake to ahota des ni ashonik and tan khayon neto le tashno Eastern Agency benant salat so benant a Wednesday go never saishle eshi to are so yego eskin da hodil neto are hot ocean yego do le to khorobe hensi ya ni hote tha naz nil aita bez ani be da hodlonigi aye beba da beta hodni ho yat eto le nenigi shil to ahot obeses jo khode shish hodon ne hoy tha naz nil bichen arat kha naz nil ana peshwas anaro sada laj shanat lishgaro shinda ko asi nizga ya shichi hodon negi aro at en shichi nahanne hoedo to bohne zan at en bich nahashna ya ne hote hait order Behez ani jonanel ito title 26 da yego nag azo akot oit khadas delegasi yego behez ani ba da hodlogo e biga to lesen so manches case aber cases zote our law enforcement behind late Friday and honorable chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton leisha office the sana za la kelkin da inisha da bayelt the quigo case neligasi law and order committee priorities nenigi ya hatzige substations si yega khit ola beso bachi de deal investment committee da tenigi khit ola to le nenigi eshi hajona nel biga le at ended the never care of car na has soigi substations sin labor on the keda hatinigi but now a start at 150 million bahadol le aro benanel le khalit all ndal nishiba nada has arale nenigi esiasi nanel indo chairwoman anjono nalsos khedi lagon le khai chine da shaniana esi nanel biga to le aro Ani hote ado Eastern Agency Council meeting ada hon shondelit belaha bigata alla Northern Agency and Western Agency they have the meeting the same day I'm gonna toss up a coin and figure out which one I go to, but we'll figure out which one I go to. But Eastern Agency, they have their own meeting, similar to Central and Fort Defiance, but Northern and Western, there'll be a coin toss, so I don't get blamed. I'll be like, gotta blame the coin. That's where I went to this. I'll make my way over there. Aro Shema, Honorable Amber Crowdy, Peshwas Annelinigi. I'm glad that we've developed a strong partnership over the past year, and we do what we can to help and support all your initiatives that you're working on, because that's a very big priority for me is missing indigenous people, our Navajo relatives, domestic violence, and everything along those lines, and the work that you do, and we do what we can to help you. And I'm glad that you're thinking about who can we appoint to some of those committees, and we'll have that talk with the honorable delegate, former delegate Brown, Delegate Brown, and see what's feasible. Apparently he's got a boss, Debbie Nez, so Debbie Nez is very stingy with Delegate Brown, so I don't know if that's going to work, but we'll try. You might have to go negotiate with Debbie Nez to get Honorable Brown to be on a committee as well. So again, weekly reports, I think that's going to be a really good one too. I think it'll benefit all Navajo people, and I'm going to have that discussion with Mr. Mike Anderson, and I'm not sure if we can do it. Maybe there's something that prevents me from providing that report, but if not, I'm pretty sure everyone on this floor and myself and the Navajo people would appreciate everything that's happening, because it might be right in your neck of the woods. Some might be people all the way from the Chi, and there's certain things that are happening. We want to know about it if you live in that community, so I think that's fair to ask, and I'll look into that. And then when it comes to CXR and really trying to, as I mentioned earlier, I really want to figure out how can we, I've seen them in action over the past week or two, and they really are committed. They've got a heart and dedication, and I just want to figure out what can we do to improve the communication and improve the information that we're getting, because the communities that I visited, they had a list of all high high priority people that we got to go check on this relative. They need to go get to their dialysis. They need their medication on this time, and really trying to make that as transparent as possible. So that might involve some training as well too. So I'm looking forward to figuring out how we can work with Director Russell and the CHR and working with the staff to see if we can make that information more transparent as well. And then the distribution centers, again, let's come together and set up a team meeting with Director Kim Russell and maybe DCD as well to figure out, in Mr. Thomas Cody, to figure out what we can do in those terms. And then in terms of wood hauling supply centers, I like that idea because recently, the past week, we've been filling the Nake Hall up. I know we cleaned it up a few weeks ago, real nice, but now we're really repurposing that to make sure that we can have cords and cords of wood installed. And then I know Honorable the Eastern delegates are going to get mad at Honorable Nez and Brenda for all the wood being stored in Fort Defiant. So again, it'd be nice to have them in all the other areas. So I'm looking forward to developing those options and figure out what facilities are available and what can we do to store wood piles for relatives. That just really it breaks my heart when I visited Honorable Carl Slater's home district, and I visited Grandma. I had to walk a whole mile with my gish and really in snow, and she's living by herself, and she's living in a home probably the size of this table, about the size of this table, square-wise, and she's got no kids. Her husband died 3 years ago. She's got no relatives that are living near to her, but those are the types of people that hold on to their land every single day, while our relatives, like when I was off to school and a lot of us went to school, they're the ones that hold on to our lands, and making sure that there's wood piles a lot closer to them makes a lot more sense. So I'm looking forward to working with DED and figure out what's feasible, what we can actually work. And I know that Apache County, we've done a good partnership with them too. So we actually got them approved to work with some wood in the Honorable Dr. Nez's area as well too. So this coming year, they'll be working on trying to stockpile some wood as well. So partnerships like that, looking forward to doing that. And the justice system, as I mentioned, closing my State of the Nation, is I really want to support Shema over here and really provide her the resources and the things that she needs so that we can get a lot of those cases taken care of, because our constituent services, I've got all the 5 agencies, we've got veterans, we've got MMIW, and we've got our coordinator, Shar Sosi. Every single day, I say about a quarter of the constituent requests that come in on a weekly basis, out of 100 every week, it has to deal with a lot of the court cases and our kids being taken and they can't meet people, or probates and scenarios like that. But one of the things, it's hard to tell them when I say, they assume as the president I have so much authority, but it breaks their heart when I tell them I can't really help you. But I'm going to relay the message to our leaders with the Law and Order Committee and with the Chief Justice and the Council, and figure out how can we bring that together. And I think that's a little bit more education on my part as Navajo constituents come into our office on a week-to-week basis to really help them as well too. So again, thank you, Honorable Madam Amber Kanusba Crotty as well. Ado, your sister, Honorable Parrish, thank you for your leadership, your advocacy, and the many meetings we work together. And I'm always glad you have really good questions, tough questions that sometimes I wish I could just give you a straight answer, but this is going to be one of those answers where I'm going to have to defer to what the council thinks, because I really don't want to make a unilateral decision on a moratorium on whether we cut off UUFB and just focus on the projects that need to happen. I just want to make sure that I want to be respectful to the council, because we do have a shared responsibility with legislative and executive branch. So I do support what council passes in that respect. So my apologies. You probably really wanted a straightforward answer on that, but we'll see what council says, and I'll support what council wants to do when it comes to UUFB, and if we want to put a moratorium on it. And then when it comes to across the Navajo Nation, I feel like my handwriting just keeps getting worse. Across the Navajo Nation, really the projects when it comes to DCD and project management, I'm in full support because as Honorable Arbin Mitchell, who's the director for DCD, one of the things we've expressed to him is really trying to increase the IDIQ contracting to them, but I just don't know if that's going to be enough, because I've heard it during our leadership meeting a few weeks ago with council that sometimes the IDIQ is not enough because 5 visits and then we're out of credit is not enough. So I really want to look into that. But one of the things I want to this year, my hope is that it's going to be a tremendous task, but my hope is that we can come up with a capital projects management department that's fully staffed, and that comes back to wages as well. Even the phone calls that I've made over the year of trying to recruit people, a lot of them, they don't want to take a 50% pay cut, and a lot of them don't want to do that. A lot of them don't want to look at where to live and the scenarios that they want to battle. So again, when it comes to wages, when it comes to housing, and really the other thing I try to tell them too is, like, don't be afraid of council, or don't be afraid of the executive branch. We want to work with you, because some of them, they only see what they see on the YouTube and the Facebook Live channels that we have, and the grilling that either the directors take or the president, or when council goes before the committees to present their legislation. Some of them are a little scared of that, so I just tell them, it's not as bad as on YouTube, okay? As long as your heart's in the right place, you'll be willing to go those types of questioning. And so again, it's just going to take a lot of work. I think it's going to take a tremendous amount of effort and work to develop. As Speaker Damon is going to be going to New Mexico just to specialize in that. And I think that's what it's going to take too, is we need our own specialized unit that takes care of project management, that takes care of projects all across the Navajo Nation. Because sometimes I'm always like, as I mentioned in our leadership meeting, I'm like, somebody in Doty who has an education degree, who's worked on these projects, and now they're expected to do procurement, engineering, construction management, and all these expectations out of an individual. That's setting people up for failure. So my hope is that we develop a system that to where once council passes it, once the president signs off on it, we give it to the professionals, and then we let them take care of it, kind of like how they do it at NAU, UNM, ASU, or even the state of Arizona, how they manage a lot of those projects and really try to get the leaderships out of the way. And then the only thing that we'll ask for is status updates as well. So those are great thoughts, and I'm glad you got 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. So I'm looking forward to many more questions from you. Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Floor is yours.
Honorable Toth and Shadid, Amber Crotty, and Shiajet, Delegate Parrish. First, I want to say, if Eastern Agency Council was listening out there, this past Eastern Agency Council was the first one that I missed, and that's the one they're looking at. But we have been a part of the Eastern Agency Council meetings for most of the administration except that one. And I did call ahead of time and let them know that I would not be able to attend. And as Shanella just mentioned, it is probably feels that way, that we're not out there, but during the Fort Defiance Agency Council meeting, I left the meeting early because of the emergency in Eastern Agency. And I was out there at Nahodeshkij and White Horse Lake. And then I've received information from different constituents in the Recon Marcus area. And I've always reached out to our Chief of Staff, Patrick Sandoval, in regards to getting in contact with McKinley County. And so now we're working on getting onto the meetings with the McKinley County Commissioners to discuss and address the roads that are in McKinley County for Eastern Agency. So it is on our radar. We are looking at it though. Chapters making decisions, chapter officials, issues with staff. Unfortunately, that is first-hand experience that I had when I was chapter president with Torreon Star Lake chapter. And I know that this administration, with the help of our division director, Arbin Mitchell, and his experience and expertise, we do have new individuals that are in that department and working with those those entities to make sure that the working relationship is going back in a positive way. Words nandehigi, it gets down to the chapter level at a different way than what Shanella is saying here in Window Rock. And so we're working on that. We're making sure that there is a positive working relationship between the Navajo Nation, mother government here, and the chapter level leadership. Last week, I met with a couple of individuals that are working on toolkits for MMIW. Our former executive staff, John Sosi, is still collaborating with the office to make sure that this is still an ongoing process for individuals that he represents across Navajo Nation, and then an individual from Tehotso Medical Center who also was working on the toolkit with him when he was still on staff. And it's a process because there's so many different entities that are coming to us with these toolkits. And so right now it's a matter of collaborating with everyone and making sure that we have one toolkit that everybody can use, but the more the merrier. I really hope that we didn't have to have these toolkits, but we do. And again, back to you, I appreciate your advocacy and being out there and making sure, as Shiaj Seth Damon mentioned earlier, because of you and your leadership, we have thousands of young women out there that are safer because of your advocacy. And emergency teams, it's always been my experience that our CHR staff are at a level where they're ready to go. They have these documents, they have these lists, they know what's needed in their communities, and I appreciate their hard work. And so again, the issue here is communication between the CHR program, the chapter program, the emergency staff. And so again, that's one of the goals of this administration, is to bring that gap to a close so that we can help our people in emergency situation times. Shiaja Delegate Parish, project managers. It's a task. I have a sister that works as a project manager in construction, and she's always talking about how even in her company, her private company, that she's looking for project managers everywhere, and they probably pay a lot more than we do. So it's across Navajo Nation. I think one of the things that I say and do when I'm in the public is I talk about community service. And that is something that we have to keep in our minds and our hearts as we work with our Navajo people. We have so many different ways that we have expertise. We went to school to become lawyers, doctors, teachers, and everything else. And I hope and pray that these individuals that have this expertise in being a project manager come home and take some time and be with us here. And then we have our salary plan that's happening out there. Hopefully we can get that, and hopefully here if the council works on the budget and gets us money to pay these people that want to work for our Navajo Nation a little bit more, then that would be great. But thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. This time, I do have next up in the queue, Honorable Elena Nesbigay. The floor is yours at this time.
Oh, Shiaj, for giving me this time. Ado Shiaj, President Nigrin, Ado and I, and Ikeda Dasan the Haidel to Shawe, Koi for your reports and Hashing Sagoe, Niche Ale, Niche Nana, not a neat call here. Ado and I have some concerns coming from the Western Agency. Anna Hanna from Western Agency driving to Window Rock. Ako, we have staff that works out there. Ako, for all programs that work out there. Sometimes they're mandated. It's a mandatory meeting. Be here. In between here and the Western Agency, we do have storm that comes through here. Ako, that's an issue that, telling telling the workers out there to be here when there's icy roads and snowy roads, and they need to understand the central staff, they need to work with our staff out there. We need to think about the safety of our staff out there too. So don't really be the ado yo at the tahoinasni ho quaden dakhe ado tabato neneko nahalchine ade jopatat esto. We have to get up extra early. We have to get up extra early to be over here. Maybe 1, 2, 3 staff can travel from here to there to provide all the training that they need out there in the Western Agency. Because there's going to be a group of people that will need that. Because that's been brought to my attention. When they come directly to us as council for them to tell us these issues, they're written up for it. And it shouldn't be like that. We bring these concerns to you to iron them out. Head Start buildings, we need to fix those Head Start buildings. Our little kids are just running around. These Head Start early education is very important. Especially in the Western Agency. You seen here build senior Head Start centers are open. I want to address that. The ARPA the base is coming really slowly to our chapters. And I don't know if we're going to even, they already have these plans, but they're waiting for the fundings. Somehow we need to really speed that up. I want to bring this to your attention too. We have children that are going off to college, universities, and they have rent. They have to pay for their rent out there. Maybe rental assistant or something. Though they can't be here to speak for themselves, but these are the issues that are being brought to me. I'm bringing it to you guys. So, Navajo scholarship to programs. We have children that are going off to high schools off the reservation. Because of the NGS shutdown, a lot of our families are relocated down to the valleys. Some of them did not even take Navajo classes online, and some of them were not aware of these online classes. Those need to really be addressed to our children, and make it open for them to apply for scholarships. Although our veterans are not really paid on time. Thank
you very much, Honorable Helena Nesbigay. That, let me go ahead and move on down in the queue. I do have Madam Chair Brenda Jesus. Madam Chair, the floor is yours at this time.
Speaker, and also, again, I'd like to thank President, First Lady, Madam Vice President, and to your executive branch team. First, I'd like to thank Navajo Arts and Crafts Enterprise, Mr. J.T. Willie, and your team for providing lunch here this afternoon. As a new administration takes charge, President, so does appointment to the division director seats. Coming from Navajo Nation government as a prior employee and manager, I am very disheartened to see, hear, and learn of several of your directors' management style. We often speak to retain our human capital, but nonetheless, there has been a high turnover. Why? Working in a toxic workplace where staff are fearing and keeping their job with a supervisor that is displaying inappropriate behavior should not be acceptable. We have young individuals that know their jobs through education and experience, and we should have an open mind, and thinking outside the box is key in today's competitive work industry in Indian country. I believe that if middle and first line employees are expected to be at work and at their workplace by 8 a.m., why don't we hold our division directors accountable too, especially if their salary is coming from the general funds, which is public dollars. Please work with your division directors to be professional about their work, as they all lead a diverse team within their divisions. Number 2, as chair of Resources and Development Committee, we have to take helm with Department of Agriculture with tribal ranch lease renewals, as they have expired back in 2018. Question number 3, Division of Economic Development, your office and RDC, we need to work collectively together in novating all the business site leases under BIA to Navajo Nation. As Navajo Nation has been granted the business site leasing authority so that all administrative and management responsibilities can be uniformed across the board. Number 4, forwarded study requirements with Fish and Wildlife needs to take priority, as this is impacting in reissuance of grazing permits on Big Navajo, and also our relatives with the Navajo partitioned land. Number 5, BIA and Department of Agriculture / DNR, we need to start a dialogue to take over the grazing permit issues authority, and how the Navajo Nation can be the lead of all tribes in Indian country. Just like we have the authority to have oversight over home site leases and business site leases, why not the grazing permits? Number 6, I'd like to start a dialogue with the magnitude of road improvement needs on the Navajo Nation. Partner up to meet with the tri-state transportation committees to discuss if the Navajo Nation can return a higher percentage of the field excise tax dollars back to Navajo Department of Transportation, so that more roads can be built and improved. Number 7, still trying to clean up the streamlined home site lease process for ARPA projects built out. Let's circle back around with RDC and stakeholders due to the ARPA deadline approaching. Number 7, streamlined process for vetting New Mexico capital outlay projects so that the Navajo Nation will not be diverting funds back to New Mexico. President, these are some questions you can answer, but at the same time, these are probably some of the areas that we really need to circle back around. So again, I look to your leadership under executive and also look to leadership under judicial branch. So Speaker, I go ahead and reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Jesus, with that, 43 seconds on reserve time. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor one more time, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. President. That, Doctor, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, Shana, Speaker Pro Tem, colleagues, Aro Shana, Toto Shama, Honorable President Nygren, as well as Vice President Montoya, and to your staff and everyone for being here. So my first question is, who is appointed to the Health, Education, Human Services Committee? And the reason I ask this is because there are pertinent issues, there are high-level discussions related to the education, health, and the delivery of service to our people. And our chair many times has called upon a representative from the office of president and vice president. And we're well into the year and we still, Ohanasto, he doesn't call upon anybody from your office. Ako, when we go out and advocate at the state level and national level, it would be great if the Navajo Nation carried one voice. But we can't carry that voice if there's no representative from your office attending our meetings. You have over 20 executive staff assistants. I'm sure you can spare one once a week on Mondays. We meet at 10. there with the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. And the reason I bring that up is because our veterans are also delayed a lot of their checks. There's a lot of concerns, and a lot of that I think you would be privy to, or your office would be privy to, had there been a representative there. So I hope that's something that you can share through your numerous division directors meetings that you host every week, and just re-stress that so that your office is also apprised of what is happening when we convene our Health, Education, Human Service Committee meetings. Although I do want to re-emphasize what Shade Honorable Brenda Jesus has mentioned on your positions. So to my understanding, I know you have a very high turnover, and the response is going to be basically if our expectations are too high, then they leave. That's been the response from the administration. To counter that response, how does the administration work with these relatives who come back to work for our nation so that you're retaining them? Because I am a delegate who works closely with our communities. I enjoy every second of it and providing that direct service. But it's difficult to do when there's a chronic issue from the administration on turnovers. You're on your 4th Deputy Chief of Staff. You're on your 3rd Division Director for Department of Health, 3rd Division Director for Department of Transportation, 2nd for Department of Community Development, your 2nd for Hopi Land Commission, your 3rd on your Fort Defiance Agency rep. Then we as a team in Upper District 18 have to revisit and push some of these projects. But then we have to redo them every other month because there's a new individual in those positions. And again, these are direct services. And so when we talk about budget as well, keep in mind a lot of these allocated funds, whether through general or federal, is direct service to the people, not to do anything grand, not to pull from different divisions to say you're going to pay for this or can you pay for this. That those funds also cater to our community members. And the releasing of executive orders, I would just apprise you to also ensure that there's research behind it. When you had released the memo regarding the executive order, I did notice in there that it says chapters can declare their own emergencies. They cannot. So that is also a hindrance on our chapters when they propose their own emergencies, and then they're affected, not your office. With that, I'm going to waive the rest of my time as I gather my next questions. Thank you, Speaker. Not waive my time, reserve my time, sorry.
Thank you. 36 seconds. Doctor, let me go ahead and go back. Colleagues, next I have in the queue is Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie, then Honorable Madam Speaker Curley, and then Honorable Stephen Arvizo. But before I go to you all, colleagues, I'm going to go back to Mr. President for a response for 3 on, 3 off. So, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, the floor is yours at this time.
Biga yate kia nana hodoshada hasol anigido hodol kitin dahoil net do khalit ola na nishyat egi adel enigido nasko be nada di kha nenigi sadyat egi o kia han kedini do le hodo ya tanaide kidige shma halina nez ne article basemans unlinigin. The mandatory meeting, I want to look into that. I think that if the roads are terrible, or if there's no vehicles, or if there's no wherewithal to get to a meeting and we're expecting staff to get there, I actually want to, be nice to, if you can, shoot me an email separately, kind of just let me know the scenarios. Because one of the things I always suggest is that some of the things that a lot of my constituent services reps don't share is we get a lot of Navajo Nation employees that come into my office, and they do express some of these concerns, and that's where it's elevated to the chief of staff to really talk and chat with our division directors as well too. So again, I know Shar Sosi, who's in the audience as well, definitely works with a lot of those scenarios, because one of the things I tell my staff is that as political at will, I do have high expectations of you all the time, but if you're a full-time status employee, let's be respectful, let's make sure we abide by the laws and come up with creative ways to really make it fun for those employees. So again, Shema, I'm going to ask you if you can send that email over to myself, and actually want to look into this as well, as mentioned earlier. And then when it comes to ARPA funding, I know that's a big challenge for all of us as well. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm looking forward to sitting down at BNF and really trying to figure out what can be converted to general funds and what can we extend and what projects are feasible within those time frames. So again, I'm looking forward to those discussions as we really figure out. One of the things I know for sure is that I think all 211 million of chapter projects should be converted to general funds and then reappropriated back to those projects so that there's no timelines on them. But then again, the longer we wait, we also got to think about if it's going to cost more than we've allocated. So there's that escalation issue that we might face in the future as well. And then I like your thoughts on rental assistance as well. So I think that when it comes to rental assistance, definitely we'll reach out to the new NHA CEO to see if there's options of assistance or if there's other options on how we can help our people. And then you brought up the Head Starts and other senior center facilities that really need fixing. And that's where I'm calling upon the colleagues here on the Nomination Council to figure out what are we going to do to allocate money. Because I know $5 million was allocated in the budget cycle with Honorable Chairman, Chairwoman, and the Chairman's support to really try to make sure that those fundings, but $5 million is not enough to go around 80 senior centers that really need attention. So the way I'm thinking about it is we need a bigger package. I know Honorable Herman Daniels has asked me to go visit his senior centers and his chapters out in El Jato as well too. But $5 million, it's not going to go anywhere. But I think the $5 million we can definitely use to assess all the chapters and what needs, and I think a lot of them have already been assessed. So I encourage council probably this year. I know there's dollars that are floating around. Let's really try to figure out how can we invest in our own facilities, do a big package that upgrades all of our facilities across Navajo. Even right now, Doty's completely shut down, and they're going to need about $15 million to reevaluate and renovate, and that's going to take some time as well. Especially if we're going to need a new facility, that's going to probably cost double or triple or things like that. So again, when it comes to our government, we're always got to come up with ways to make some money. And I know that's the tough task of the Budget and Finance Committee and RDC as well, to really think about strategic ways to make money so we can address a lot of these problems. So if there is legislation that goes before me that is a direct investment to upgrade all of our Navajo Nation facilities and put our people together and put people to work, that will be an exciting time. But again, then we got to weigh the options of how much construction can the Navajo Nation actually handle, because we've got hundreds of millions of dollars that are already ARPA located for construction. And then if we infuse additional dollars, that's going to upgrade our facilities. That's just, I think it's just going to be a big capacity question if we can handle a lot of that work. And I think that's why Honorable Chairwoman brought up the question about putting a moratorium on certain projects as well. So again, I think that there's a lot to be discussed about, and I'm glad that we meet on a monthly basis to really talk about the high-level projects that we really want to push forward. So again, Ahiahat Shema for bringing that up, and the rental assistance, and then really I'm looking forward to meeting with our staff. I really want to bring that up as well. And then moving on to Honorable my sister Brenda Jesus, Chairwoman of the Resource and Development Committee committee as well. So when it comes to our division directors, I definitely, my hope is that they're, because I ask one basic question every week, all of them, all the division directors, what are you doing for employee happiness? And I'm going to make sure that you're being asked every week from the president on Tuesdays at 6 p.m., what are you doing for employee happiness? And I'm a little disappointed to hear, because I know I can strive for perfection, right? There's over 50 political at-will employees that work for me directly, including division directors and staff, and I expect a lot out of them. And when one or two or three or four of them are not doing their job, it makes everybody else look bad. So in terms of percentages, nobody cares about the 90% of good things that people are doing. It's that 10% of the group that really is making everybody look bad. So again, I know Dr. Nez is good with numbers and percentages and research that he's done over the years, that when you look at the numbers, it's just those very few that might make it sound chronic or chaotic. But in the end of the day, that's all the people that really want to focus on. But again, I'm going to really, I want to have another discussion with you and figure out exactly which division directors and really bring them into my office and figure out what is your plan to bring up employee morale and what is your plan to really elevate our staff, because it's already hard enough to hire anybody. And we might as well, I tell my staff, work with what you got. You know what I mean? That this is all we have right now. These are the people that are signed up to work for the Navajo Nation, and it's up to you to be creative on how to actually motivate them and really work within the parameters of the big goals that we have. As mentioned earlier, we've only gone through 6 delegates, and we've got delegates that have high ambitions, high goals, and high expectations. But at the same time, I'm always trying to figure out solutions on bringing employee morale up at the same time too. So we'll have that discussion. The tribal lease of the ranches since 2018, I think that's a discussion that we can just bring in the stakeholders and have that discussion as well. And then with RDC and DED, the business site lease and how can we get that and the grazing permits looked at as well. So looking forward to having those discussions. And I know that we have the new acting BIA director, Miss Shirley as well. She's very ambitious. She's got a long track record of making things happen. So I know that she knows the system of the government, and she knows what our people struggle through on a day-to-day basis. And I'm only looking forward to sitting down with RDC and BIA and myself to figure out what can we come up with to actually give that authority to the Navajo Nation. And then at the same time, make sure that we've got the capacity to actually get it done. And then you mentioned the road conditions. I agree on that. I know a long time ago there was a road committee. I think the roads across the Navajo Nation is such a tremendous, huge task that we've got to just specifically just address roads. Maybe on a monthly basis, we just have a road committee discussion. Just we'll call it a leadership meeting, but we just focus on roads, because I know there's a lot of roads that need our attention. As mentioned earlier, just even through winter, 10,000 miles that our Navajo Department of Transportation staff had to take care of. And really, with the resources that they have, it's a tremendous amount of work that they're getting accomplished. But if we can come together as leaders and figure out how can we support them even better, I'm all for it. I'm glad that you all are working on the home site lease process. And I know that RDC has a legislation in terms of the bathroom addition and really streamlining that so that when someone gets a home site lease, they get water, electric, and power along those lines, because that's the next big thing is somebody can get a bathroom addition, but then what if they're told you can't get a water line because your relative or a person is going to not sign off on that right away for the water line or electric line or power line. So we need laws that give us some freedom to just make things happen. As I toured White Clay and showed Dr. Andy Nez of the work that has happened over the past couple of years with CARES Act and really just making bold decisions as leadership level. That's what we got to do on a day-to-day basis, is that let's make sure that we make bold decisions that help people by the masses. Sure, we're going to tick off maybe 10% of the population, but at least the people that are really needing the services will get the services. So again, I really encourage council and Resource and Development Committee to make those strong stances, and I'll support them. I won't shy away from the legislations that you guys are proposing within RDC, because like I said, there's going to be a grandma, let's say, for example, that relative I'm just talking about, we get them a bathroom addition or a house or whatever the case is, it's done. Now they can't get a water line because there's 3 people down the road that don't like them, don't appreciate them. But we know they're a single grandma, no husband, no kids, no nothing. But we've got certain people that don't want to approve it. So I think in times of emergency and in times of crisis, we should think about who we are. We're Navajo people. We're good people. We care about the well-being of an individual. And that relative should be able to get a water line, should be able to get a power line without people getting in the way. So if council does propose things like that, I'm looking forward to supporting you. And we all stand together behind that, because all we can say is Ti a si e go bahadro pa sa sta khaishe benina to ta de no habit anda si thidale khajor bakha to wal, you know, just having that sense of heart, and I'll be there to help and support and take some of that heat as well too. So looking forward to the many discussions that will come out and make that happen, because as we all talk here today, and as Honorable Helena Nez has mentioned earlier, is it's going to take some bold positions to really get all the work that we want to get done as well too. So again, it's not going to be about what so-and-so might say, but it's going to be about the well-being and what's good for people that live here on Navajo and that just need help and services right away. Moving on to Satilla, Dr. Andy Nez as well. Again, I'll find that out, because there are supposed to be people tuning in. If they, again, our constituent services, they take a lot of people in every week. I say about 100 people that they meet with on a week-to-week basis, constituents from all 110 chapters that they're sitting down talking about. So there might be scenarios where they might be meeting with a constituent, but I know a lot of them, I actually want to sit down and talk with them and figure out who's your backup. I know you're assigned to HESI, but who's your backup? And let's make sure we have those discussions as well. At the state and national level, having that one voice, I totally agree on that as well too. So we got to make sure that even over the past couple of weeks, I've really supported every legislation that has come out for the Navajo Nation Council on their position statements for Arizona and New Mexico and the Utah priorities. I always say I support those positions, and let's make sure, because those are the same problems regardless of where you come from. And if we can continue to get behind it and make things happen. And then for the chronic, I guess the extremely high turnover within my divisions and my staff, I'm sorry that the 10 to 15% is making it seem like there's a lot of things happening on that side of the table. But what I can tell you is, if you're political at will and you work for me, I expect the world out of you. And we really need you to work as hard as you can to make things happen. And you treat because they're being paid very well. I'll be honest. Any political at will person working for me is paid very well. And they know they're being paid well, because that job is not guaranteed. Because if I get numerous complaints from delegates that they're not doing their job, they might not be working for me very long. And that's what that's what I appreciate and what I expect out of our division directors and staff that are political at will. There's a higher expectation. You better be in your office by 7:30 a.m. and you better be out of there by 5:30. You better be greeting your staff and making sure that you're providing the support that they need. So those are the expectations that I have out of every political at will that works for me, out of the 50 plus that do work for me. And I like yourself, I strive for perfection. So I think the 4 or 5 that are just might be causing a little ruckus and making the other 45 look bad, I'll make sure I sit down and talk with them. What else is going on? But I do appreciate the work that all the other 45 are doing, and that's on my part to really figure out how I can coach them to be a better staff as well too. So again, one of the things I also want to note too is I don't let people go on the first go around. It's usually the third or the fourth go around when we've had multiple meetings with them, and there's scenarios where I've had chief of staff, the other deputy chiefs of staff that had different scenarios. They'll come up to me and ask me, President, what come you're not letting these people go? I'm like, what's going on? And so it's usually me that holds on to people a lot longer than they should be working for me, because I think that's just having that heart and having that commitment to try to figure out keeping them on as long as I can. And then you get even internally a lot of complaints to me, come to me and say, hey, what are these people still doing here? I'm showing up at 7 a.m. I'm leaving at 7 p.m. I'm working Saturdays. I'm working Sundays. These guys are not even showing up, and here you favorite them, you treat them well, and yada, yada. So again, everybody I've let go, I'll be honest, I'm the one that usually holds them a month or two longer than they should have been around as well too. So again, the executive order, I got a different opinion, but I'm going to make sure it's in writing. Dr. Andy Nez on the emergency status, so I know Bitta Becker is watching, and I know Heather Claw is watching as well too. So I really want to get an exact opinion on if there's that emergency declaration in place that the chapters can do it, and all they got to do is make sure that they document it as well. So to me, I that's what I was told, and that's the letter that I actually signed and sent out to all 110 chapters. So I'm gonna really, if you're correct on there, I definitely do apologize on that, and really I want to get Department of Justice to actually give me an opinion on that letter that I issued to all 110 chapters as well too. So we'll make sure we get that cleared up. I'm going to hand it over to Speaker, if we could get the Vice President to cover some questions that I might have missed, and actually give me an opportunity to have some fibroid as well too. So.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Vice President, floor is yours.
I know that from the very beginning of our administration, a email Delegate Tolf, the Kwakuno Shilintahadne, Nkhandal Nishiki, the no Nikitna Ingli. Aro a Yadi Kodo Shiaj Doshanala Bedishnog Ebedishna President Nigrin, Division Directors Meeting Bane Kako, Ahoy Knita, Hajoa the Nakhandal Nishiki Betindal Nish No Yich Ahanadze Aro Ahut Aw a Yadi interview process ya da Hut Aw Dabedil Kidn't Di Quaggy the cliche ya Betindashofnish Halate Aw Betindashofnish Halate Aw a Yadi. As mentioned, what is the management style of your of you? And D, we have 4 years in this administration, and we have so many constituents that are coming to us. Resolution bin yahadilia di kwaagi shaykhait auto nasnana nidale. I'm thinking that that's probably some of what is pushing our division directors to be asking a little bit more from our employees at this time. But as a former employee, as somebody that has worked in we express that to our staff that they need to be encouraging, and they need to be have a leadership style that will make our employees want to be there. You don't want to do your job, and that's not the point that we want to get to with our employees. Again, as I mentioned, when I go across Navajo Nation, we do not have a full workforce. How do we expect to have a full workforce when this type of issue is being brought up to us? And so I really don't say shandad nish because I ask for us to be a team. I ask for us to be working in collaboration. And then we have our division directors, and Ani Shemahut Ayahadzi, Helena Nesbigay, mandatory meetings, even though the road conditions are bad. I have never worked for anybody that made me come to work in these type of conditions, and I don't expect that either. Yeah. If something happens, what is going to happen to that department? What is going to happen to those tasks that these individuals are working on? It's not going to be a good outcome. And so in this case, and I have received these emails, I have received these phone calls, and I let them know, you get to work if you can get to work. If you have a division director or a department manager that tells you different, come back to me and let me know. Include me on the emails, include me on the conversation, because that is not something that I would want my children to be going through and their jobs. And so I don't expect that for the individuals that I work with within this Navajo Nation government. So it is something that this administration is looking at, and our directors are here, they're listening now. And again, I cannot sit here and change Norman Begay's mind on the Ravens being the very best NFL team in the United States, but if I pray and I talk about it, that's that's our Heavenly Father's job. So I really wish that we continue to pray and go in a positive way when it comes to these type of issues. And again, it is a conversation that we continue to have with our staff, with our division directors. And we will continue to talk about it. Dr. Andy Nez, honestly, I don't know who our person is appointed to the HESI committee. The last time I remember was when Vivian Montoya was still working with our administration last summer. She was the one that was working with that HESI committee because she was our education liaison. Our high turnover rate when it comes to the division directors, I really don't have an answer for that either. I don't have, I did the interviews at the very beginning of this administration, a part of the interview team. Now I don't have any decision making when it comes to our division directors. And so when they come on board, they introduce themselves and I work with them, and that's when I get to know them. And as Shanella just said a little while ago about just a few of these employees were let go because of reasons that they were not working with our administration the way our vision and our goals are. But there's a majority of them that worked with our administration that did the very best that they could, but they moved on to different jobs that fit them a little bit better, and they're with their goals and their vision in their lives. I agree with the executive orders. As Shanella said, we strive for perfection, but sometimes opinions and interpretations of certain policies and procedures put this type of document before. And again, that is one of the issues that I see. We have our mother government here in Window Rock, and by the time it reaches our local leadership, the interpretations of what is being said is diluted to this type of error. But again, as Shanella said, we will look into it. We do have a team, we do have staff that we tell them that we need to have these documents in the right way so that we are giving the right information out to our people and to the staff that are helping our people. Delegate Jesus, it is a frustration, not just with the business site leases, but with the home site lease process. My Shaja 2 years ago, right before he passed away, we started working on a home site lease on a piece of land that he and my mom already established. And to this day, because we live in the checkerboard area, we had to get a residential lease, and we're still waiting for that last signature from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. We have everything done. We have everything done. We're just waiting for them to sign off on it and give it to us so that we can get electricity and running water. But it's taking a task, even though we go over there and ask and ask and ask, and I totally agree that our government needs to work on making sure that it's streamlined and that our people are not sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting. As one individual emailed me from the state of Utah, that her twin little sisters were 4 years old when her mom started the process of getting her home site lease. They were done when the twins were 6 years old. And to this day, they still don't have electricity, and her twin little sisters are now 24. And I'm like, what is happening? And so again, it is a frustration. It is a frustration within the Nigrin-Montoya administration. And that is something that I personally am going through, and I'm sure Shanella, President Nigrin, and First Lady had all these obstacles when they were establishing their home on the Navajo Nation. And so it's a first-hand experience is why we're here and why we fight every single day to make sure that our people are getting the services that they should be getting, not want to get. We need these services. Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on down. In the queue, I do have Madam Vice Chair, Honorable Yazzie. The floor is yours at this time.
Good afternoon, everybody, my colleagues, everybody here in the gallery, and those that are listening online. This is Sherilyn Yazzie. President, in your report, you mentioned that we've encumbered 58% of the ARPA dollars. And so if we had our deadline today, that would be 42% that we would be returning back to the federal government. So my question goes to the CJN 2322 in the section 13, where it's approving future allocation of unallocated FRF dollars to the construction contingency expenditure plan. I wanted to know what that plan was, and you kind of briefly maybe talked about it. Is this the Capital Projects Office, and have you already put this office together? Fortunately, the deadline is not today, but we have 5 months to go, and I want to know a little bit more about this construction contingency and expenditure plan. So my next question goes to, I'm also a commissioner for the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, and I have constituents who are second generation that have been advocating for themselves, and they had been able to have a meeting with you back in late August. And so at that meeting, you had mentioned that, there was $50 million somewhere. So I wanted to know if you would be able to have your attorney staff get back to Sarah Slim to really identify this $50 million. Where would that be coming from? When you had this meeting with them, what was your plans for that when you put that on the table for them? Because moving forward, it helps me to do a better job in educating them and letting them know, like, okay, with this pot of money, this is what it would do, such and such. So those are my questions. Reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Reserve time at 2 minutes and 42 seconds. That, move on down. Madam Speaker. Good afternoon. The floor is yours. Can we turn on Madam Speaker's mic? The other one.
This one? Was I disconnected?
Yeah. We got you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker, for running this meeting, and also President Shatila. Good afternoon, and also Madam Vice President. Nice to see you up there, Shema. I'm going to go straight directly to my questions, and I know I do really, first of all, want to say appreciation to President and also Vice President. We started meeting monthly for leadership meetings between the 25th Council and also the Office of the President and Vice President. However, we need to start gearing a lot of our priorities in regards to meeting a lot of the deadlines. So I'm going to highlight some of my priorities that we need your coordination with your office. First one is our water rights. I know I want to commend your Attorney General. I can't see you, Attorney General Branch, and also the negotiation team. And we have been meeting every Sundays and sometime all later the hours in the evenings. So I want to commend first their team and their efforts. However, I also call President request a leadership meeting between the 25th Council and also yourself and Vice President. because we haven't had a leadership meeting with all of us regarding the deadlines that we need to face, the public educations that are going to be happening throughout Navajo within the Arizona chapters. So it would be really greatly appreciate that you could be part of that discussion, and also Madam Vice President yourself, because we have been heavily involved within the Arizona Council delegation, and we have provided our inputs. So we really want to see your reflections. I know Ms. Bitta Becker does represent you within those discussions, but it would be nice to have you at those discussions as well, President. Number two, one of my other priorities is the ARPA dollars. And I know during our last leadership meeting, you have presented during the first time that you would have specific dollar amounts of what your program and divisions could not be able to spend or obligate. So this is probably we did have a second time we did request, so this will be a third request, President, that we need to start seeing those dollar amounts. I'm very happy for Chair Jesus and also Chair Shondine Parrish. You know, we do sit down and we talk about what needs to happen. I know there's deadlines, there's chapters, they're simultaneously working, and one reminder we have to set ourselves is, you know, we can't micromanage over your executive branches, especially your division directors, and on some of the things that do need to happen. So we really greatly appreciate our chapters for being very patient, our chapter officials, but we do need to know that dollar amount, what can be expended or not expended. I know we're working towards deadlines, and this is also the same with the UUFB funds. I know that you weren't present at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, so I provided several recommendations, and it would be great to see your concurrence on a lot of where those allocations could go. And third one is our state issues. Right now we have 3 states that are meeting many bills that are passing through state legislature that could potentially impact Navajo Nation. For example, today we do have Chair Eugenia Charles New and also Delegate Yanito out in Utah opposing Senate Bill 57, and I will be co-sponsoring that emergency bill this afternoon. But it will be great to start doing those letters together, President, to oppose and support a lot of these bills that are going forth. And again, I know several of my colleagues did mention this, who will be our point of contacts. I know for my staff here, you know, we do have trouble trying to get OPVP representation on a lot of these state issues. I know Council already took the stance of legislating our priorities within each state. So it would be good to have that coordination, and if we could have that point of contact or any lobbyists that you are working with under, so we can be on those same pages. Lastly, I know I have a few seconds left. With regards to human rights, last week I did meet with the commissioners within the Human Rights Office that there is a crucial need and attention for MOU for San Francisco Peaks. So, but we can get you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And if there's any other future time, seems like Madam Speaker might need some more time. With that, let me go on down. Honorable Vice Chair. Honorable Stephen Arvizo, floor is yours at this time.
Yate, Mr. President, Otto, Madam Vice. Shay, I just had some things that I wrote down, I just want you to know that the community of Thuru and the veterans are kind of upset with you because of the trailers that were donated by FEMA. And and in that respect to the trailers, you could have just told your office that make it happen. Those trailers been sitting out there for 5 years and nobody took action on it, and I came to you with an action that didn't follow through. I was ready to move on it, but you know, apparently there was other plans for it, and I could understand that and I could accept that, but my community won't accept it. Now, get them out of there because they're false hope for the veterans. Get them out of there. Do whatever it is that you guys had planned with 6 years ago. Out of the other one, Eastern Land Commission, we don't get representation from your office, and we've got a lot of things going on over in Eastern, and that your office needs to be aware of. We did meet on it to be on the same page. One of them being the uranium trying to be transported over to Theru. And we all need to be on one page on that, because it's taking it from one community, and the community of Pinedale and Mariana Lake need yego to the hosni. And to date, to the honi, it is a good idea to move those waste out of there, but we can't put it in the middle of 4 other communities. That would be Mariana Lake, Smith Lake, though, Casimiro Lake, Baca, out on the Theru. So I'm hoping that somehow that you get a little bit more involved into the uranium tilling waste. Ako ede ya so ben tradition so I see Diego Ayan Habanson case to get involved in that because it appears that the U.S. EPA is not working well with the Navajo Nation EPA, and we all need to work together and make sure that that doesn't happen. Oyo ahodo nisna haloya yadas U.S. EPA. So ni akwage a ni ka deal with aro kodo shinandai Madam Chair Jesus ge hadzi din da initiative nhada initiative executive just there's a lot of employees that feel like they're walking on ice, thin ice, and they don't know who to tell. They don't know who to go to. And we need to take care of our Navajo people in Handad, Nishigi. But the Hajobai, some of them, they're afraid. They're afraid to come out and say, I don't know if I'm going to be here next week. No. And Madam Speaker, it's hard for us to go. Ajin hada initially yate do ben has ada. Zit ashon de yego. Bit no sabachin da holno. Eben yeta inish na halchin. Eben yeden den himadon hijada. Na hade el nish. Kwaigi de I see bahonos and dolly. I'm glad that the nahe de zebik esahne glido nasahne leto lesni doko 8 atosaho de shata ado lad khalet ado nisto ayut anan ajenigo bini nanigi edo skisna anishigi bini nat do skisn de nishta executive, legislative, judicial, we're all doing our own thing. We have one thing in common, and that's the Navajo people. We have to help our Navajos and try to get them these waters. You have to really step up and tell your staff or whatever you need.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Arvizo. Seems like Honorable Vice Chair Arvizo might need some extra time too as well, colleagues. Let me move on down. Back to Mr. President, for response, back to Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie, Madam Speaker, and Honorable Vice Chair Arvizo. And then I'll turn the floor over to Madam Vice President. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Honorable Vice Chairwoman Sherilyn Yazzie, the 58%, I know I see that number all the time. It was at 40, 50, now it's at 58%. I know that within, no matter how hard I tried to encourage, motivate our staff and things like that, it's one of those tremendous tasks that we had hopes of trying to get that to 100%. I know that what we've done over the past year is in the hundreds of millions of dollars of trying to get those that we've obligated, but that's still not enough because it's a large amount of money. And one of the things, as I mentioned earlier, is really trying to figure out what projects, as Speaker Curley mentioned earlier, that's what I've asked my team. End of December, they're supposed to tell me what they've gotten done, what they can actually get done. Even though the deadline's until June, I told them by this end of December, be realistic. What can we get done by 2026 and what can we get obligated? So because our next leadership meeting is coming up here at the end of the month, is that my goal is to have that response to the leadership team that we meet on a monthly basis to really find out what can we and cannot do and what should we consider on really trying to convert to general funds based off of lost revenue or other avenues or options that are associated with ARPA, so that the extensions for a lot of these projects can be a lot longer than it is now. And then the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, I know that I did meet with them. It was a large group of them that came out. Your constituents, I see them all the time. I'm going to be out there tomorrow as well. So I'm going to be out there meeting with families and communities, talking about second generation. I'm going to be at Nahat Atzil very soon again. So I know it, I feel it. I'm out in your communities really working with chapter officials, local leaders, and what needs to be. So at that time, one of the things they ask is, you know what, President? What is there out there that we can do to find additional dollars or additional monies? One of the things I did request of them is that I can tell you all the things that I want, but make sure you work with your delegate to drop legislation to see what we can do in terms of, again, we're going to find out very soon what we can and cannot do with ARPA. And those are some of the options that we can probably look into. And I'll have that discussion with ARPA, former Director Platero and Lisa, the new interim director, to figure out, is that 50 million feasible within those projects? Because I know there's interest, I know there's all sorts of other things that are associated with it. To me, we're coming up on 50 years, you know what I mean? I think as a nation, we should help those communities, help those second generation, help those people seriously approve legislation that will seriously help them. Because I knew when those words came out of my mouth, it was about, you know what, there's probably a possibility. It might be a Hail Mary, but we might as well talk about it here openly on the council floor. And I'm glad that I did make that statement, and I look forward to re-inviting that group. And hopefully when we meet with them, we'll invite you and Honorable Simonson to meet with us to figure out what can we do and what kind of legislation can we actually drop to support and help them, because it comes down to spending these dollars, and it's a large amount of dollars. And just like with every other program or every other department, I always ask the other question too: is this something that you can contract out? If you don't have the capacity to do it, there's no use trying to motivate and tell people to do this and do that. Well, they don't have the capacity, they don't have the resources. It might be easier to sometimes just outsource it and have other people get it done as well too. So I think that's going to be a talk that we're going to constantly have over the next week. But again, Speaker Curley and Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, definitely by our next leadership meeting, I know my staff is sitting back there, is we got to have an answer, because that's going to give us 5 months to figure out what can and cannot be done. So I think that gives us plenty of time to bring our ideas forward. And I know it's a discussion that's not only going to take me, because I'm not a financial expert by any means, but really trying to figure out what can we do. Is it 400 million? Is it 300 million? As I went to the Fort Defiance Agency Council meeting, all the chapter officials were there. They were asking the same questions. This was at the beginning of the year, 2 weeks ago. And then the last weekend, I was at the Chinle Agency Council meeting with all the chapter officials as well. And those are the same talks that we're having, is that it's going to take all of us to really come up with something creative to make sure that dollars are not being sent back. And then moving on to, I think, the Honorable Speaker Curley. Again, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for taking the lead and making sure that you're an honorable speaker as well. But one of the things, as I mentioned earlier, we'll get you a written response and written options at our next leadership meeting, our third leadership meeting, which is going to be exciting to make sure that we meet on a monthly basis so that we can iron out a lot of the top priorities of the Navajo Nation government. And water rights, I'm looking forward to that, because I know the plans was to drop legislation by February. So I think that I definitely talked with BITA and AG on a Monday when I get my briefings in terms of everything that's involved with DOJ. But definitely look forward to coming together and having those discussions with the council, yourself, and everyone else to make sure we're on the same page. And then the next option is obviously meeting with the Hopi chairman as well, too, to make sure that he's on the same page and that we can get this done, because I think our only prime time is this year, this Congress. I think this Congress is in position to support what we've got going on. So time is working against us right now. The sooner we get legislation through council, the sooner we can get that before Congress, and Congress can pass it, and then have the President of the United States sign off on it as well, too. So we've got a large, but I know the right team's in place, and they're very ambitious, and they think that we can actually get it done. So I'm glad that we're working on that. And then when it comes to, I think, as I mentioned, another leadership discussion meeting that needs to happen on UUFB. I know that sometimes I try not to, I know that you guys are already on a roll over here with some of your priorities, and I really don't want to try to go in there. And most of the time, I don't really, if I see something that's shown to me that's completely, I disagree with you, you guys will definitely know for sure. But 99% of the time, all our priorities are the same. So I think that you'll never get a left field response from me as well. So again, I look forward to having that discussion, as mentioned earlier to Chairwoman Parrish earlier on multiple occasions, really sitting down and figuring out what we do with that $182 million. That's a lot of money that we got to figure out, because as I mentioned earlier, Doty's thinking about 15 million. There's facilities, there's senior centers, there's all sorts of things that potentially that 182 million could be distributed within one day, and we don't have any of that money. So again, one of the things I always ask my team and my staff is that let's also at the same time invest in things that will help us in the long run. Like, is this a job renovating facility? Is this revenue generating? Because we want to make sure that we don't just spend, but we also invest in projects that will be fruitful down into the future as well, too. So, and I think I've made that clear over the year. And then the coordination, I do apologize for that. My hope and my expectation was I've got 8 community representatives that cover Central Agency, Fort Defiance, MMIW, veterans, and I've told them on multiple occasions, make sure you keep me posted on what's going on with legislations. And I'll be honest, I'm very disappointed. And sometimes I'll find legislations on my own, just because I remember when I worked for NECA, I used to follow all the legislations that come through council. So I spent about 3 years tracking every piece of legislation that came through council. I know how to go on the dibs. I know how to evaluate that. I know what the whole process as it goes through council as well. So I'm very disappointed. And hopefully, if there's disciplinary actions, please don't be, because it's been very clear out of a lot of you just now that people are not listening to your meetings. So if disciplinary actions do happen, please don't hold that against me as well, too, because these are political at will and they're community reps, and everything that council's doing, I always tell them I need to know about it. Is there something that's happening that I should get some information on? That's what Vice President, she does. She's always out in the community, traveling and meeting with our constituents and meeting with chapters, and she informs me all the time. These are some of the things that are happening. Be well aware of that. Or if there's things that are not that don't align with my priorities, she lets them know right away on what's happening. So again, all the way down from the Vice President to all the way to the front desk receptionist, I just want to say that thank you. And at the same time, we do our very best. You know, as President of the Navajo Nation, it's 27,000 square miles and 400,000 people, and no matter where I am, I get a request for assistance and services, and sometimes it's heartbreaking that I can't even do it because I don't have those authorities, we don't have those dollars, we don't have those resources, I don't have a lot of things, and it might sound like 50 political employees working for me, various duties from talking to constituents to getting things processed to working with divisions, the 4,000, 5,000 employees that we have, and then at the same time meeting the requests and demands of being out in public. Sometimes that's not enough. You know, there's not enough resources in play, but I definitely try to encourage my team to say, you know what, I know you've tried to help 20 constituents this week and you can only help 5, but at least you tried to help 5. You know what I mean? There might be services to where we could do a lot better. But again, just with your help, your support, one of the things I'm thinking about now too is I think I'm going to ask my community reps to forward all the constituent requests that they get on a week-to-week basis. I know it's about 100 probably additional emails that you will get, but I just want you guys to know that these guys are really working with heartbreaking families on a day-to-day basis, whether it's Dr. Nez working with our staff or Shauna or whoever in here really trying to work with chapter official constituents. We just had a grandma that just came in the other day seeking assistance for her veteran son that just passed, and just things like that we deal with on a day-to-day basis, that we do our very best. And then obviously as the president of the Navajo Nation, you're entitled to help all 400,000 plus and all 17.5 million acres, and you're expected to pull off Hail Marys on a day-to-day basis. But we do our very best. I just want you to know that. It might not be the Ravens over here, but I guess my team's out of it, but it's okay. But I just want to say that, Speaker Curley, that thank you for your leadership, your advocacy, and really I look forward to the joint letter that we're going to put together for the human rights for the San Francisco Peaks as well too. So looking forward to that as well. Going on to my brother Stephen Arvizo. Me too. I'm disappointed. When I found out, I was ticked off. I said, you know what? I told Stephen Arvizo we're going to get this done. What the heck? You know what I mean? So that's what I literally told my staff when I found out that we cannot move those trailers. You know, now that we're publicly, one of the things I want to do is issue a 30-day letter that says, if you don't move these, we're going to move them somewhere else. So again, I think the staff, the Department of Health, and I think the other NHA and the other groups that are involved, let's get those trailer moves within 30 days, or we go with Stephen Arvizo's plan, because he's got a plan that's ready to move those trailers. So I think that definitely a letter out of my office. Let's see where that takes us. And I just want you to know, I was pretty ticked off. We had a thorough meeting. You know, there was a lot of your constituents, the chapter officials, yourself, me, everybody made the commitments to get it done. And it didn't happen. All of a sudden, everybody had plans for it. And I'll be honest, those were one of those, because it's going to affect our veterans. But then on the other side of the table, we had the same group that was saying the same thing too. So, but we'll give that 30-day notice, and I just ask for your support to back me up when I get, because my commitment was to you. You know what I mean? I know that these commitments might have happened 6 years ago, 7 years, however years ago. But my commitment was to you and your constituents and your chapter that we were going to get it accomplished, and it didn't work. So I look forward to getting that letter out, and we'll make sure you're CC'd and you get that over the chapters and say, you know what, President is going to issue a 30-day notice and see where it goes, and then from there, what if we sit here another 6 years? You know, the community is still going to deal with it. So again, I thank you, and I share my disappointment with you as well. And then when it comes to uranium, I know that we're having the same issue all across Navajo, right there. And then even on the western part of Navajo, I know there's stipulations that are happening right now. There's a uranium mining company that's going to be transporting uranium on our state roads and our state rights, and they're finding loopholes to do it. And I've tasked DOJ and Washington office and Navajo EPA, let's be creative. Maybe there's tolls, maybe there's taxes, maybe there's stops. Let's make it very uncomfortable for them, because those are some of the things that we can control as a nation. And so again, when it comes to uranium, if they're going to make it difficult on us, let's make it difficult on them as well too. So, but I know that there's laws in place that say we can't stop them because of existing right-of-ways and existing clearances that were given to them. But we, as a nation, can come up with regulations that make it tough for them if they're not going to listen to us. So we'll definitely keep you in the loop, because I know that Mr. Stephen at City and DOJ, they're definitely looking into that, and I look forward to seeing what kind of, let's make it as difficult as possible. Who knows? That might be our new revenue-generating facility that we come up with. They'll say it's going to cost too much, just leave it alone. So again, we're working on that. The other thing I think about is again, just the people. You know, just I wish I could pull out a magic wand and tell you all my staff is happy. Probably 80 to 90% of them, they're all in different situations, different scenarios. But what I do know is when they take breaks, they definitely do take some breaks. There's people in my office that if they lose a loved one, I don't hesitate. They give them the week. You know what I mean? Take care of your family, be there for your community. I can't think of another organization that when they lose a loved one that they're gonna do stuff like that. So there's other things that I do to take care of family members, or if there's a loss, or I get it. You know, I know all their families and I know all their relatives, and it's just one of those things. But then if I continue to keep them, sometimes then you guys are going to tell me, you know, there's all these scenarios. I think when it comes to human resources, there's no perfect one, but you give it your best to make sure that everybody, main thing I ask of everybody is you better have a sense of duty to serve the Navajo people. If you don't, I don't have time for you. You know, it might be mean, but I just got a certain amount of people that I can hire, and you got to have a sense of duty to serve the Navajo people. Get up every single day and do your very best and have your best intentions. If you're going to go behind my back and say things and schedule things or do all these things, I hear all sorts of stuff, but I don't even entertain it. You know what I mean? As president, you hear everything. Everybody wants to give you the best information all across the Navajo Nation. And I always tell them, leave it at the door. What are we doing on roads? Like Honorable Otto Show would always say, how many potholes have you filled? So we're even tracking potholes. And that's what I told Tom Plateri to do. Keep track of potholes. You know what I mean? We got to keep track of them because we got to know how to report on potholes. Let's be practical. How many homes, how many right-of-ways, how many home site leases are getting done? So again, I think that's just a different generation, and I know a lot of the my staff, they agree with that. And then I don't think a lot of them, if something that's their well-being or their family is being affected, and I tell them, take care of your family first. This job is only temporary. Family's number one. Same thing with me, you know what I mean? Make sure my wife, my 2 daughters, they're at the very forefront of everything that I do to make sure that they're taken care of, and you make time for them, because that, and obviously God, you keep them all close to one another, but all the other hours of the day, you do your very best to work with the people that you have. And I wish, again, that's just one of those things where I don't try to overthink it. It's just, Mr. RV, it's just, I think you're a businessman. You've had multiple staff. You've probably had a lot of staff that you can probably think of, maybe 5 or 10 that you can think of that just don't appreciate you, and they could think anything of you. But you can probably think of the hundreds you've probably helped and supported with not only your chapter level, but your business level, your community level. And that's what I try to stay focused on, is just, you know what, the people that are giving it their all, just continue to appreciate them and go from there. And again, I know Vice President mentioned 4 years, but to me, less than 3 years. There's less than 3 years of me being your president. And in the past 50 years, there's only 2 people that ever pulled it off. So I don't expect me to pull it off. So I expect to be here another 3 years. And so within those 3 years as president, I will make bold decisions that will continue to push initiatives forward, and that's what people, that's why I'm here. As Mr. Arvisa mentioned, as president, you got to make those decisions. People assume you can get those accomplished. People assume you can get this done. So within the next 1,100 days, I will just make decisions and bold decisions and move things forward and not worry about anything else. So I just want to say that much. And then again, before you got cut off with time, I'll tell my staff. I'll continue to tell my staff, sense of duty to serve. If you don't have that here, and I tell all of them, since this is a public meeting, open meeting, I tell all of them, we'll find a place for you. If you can't work those 50, 60 hours a week and the intensity, I tell them these delegates have a sense of duty to serve. They're in meetings, as Speaker Curley mentioned, all the way into the night on Sunday nights and making things happen and doing what they can do. And you got to have that sense of duty to serve. I remember when Speaker Curley and Honorable Shandine, they were executive staff. You know, they went night and day. I just wondered how sometimes they could go all the time. And that's just part, I think it's just part of the animal working for executive staff, is that you're just expected to work all the time. But as their leader and the leader of the executive branch, I definitely try to accommodate the political at-will employees as well. But when it comes to full-time regular status employees, I tell my staff, treat them with respect. You know what I mean? Treat them with respect and work and figure out how you can motivate them, and just do that, because we got to work within the laws to make it happen. So again, I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the comments. And Mr. Speaker Damon, that's what I got, and I know that Madam Vice President's got more to add on to it as well too.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me go back to the Madam Vice President. What was yours at this time?
Delegate Yazzie, for your comments and your concern about the 58% that we've so far encumbered in the ARPA funds. It is something that every single person on the Navajo Nation is thinking about and talking about, whether it affects them or not, or helps them in some way or form, it will. I know one of the things that when President Nygren appointed Arvin Mitchell to the Community Development Office, he has the expertise, he has the knowledge on how to get our projects going within that, because that has a lot to do with it, because this money is going out to our chapters. For my chapter, it's $1.1 million. And just a month ago, we finally established a community service coordinator for our chapter. And I know that's one of the biggest tool that is used within our communities to make sure that these ARPA funds are going to be moved forward in the way they need to be moved forward, whether it's by the regulations of how we receive the money or the regulations within the chapters themselves. And so I would just like to say that with all the different wheels that are moving with ARPA, I'm positive, and I feel good that we will reach that 100%, and we won't give the money back to the federal government. But here on Navajo Nation, we have so many different things that we need to use this funding for, and I know and I feel confident that our staff and our council delegates, our local leadership, and of course our Office of the Controller will get this funding where it needs to get so that we can have it spent. But thank you so much, and it is something that we talk about. I have met with the second generation group a couple of times in Tuba City, Flagstaff area, and that is one of the things that they brought up, is somebody letting them know that there was $50 million somewhere. And from my understanding, we have an agreement with the Navajo Hopi land, partition lands, with just that generation that it's affecting at that time. And I know Sarah has been working with the second generation to where we can make some amendments to it, and hopefully again with the current leadership in Washington DC, that they will see that it's moving on towards the rest of the generations, not just that one generation. It's not something that's in the forefront of their mind, but I'm in hopes that, and I'm very confident with Sarah that, and her knowledge and what is happening, her firsthand knowledge and what's happening in that area. And at the time that I heard about the 50 million, it was our previous executive director that was with them, and I didn't get an answer as to what was going on with that. So I'll follow up with Sarah about that. Thank you so much for that. Speaker Curley, Shiaja Ikihatla Kodo Behain the leadership monthly meetings. I do my best to participate in them and to be able to be there. But again, it's a monthly meeting that happens towards the end of the month. And I agree that a lot of the priorities that we have within these monthly meetings should have deadlines, so that we're being accountable ourselves to what these meetings are about and what tasks that we need to complete. The next again is the ARPA projects. I know that Shanala Di Kodo they asked me for this. I need this information. I need to get this information back to them. And so we will continue to do that. And again, to me, I just feel that there's so much happening that with these ARPA funds, that something gets taken over here and put here, and this idea and this happens. And so with the deadline looming as it is, I know that is something that we in this administration have told our staff that we need to get it nailed down and be able to get the funding where it needs to be. State issues, Shiaja, it's difficult. We were in Utah the other week, and then they told us come back next week, we have opening session, and then it's the same time it was the state of New Mexico's, and then the state of Arizona was the day before. And so It's kind of like our agency council meetings is what I said. It'll happen at the same time. And I agree. I myself, when I was in Utah, I was trying to ask who our lobbyist is from the executive branch to be working with our Utah leadership, and I was very thankful, and I would like to extend my thanks to the legislative branch for having your lobbyist, Moroni, to give me an update on what's happening in that area. And so he offered his services to the executive branch, so I'll shoot that over to Shanella right here with that. But I was able to meet with the Indian Affairs Office for the state of Utah, who also gave us a good update on what's happening in that area. I hope to keep on top of that, and I hope that our executive branch can get somebody to be able to concentrate on that part of our Navajo Nation. Ado Chiaj, Delegate Arvizo, thank you so much for bringing to light these issues that are in your area of Eastern Agency. From the FEMA trailers, you heard a response from Shanella here, and then the Eastern Land Commission. We do have an Eastern Agency rep that does her very best to get to a lot of these meetings that are happening in Eastern Agency. She is very well versed in when it comes to land, and I know that is something that her expertise is going to be able to help us with in this area. And then our executive branch employees, I do my best to be there for anybody and everybody that has any type of issue within our executive branch staff. One of the things that I always talk about and I always say is attitude reflects leadership, and so I do my best to always be in a manner of hojo and in a good way, so that the people that I work with can reflect on that and that we can have a better working relationship. And so I hope I will continue to be that way. I will continue to be to be able to have the doors to my offices open. I've never shut my door to anybody. And so it's something that we have to work on, and we will continue to work on, because as mentioned so many times here in the chambers this afternoon, our number one priority, our number one thing that we hold together is the betterment of our people. And so that will be my response at this time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. With that, let me go ahead and continue on down. Colleagues, time now is 2:15 p.m. We do have Honorable Nathan Nota in the queue, then Honorable Chairman Rick Nez, then Honorable Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson, and then Honorable Claw. With that, let me go to the floor. Honorable Nota, floor is yours at this time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Speaker Damon. I'm going to tell you again that I'm very saddened to see you leave. So hopefully we will work together at the New Mexico State Legislature. President Nygren, Vice President Montoya, my colleagues, my fellow delegates have asked and shared with you a tremendous amount of concerns. And I assure you that I have those same concerns and dealing with those issues in my chapters. And I'm glad that those questions and those issues are being expressed. I hope that we can not do this again to this degree when it comes to the spring session in April. Seems like we're asking a lot of the questions over and over, and I don't know what's being done in your office to get these issues taken care of. I also want to thank the division directors that are here, your executive staff that is here. I hope that they're taking this and heeding these questions. And I know that they're there to help you to address these, and I hope they understand and see the magnitude of what we as council delegates are facing out in our constituent areas and our chapters, because they're the ones that are pushing us for these questions that are being asked. I have two other issues in addition to everything that's been expressed already. First off would be the Veterans Program. I know that that's probably a thorn in your side in relation to the needs and the questions and so forth of the veterans. I think, like with all of Navajo, The biggest complaints that I get with all the Navajo departments and divisions, the biggest complaints that I get, particularly from the veterans, they don't get resolved. Their complaints and so forth don't get resolved. There's lack of customer service, and we heard that over and over. The interacting with the clientele, the customers, is not done in a efficient manner. Following up of all these issues to the veterans and the chapter officers, providing guidance and offering that advice from the division and the agency offices, I think needs some work. The biggest thing right now is I've been to a couple of veterans chapter meetings over the last couple of months. Apparently, quite a few of them have not been paid their vet meetings stipends. And I really would like for you to look into that and find out why and they need to be paid, because I'm getting the brunt of this and they're asking me why, what's wrong with the veteran services that they're not paying out these stipends. So these that needs to be addressed, I think. The other issue that, in addition to all these others, as I mentioned, is the relationships between the chapter staff and the elected officials. That's an ongoing issue. The CSCs, the AMS individuals that work in the chapter houses, and also the chapter officials. I have two chapters that is very, very combative, not combative, but they're not willing to work with each other. I think a lot of it comes from both sides. And I have gone to the Division of Community Services. I've talked to the ASCS, I've talked to their supervisors, and also the division director, Arvin Mitchell. And I think that really needs to be looked into, and particularly the two chapters that I have addressed the DCD on several occasions, and I don't feel like we're getting anywhere in relation to that. So I really need to have those addressed with the two chapters that I work with. We need trainings, I think, for the CSCs and the AMS. We need technical assistance so that these chapters can be fully self-governing units. And I'd like to get some help. One thing that I've done is I've asked my LDA emails that I've sent in relationship to these. I have CC'd you on those, and if I could get some results from those two issues, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nota. With that, we move on down. Chairman, good afternoon, Chairman. Honorable Nez, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you. Shitsila. Speaker Damon, it's really good to see you up there, and and it's good to see Mr. and Mrs. Damon here. Always good to see leaders. Chief Justice Joanne Jane, Attorney General Branch, President Nygren, Vice President Montoya, Arushanand Kuro Beshmas Anna Lenido should ne Arnold Coco Nikin Hasol Taro Are Dysonot Yat Do Yat Koshi Nikenda Hirokon Jonako Yo Ashte To Jas Ko Niche Willian the whole send Yego Yat Koshita Go Coach El Hara Hatino Sale Part so that Ilzania by Hel Arosatilla He Hot on Hitch Kodo report in La Dide Kodo Shanad Neshikin Reda Dashatak at LDA. Could you please stand up, Melinda? Our Viso Shiako is my new LDA. So Shabada had off Satan Ledo Dide Stani at Ekin Lego Bachonson. Nagay 24th Navajo Nation Council RDC Speaker's Office de Aja appoint a bit Iliago I guess a bit in Shish Nishigibini now what our shade nation la a colago but spahors and the Navajo Nation government but Hachit age state government Aja hos dodo so le hos dod so le hos aro kuche ben Dilson LJ or Toja Hahot Zochinana, but ehos and Ibrina ehot ahorosha desh nisto shabahons and dolation and I aron stefigi aro koro at the lahi aro koro height aros it's aida hedo lesson so a hot zag what I ashana de shato bench hadesh ledo lesson and I Halan in Elijah da Santara hot annan in Seniki Aja, Hait Ashina on Nishigin Sago in Nasala, a Koba Hel, around the Tati Koro, Tera Khan has Arja, Tobe Halt Origi, Quagigi. Gold King Mine Spill Ara Beson Hitch Huliak Areti Expenditure Plan Bandane Craigie Benina Ayado Hotel Dota around the Coron Taronil Sos Goshinj Edi Lieutenant and Leniki Landan Koro Agase Yada Haya Satak Ahinda Nesto Yego Bedat is Ate the Halahajala Nehepeshmas Andin Hoto John Habanant Edita Dashasno. Do end the touch and the shni. Anna Reda not honko hadin not o Hajas a chis kadin hilaj not ani the children and the shni. A cut end at a pesh a whole gold king mine spill the gay quirtu don't eat. It's going to be about 4.9 million. And those farmers over there really need to get this done. And Shananda, if you could make time, would like to meet with you in Water Resources and go over there and hand the farmers the neck edit later, but what they ashon down what it ash. Aniga Rasatara, Aron Chidil Jinigibe, Aruchadan Sneo, Conhillador wasn't laid all late. Aroti emergency hat Niniki Nana, Shananda, Quaginal source, Bakaki and Nayland. Page 3, in La Lunson, chapter houses on the third paragraph, and their employees have been deemed essential workers and have authority to declare local states of emergency and manage their own emergency funds to keep their people safe. I totally agree with that. Latin so Title 26 and Nela President shall Nela take action in case of an emergency or other crisis to protect the life and property of constituents within their community. Why do we need to wait for emergency management to pass a resolution? We're working on Title 26.
Thank you very much. With that, for those comments and questions, Honorable Chairman, that moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Real quick, I'm going to get straight to the point. President Nygren, you want legislations? Have your divisions, departments, DOJ draft them, and we'll drop legislation on them. Going to RDC as a vice chair, I've done 5 legislation requests. They have been identified. Their attorneys now. Home site lease right away, home site lease amendments, water line, electricity, septic, broadband back to our Navajo people. Mission site lease renewals, burial cemetery regulations. Also Arizona Navajo Nation tribal lease renewals. Those are a couple of legislations that are on the table right now. So, you know, we are getting things done as a RDC committee. I want to commend my committee for all the hard work you've done this last year. Also, political appointees, political at will. I agree with you, President Nygren. They need to be results driven. If not, you know, find somewhere else to work. $150 million to NECA. We need our own Navajo contractors for these jobs. We got several of them. Priority 1, they need to be paid top dollar. So let's give them some work. I heard there's going to be a facility in Chin-Lee. We should also add the FBI to be stationed there in Chin-Lee as well to address a lot of the high-level crimes. Madam Chair, Brenda Seuss talked about the force study that Fish and Wildlife supposed to be doing. The Grazing Act needs to be updated and brought back before RDC has a draft legislation. We still need some hearings and work sessions on that, so that needs to be brought back to the forefront. Also, Department of Agriculture, Fish and Wildlife have received $6 million forage study from BIA. Thank you for doing that. Now it's on us now to get this done. So the timeline needs to be implemented on that department today. Let's get this completed. Grazing permittees are at the mercy. Fuel excise tax. Navajo Nation collects about 3 cents to every dollar fuel excise tax. We're the ones that have made that rate. We need to change that and increase that. And the dialogue down at the state legislator's office will be a lot different when we go down there. So in ARPA, we need to start paying for student loan debt, start giving money to our student loan. NTU had 5 PhD students, first ever program, and scholarships should be awarded to those 5 students at NTU for the PhD program. Also, you talked about increasing the minimum wage. We need revenue generation. Do you have a revenue generation team, or are we just going to pass this on to the next administration? Also, we need to upgrade facilities. You mentioned you want to upgrade facilities in Winter Rock, Fort Defiance areas. Why? Do they really provide these services to the Navajo people? I think we need to decentralize these programs, departments back to the communities that it serves. So that's all I got. I want to go ahead and reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. That reserve your time at 1 minute and 46 seconds. Okay, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back. Mr. President, the floor is yours, and then I'll turn it over to Madam Vice President.
Biga, thank you, Speaker Damon, Aro, Speaker Curley, and Anot in Honai so Tanagi. Yeah, Sibahonet, Lonskin all kill. One of the things I just want to mention, Mr. Nota, thank you. I just want to say I appreciate your leadership, appreciate the questions that you bring up. And you're right, when it comes to our veterans, we just really, it's one of those things, it's as Honorable Rick Nez mentioned earlier, Hajishan does it's always been, like with our veterans, it's been such a long, it's been, I think, a couple of presidents' issue and a couple councils' issue, and I think we're up to the task of fix that, and I'm excited about it. And I think that as long as we continue to stay motivated, knowing that we're going to find that solution, I think we're going to be able to do it. I know that, as mentioned earlier, some of the discussions about payments, because payments, we get that question all the time, veteran payments and burial assistant payments and other financial assistances that are provided across Navajo Nation executive branch. That's where Mr. Woolley, the assistant controller, and I think the Department of Personnel and a few other programs, they're really going to try to replicate the TANF efforts so that we can really alleviate that. And then it'll be on to the next problem too. So once we figure out the payment problem, there'll be a few more problems probably waiting for us. And as long as we continue to stay focused and realize these problems will always redefine themselves and make themselves different, and new ones will show up, and we'll be more than happy to take them on again. But again, I'm going to look into I think the stipends that you've mentioned. If you could please forward those people's names forward as well, I'll make sure that Chief of Staff, Deputy Chief of Staff can really look into those along with Bobby to make those happen, because I know sometimes they're out of pocket, and a lot of them drive trucks that can get them out of the mud and get them through the snow, and those things don't drink. So we're gonna look into that. And then the relationships with staff and chapter officials, let's have that. I want to have that. I'm going to be making a lot more trips out to the communities, and that's why I've been to the agency council meetings, Fort Defiance, Chinle, and I'm meeting with Eastern Agency veterans here on a Wednesday. So I'm going to be a lot more out in the community. I know I had the vice president out in our communities a lot this past year, so she's the one that's really been meeting with chapter officials, chapter programs, taking constituent calls, and really working on that part and that effort. So this year I'm going to personally make my way out to the communities to really try to hear from them as well. So again, my goal is to bring some of these people that are affected, like the supervisors, as you mentioned, the directors, so they hear from people themselves directly instead of me telling them. And then from there, putting tangible plans together on getting it fixed. And one of the things I've been doing is developing a playbook too, even within my office. I tell them, you know what, we need a playbook for this office and we need a playbook for every division. We need to have because in any other organization that anybody ever works on, there's always a playbook. There's always a playbook on how to get things accomplished. And that's one of the things I want to do after 1,100 days is have a really strong playbook for anybody that can open that and use that and really know how the government works and operates as well. So again, we'll have those discussions. I know that there's a huge need for technical assistance, and when we make those trips, definitely. I want to also encourage Mr. Nota. I want to be able to meet with your chapters as well. I know Honorable Carl Slater's done a good job. Dr. Andy Nez is bringing chapter officials in all the time. There's a few others that really bring their chapters in to meet with me. But this time around, I'm making myself accessible to go out there because I truly believe everything's in good enough order in my office that I can really be out in the community and really hearing the issues firsthand at a leadership level. So I'm looking forward to you scheduling that meeting, and then we make our way out there so we can work together on some of these challenges. And then Shana, Chairman Nez, Yate, it's always good to see you. So I'm always, my ears always, because I'm always interested in and I know that we have that mutual respect as well, because before becoming president, I did highly respect you as chairman as well, and now that I'm president, the respect is still the same. So I just want you to know that. And I'm glad you got a new worker too. I know that Melinda did a good stint working in my office, and as I mentioned earlier, we do what we can to keep him around. And then we also do what we can to try to find him another place as well too. So I just want you to know that when her term ended, working for me, we did try to work with her, because I know the only things I always think about was her kids. You know what I mean? Her daughters that she has, how supportive she was, and all her kids. And trust me, I thought about that many, many, many times, and I really, really did my best to try to keep her around for the few additional months that she was with us. And then she'll have that respect, I'll guarantee you. People are listening. So Melinda, if you have any issues, you let me know. If nobody's being respectful, you know my phone number, and I know your kids very well. And again, it was very tough. You know, I mean, those are one of those decisions where I didn't sleep good for a week or two, but I knew that it was just, it's just one of those things. I just never want to, I'm not going to sit here before you and say all sorts of things, but Melinda's a good employee and she'll do well for you. I think that she's learned a lot of good things within the executive branch and where things work and whatnot. And again, only much respect to Melinda. And like I said, I did my very best for a few months to keep you on and on and on. So again, do know your kids well and your family well, to where tough decision. All I can say, it was a tough decision, and we'll go from there. But Chairman Naz or Melinda, if you have any issues getting a hold of my staff or work with them, you let me know, and we'll get that straightened out as well. So there shouldn't be no issues there. And yes, I want to come out and meet with the farmers. And like I said, last year was about getting things in order and being here. And I know my brother right here really wants me to get out to Utah too as well too. So we'll make our way to Northern Agency. I know Northern Agency, and all I ever hear is, "Hi, Jashinia. We're the one that put you in there. You haven't even showed up. You're too busy in Fort Defiance and Central and everywhere else. You don't even come see us." So we'll make sure we make some time for Northern Agency this year. So we'll make sure we do that as well too. So Chairman Nez, I appreciate that. And then your talks on Title 26, you're right about that. We got to make sure we empower and entrust in our statements. And that letter that you read, that's all I was doing, you know what I mean? Trying to make sure that if chapters got in trouble, they can come out with a letter and say, you know what? So hadinte do yegon kitchen hoti snaigi ben inache. Chai da teneban I da pipedet aro belach and kitchen hui lagi bedet iro le khatnenegi hoto ban so this case do to holdo no hadel lagi ben inache. I'm always about trying to figure out how do we empower the local communities, because Window Rock's just too far, way too far. And I know that you're a big believer in Title 26, and I'm looking forward to possible legislations that might come before us that are Title 26 related as well. So I think that will be exciting to see those changes. And your brother, hey, Mr. Johnson, Honorable Johnson, I know you and I could play for the Ravens too, but we don't want to play for them. That'd be the smallest quarterback in history. Hey. I think one of the things I want to mention is you're right. I have requested to NECA that they need more contractors. So 3 contractors that they have is not going to get 1,500 plus bathrooms done in the time frame that we're wanting. So again, I'm going to have that where they're supposed to deliver a plan to me within I think by next week. Garrett and NECA is supposed to come to my office. I'll definitely extend that invitation to RDC as well. Is what is their plan to 2026 bathroom additions, and what are they actually going to accomplish? How many people are they going to hire? How many contractors are they going to advertise to? Because I really want our Navajo contractors to be a part of this as well. And I know there's more than 3 Navajo contractors. I know that for sure. And so let's work on that. You'll definitely have that invitation when we have that meeting with NECA to make sure that we get at least 20 contractors on board. That way we can actually get this done as well. And when it comes to if the facility does come to Chinle, for sure, I think an FBI, making sure that the other thing too is that we're trying to work on too is we should have our own U.S. attorney that's Navajo Nation. We have the U.S. attorney for Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah that we tend to deal with. I think a lot of these things will be a lot easier. I know Honorable Amber Knusber-Crotty would really appreciate it if we had our own dedicated U.S. attorney working for Navajo. I think that would be something that's amazing, because we get our own dedicated BIA, dedicated IHS, and dedicated all sorts of other things. But it'd be good if we had a dedicated U.S. attorney as well too. So again, fuel excess tax, if those discussions, I don't know a lot about it, but definitely would love to entertain those discussions and educate myself on some of the things that you're thinking about as well. And then you put out that challenge too to my division directors. If there's legislations they want to run with and really think that will help us get the job done, you've heard it from Casey Johnson himself. Let's get that in the works with him. And then when it comes to revenue generating, that's something that I'm really hoping that so far this past year, you guys have done a great job. As I mentioned with Gouldings, that was a big win for council, and we're looking forward to other avenues that might come in. As mentioned, it might be that online sales tax. That might be worth, I don't know, I know everybody in here orders stuff online, so I think that could be worth in the millions, and then we can decrease that 40 million down to maybe, so it's at 32 million now. If Goulding goes well, maybe another 10 million. And whatnot too. So again, definitely, I really want to make sure that where's Tony Skrlanis? Where are you at? I don't know, he's somewhere. But one of the things, he's right there. One of the things I want to do is also by April, really, because that's the economic summit. By then, we should have a really strong additional roadmap on additional revenue generating projects. I know one of them that's really in the works right now, that's a potential, would be that turnoff next to Flagstaff. I know NXA, I know Gaming and DED, they're really trying to figure out how can we locate the Flagstaff Medical Center or the Northern Navajo Medical Center on that piece of land. So I really encourage, I know RDC's here, I think if we can put some collaboration with NXA to tell them, let's go, this is revenue generating, it's job creation, it's housing, and if the Northern Medical Center wants to put a Flagstaff hospital there, that's just good for us. We could build housing that feeds not only the gaming facilities there, but housing that feeds communities locally there. And there's so much opportunity for that area. So again, there's options like that that we can continue to have some of those discussions. And I know there's some really big plans like resorts. I know we're working very closely with Chris Deschitney and his team on trying to get that Horseshoe Bend project really worked on out in Lachie area. That's one of those projects where really, that's Honorable Helena Nez's area that I know that Chris has really been working with our team as well too to try to get that project across the finish line with Patrick and DED as well too. So I'm looking forward to that, and I know they have ambitions to get it done this year. So I know Honorable Helena gave me the eyes. We want to get it done this year. So again, I think it'd be great to get Honorable Chris Deschitney and his group and Honorable Helena Nez and really do that groundbreaking as well. So those are just some of the things I'm thinking about, but obviously there's other opportunities that we can continue to work on. And the other thing I mentioned too to Tony was back in April at the Economic Summit, or it was during the summer. I forgot when that happened. I think it was during the summer. I did that business site lease relief. So I'm trying to get an update from his team to make sure that I want to know how many Navajo businesses we've helped with that relief, because I know that that's one of the things that we're trying to encourage is we want Navajos to open businesses on Navajo. We want them to be here. We want them to be closer. We want them to employ. We want them to be a part of our nation. So again, those are some of the things that we're still working on. I know that there's also a store that we're trying to work on out in the Hard Rock area. I know that's a project that a few of the delegates in that area are trying to get that up and going, because that's the only store that people depend on too. So again, just little updates like that. We're trying to continue to encourage and continue to, and I think that $88 million with SSBI, if we roll it out correctly, there'll be a lot more Navajo entrepreneurs that are located here in Navajo that are making things happen as well. And so the other one was the student loan. I like that. I think that when we're having those discussions with when there's some reallocations or projects that can't get done and ARPA monies that need to be reallocated, maybe that's something that we look into is student debt relief, because I know that a lot of our Navajo students, people have a lot of debt. You know, it costs a lot of money just to go to any university as well too. So, but obviously we try to encourage them to go to NTU or Diné College where the cost is free as far as tuition. So again, we'll do what we can. I definitely do support some sort of debt relief for our students as well. And I know the education champion, he's right beside you, so he'll probably help you co-sponsor that too as well. So I know that he gave me the eyes too. So again, I appreciate all of you, and I think those are the questions that we need to increase. Okay, cool. Bia, that's what I got, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, Madam Vice President, we will turn the floor over to you at this time. The floor is yours.
Delegate Nota Shiaj, thank you so much for the spotlight on the Veterans Program, the issues that you are hearing out there. That is a lot of the issues that I hear as I'm out there also. What's the process? Where are you at the process? Do we have enough staff in these offices to make sure that the process is being followed in a timely manner? So it's something that it's on this administration's radar. Thank you so much, and we'll continue to do that and make sure that we are serving our veterans in a good and honorable way. The chapter staff and the chapter officials, also I'm glad that you let us know that you've already spoken to our division director and gone through that process. So now that I know that, then I can follow up with Director Arvin Mitchell in regards to what are we doing? Where is it at? How are we going to fix it? That's the type of questions that I'll follow up with now. Thank you so much. And then again, like you mentioned, you have the same concerns as a lot of your other colleagues here in this area, and we are listening to them. I am listening to them. And I agree. I don't want to sit here and come spring session and try and answer why we have turnover. One of the things that President Niagara mentioned at the division directors meeting in the beginning of this month was we have a good team right now. I feel good about this team that we have now. We've been working together for a year now. Akija and Dale National, they thought a can't jato, they know each a hard z, dobich a hate z. I feel confident in the division directors that we have on staff now that we're going to move forward in a good and positive way with any of these issues that we have all brought up here. Hashed og ending need na she yard at the schnita delegate nes ich had la coron hitch a hananin zito ich had la corona nish and then ik koshit sui by baden adon the car not walk or shinjana go but dealnish a yo ani hot abel ahzen. During the campaign, she was very helpful when it came to a lot of the issues that came from Eastern Agency, and I'm very confident that she will be a wonderful asset to your team. And she yat shitsui the shno ik ebedishne Melinda, and ahut ashia shitsui aheda ahut ah to anan that the yat go in, and it's uncalled for. Of course, let me know. I've always been open to you in that way, and ahut ero del chiaja. Arodi Quaggy Gold King mine spill. I get that information also from our farmers in that area. We know what to do with the funding. We know how to get our land back to where it needs to be. And they ask for me to be in support of them and what their plans are for that. And I know that we'll be able to work with the individuals in that area to make sure that the land is back where it is, because we all want what comes from that land every year at harvest time. It's not just that area that enjoys it. It's the cross Navajo Nation. Shiprock Fair, we know what we're bringing back. We're bringing back the melons. We're bringing back the corn. We're bringing back all these different things that region of our Navajo Nation has an expertise in. And so that is something that I believe that we will be able to support when it comes to that. At the beginning of the year, that's how I have this information. I was out there meeting with different individuals. And of course, a lot of the individuals were like, Haja, President, you know, I'm here, I'm listening, but they want to hear from the president. And I'm glad that he's going to make that time this coming year to be out there. And I'm sure that a lot of our council delegates will be able to get our president out there to listen to your constituents' firsthand issues out there. Shiaj Delegate Johnson, one of the things that I heard right away was pay student loans with our ARPA funds, and that's such a great idea. And as Shanella said, it is something that we can look into. We've always said that we're open to listen to any type of suggestion, any type of collaboration to make sure that we are here and getting the services that we need to our Navajo people. I agree that with the upgrade of the facilities in this area, we do need some upgrades. We do need like our administration buildings, our education buildings, and you mentioned decentralizing some of the programs. I've always been a champion of making sure that we utilize our chapter houses. And when we are out there in Torreon, Tuba City, Dilcon, Navajo Mountain, we need to have these divisions go out to these chapters so that our constituents don't have to come here to Window Rock. And so I agree that we don't need a 100% upgrade of everything, but our employees that are here, because of the way our facility have aged, and I really hope that we're able to bring in funding to make sure that our employees are in a work environment that is comfortable for them, to make sure that they're giving the services to our people. But thank you so much, everyone, for all your comments in this round of questioning. Thank you so much. Speaker.
Ro, thank you very much, Madam Vice President. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Claw and then Honorable Herman Daniels. That, Honorable Claw, I'll go ahead and defer the time for you.
Speaker Damon, Jonogo A Nananish Inda, Shestot by Hinson, Arakunish Chain Linigi, Dr. Nigrando, Shedden Linigi, Dr. Rishal Montoya, Ahetla Kunde, Nizadis do ninahata ako aalto bashes wajo. Ado dide o bahashnet dole do nandadesh kita. I just wanted to share a story that just happened this weekend. And it's a story that inspired me, and I hope that inspires the entire Navajo Nation. We had a few families that were affected during the Chinle flood, and over the weekend, we had a grandmother whose water lines were frozen out in the Cottonwood area of Chinle. We had a business owner come to her rescue, and they donated their time, they donated their supplies, and the most empowering part was this crew consisted of young ladies and young men. These individuals were under 21 years old, and they were spearheaded by their mother and their father who taught them this trade. Their company is Copper Penny, and they came out and they did all of the plumbing for Grandma. They put up skirting for her, and they were supposed to have gone back on Sunday, but unfortunately, their vehicle was in an accident. So, you know, what amazed me was that here we are, the Navajo Nation, we're talking about how we want to implement ARPA dollars, and we're talking about all of these, you know, improvements that can be made to homes, when this family knocked out this project in under 2 days. That's the kind of work that we should be doing out in the Navajo Nation for our families. We should not have all of these barriers or red tape that hinders people from working. The work comes from your heart. It comes from your mind. If there's a will, there's a way. And these young people know that. So I just want to say thank you to Al and Karen Bedoni, as well as all of their family. Also to a young boy who is from Del Muerto community and his grandmother. And then all of the families that donated to Grandma Dorothy Smith. And I'm so thankful that I had 3 delegates there as well, and who are there to help with this project. This leads me to the next discussion that I wanted to have with you, Dr. Nygren, and this is regarding our Youth Advisory Council. So under the Youth Advisory Council, we do have several delegates that are working to champion this issue. They're looking at the plan of operation, looking at working with the Office of Miss Navajo, Dene Youth, the legislative staff, as well as the executive staff. So with that, you will see more of the delegates working on the issue. We ask you for your support, because as we've seen through the story that I shared, these youth, they can move mountains. They're educated. They're not the leaders of tomorrow. They're the leaders of today, and we need to support them. So I ask for your support when we're working with them. In addition to this, I just want to add words of caution to the Office of the President and Vice President, as well as the Navajo Nation. We have companies that are coming to the Navajo Nation that are looking to make a quick buck. We need to be vigilant and ensure that we're doing due diligence to review a lot of these companies that are coming forth to the Navajo Nation. We need also for our enterprises to open their doors to priority 1 businesses, to our small groups, our nonprofit organizations, and then also we do need a review of some of the legislation that has recently passed. As for RDC, we continue to move forward with home sites, mission sites, and we do need the assistance from our Madam AG, the Department of Justice, as well as Legislative Council. We're trying to remove some of these barriers so that we can get these projects done. So with that, Speaker Damon, I'd like to reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you very much with that. Reserve your time at 15 seconds. With that, moving on down, we go to Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Daniels, and welcome. Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, Honorable Simonson. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Damon. Arun Dakoto 25th Navajo Nation Council. aro kodon kisolta ki hona hono sonigi che tiende hawal aro le honi jo hona hawal aro honi ro na di la che tiende na hawal a so da san so zanago a hen gede de schnil kodo nek es is niet olle kona as tu do sani da is saiben na de schnen rede khalita da han la khalita ro le beta khwet ala so hat a naidish kitle ko le kanak es de wat iets da was verhasen da ho is niet ben na de nek es de schlil de ko ko don rede a kwe holts an na ko hanat de ni hen da zas aro nana ko do ashlishn da hatle I see but how it has laid on it. She the snow she out on it. That was only yet snittle. But because of deals and I could over be hearts or spot the snittle. I got that is later what she's all what this morning. She did keep on us. I yelled the hush so a could on rate them to the sun in the house how you could a Baban's case ago. I don't know what the snittle did in the rate them. When I do my report at the chapter level could I provide written reports so when the snake or studio sani banda not about the hashia yegos get not eat a snow a bahana seko aronana a teen out a can the huntla a shane could on the rate should say him and eat all could Mr. Tom Platero a shane could have bit dish as that teeniki I know that on the rate a Paiute Mesa Road the rate between Old Jato and Navajo Mountain, there's a mesa, Paiute Mesa. Ayan huntla nahat leko aros kodo na gaita shitaya halne eat kodo hashlishn da hatle na gaita honorable Toth the areas are seeing so what ego so aronan kodo iba join kodo kareo I ashapi gat no kodo ben get hain ziko so na gait Saturday Nas regional meeting eat let or let natas on all jet ko shat kodo tsapikin la hit leto leko na khadina kododam Saliaja honorable president kododam migrant nidesh kishko adonan kodonage Western Navajo Agency Council alto kodo AIC kodo khado galada no kodo yes shahada tseko bebe chahadit sita shlok at na bebe kodo bebe chahasi kodo na khadina kodo the next Western Navajo Agency Council. I don't know how negin hitch the lish. I don't know the kiddy or huge ad. So it is hot naked or little go. I don't know senior centers across the Navajo Nation. Asian Lokodo Labachen has Tito Nana Kodo, Asian Lo IC Kodo Ray Aja director and litigation Kodo than Hada Bebechanati Ash Kodo, Celiaja Kodo. I don't know Kodo Ray Dam. Uranium. She says Zendo a tota. Ajobe says Hodida. Even transporting uranium across the Netherlands, Nikaya Bakao, tota. Ajobe says Ho. Hala IC get hit a hui Nick Adisha. Nagade Manama Valley area, Cane Valley area, Red Valley, Cameron, Church Rock, the IC Kodon Gate, and naked hit how Neho at Ecuador. So even Kodon Gate, she says, Zendo, I don't want your uranium on the Navajo Nation, even transporting uranium on the Navajo Nation. Do it, Dajabe says, Hodida. Hala I see Kodo, Na Shahade Kodo, my parents, grandparents, Asha, don't dal data got because of uranium, even na. So, Edeya, I don't know Kodo Ben Deshtige Kodo Nagadam, Nihij Kodo. Navajo Nation, the Nisha Kodo, Navajo Nation. Nagade Nate Dow, the Ecodo Hade, Navajo Nation, the Ne. She the snow at the net, the Nen Schlet, the net, what are the instead, what are the Hans and Leho. So Ebans, this case of God, the Hashi, I'm going to drop a legislation to change our name, Navajo to the Ne. Oyot abansas keso what did over the hot air and the what I should say. But see if Maznashing, oh yeah, Lada knows the lot aid. Now, be what's what I should get out about it. It is what $1,000. Could it also be $0 could not write down what I should say. I don't know, could Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. With that, before I go ahead and go back to yourself, Mr. President, let me go on to Madam Vice Chair. Honorable Simonson, the floor is yours at this time.
Oh, yeah, it's Asian and Ado Keon Dasan Dahagi, Eha Quanahano Aj, the one lady shall all with her, Nisans, or Quidget shall Ilwood, a Cohonjano, Ea, Quado Ea, Shanand Quadon Daidil Kiddo, which not ha hitziko a quatel e conzago e elkiln da huilnetle a ko ba kenasen aro betendan nishidi kode at a nike I kaila a ko o ya he de snido le lego it's not goshi that is not shik e shidne e quado e ya ba kenasenigi e di nas e hathal ado eya keshje shi banda alteho so the zendosen dadits ao e shi hot ego e benachje kode nsan lenigi nihik echetle kode e saba dadi no tadil zentle o kohon le shagante e njano hajogo na haltkino o koho yego shi be na hashjonle o ba hehuin zenit jo eben na e kon so the zen that it's atle sholot da no da hat khala has twin da atle e shi ya yaltkitle o shi ba he hun zenigi de aro e ya kwagi shedna aba khan no sen hiln se hoten del di no bandi khakot I ho ko e khalet ala die so the bin jetzt so da dilsen de kushin der zeda e wala be kaya nal say da di no ka sa da honid lo da kon da hashish ko des drui troha da den da di no juk ade troha ko ba he ni zini shi de hot e dole ko di kwagi shedil ahigi yesigi e ya di kodo shananda dan linigi ani o ye hadasti kodo e shido a hotel shin takes nle odo ada kuiche hotel ba de needs ido big ya del le handa idle hego ko di de ba shin igi e ya di sa koje Navajo Hopi Land Commission has aje de nele kode a sa de mil do ba e kot beso bani nel AAD Housing Manufacturing Feasibility Study. So the a kwete go ileho e hashina la o yo beso bani nel. O koho o ye shedil a khodo e ya nihera dit a hitan lo nahatel nish khayla ado hajo nal sosinel I o kobeji la do ye la aslila Hashain hit and now hot yaha a seat and soya up on this case, doshidil andle. A cordin also contract or yot and net the higi, ashod a hajota noch ashod it that dish ni quene la bahanet that no than that it kit don and ada. A coho what a ya as suddenly behas seat dollar. Arodi kodo o isens do e ya shnatn da idol kedo anleda e ditne kwa has agi Navajo Nation do e la bunches nistan le ko aro hashin go e de anle shran kayaki e ke honsto do enlego hago da inada ko e ko e ke honsto ko de e do la hait da Navajo Nation bunches nista de hat ila dit da altronne il in hallen hat ila wahat so altron ope ette kwisilni in son sas case hinanish etelia kode naso do bini gata naso peso onazgigo atin kojich epen da hoit anle ko oya ka be hasti dole aro kodoshnant ahta no linigi noltro e kode di saden linigi oshin ban so case eben yeben hit hasti dole Nlede need now da kaigi da what else are you yadalt kitla
and colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and our President, Vice President, and our AG and DOJ, I present this statement to you. How do we dismantle the system? How do we empower and give power back to the people? Kode.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. That, let me go back to you, Mr. President, and then go to Madam Vice President.
Rubiga, yeah, Shanant Adam, Senegido, Karwa, Langer, the Sundahigi, Beginning Igi, Speaker Damon, Ado Hojo, not in household, Kanagi, Hadoli. Horoya, Juno, Dido, Kidio, Bonet, Lon, Dido, Kido, Beninach, and Sake, Stobin Nache, Alcheda, Dilne, Dobin Nache Hoje, Art in the Shadil, Nishigi, Juno, the East, Sate. Do Hoshe no go do Bahos in the Tit or not Ani, the Shediki, Dodi, the hot Eshet no, but not a hot on a Shediki, Apian, Seda kiss. Shohe, Hashabin hot on and Tana, but the kiddo, Hashabin hot on, but the kid, Bakadi, Jahe. Do hot or Bibiyat kid at Dina Nishazot that the lift and no shim, Tanzoshin has Aro Benasindale Kidigi to Aro Hadaso Kizgi, Hehan Kidini do Laro, why a needy honorable claw, chin lead, a head of it when I didn't kid Junia lay in Hinka restroom, cannot restroom on this the president's office. Restroom, I see old ne. They buy again, copper penny. They're the ones that fix that. Oh, kanaki nasta so yeah, nasta and them about 50, 60 years old as in laser restroom. So I know the little kids you're talking about. Junon dat nishto, Tobiga had the hot era, and then they also I think they ran in that challenge too that they had one time outside in the parking lot. So those are some very this basket's really basketball, the basketball didn't seem, but no, those are some good people, and that's a great company, Copper Penny Plumbing, and the good work that they do, and the young people that are working for them. And I know it's a strong family-owned business, and that's one of the things I want to, as mentioned earlier, how do we get them more involved? How do we get them signed up so that they can work with the Navajo Nation? And that's one of the things I'm going to continue to always tell our enterprises, work with our Navajo small businesses so that you can work with them, because I know, as mentioned earlier, Honorable Simon says we've had Diego behas ani begin the seat longe beni nache the nikin khata del nisho the nebe Washington to khanda it later to khamba hoil jista ot end Nikananish Hadanil Charigin can enterprise a Shawatskin Honda illa Ebinachin Echidayos Yat Etolis. And that's always been a strong mandate from myself and all the division directors. I always tell them, how are we getting our small businesses involved and how can we make sure they work with our enterprises? So again, thank you to Al and the Benoni family for responding in such a quick manner that you helped their family out in Chinli. Yes, when it comes to the quick bucks, that's one of the things I'm very strict on, because I think just coming from a construction background, I'm always asking for the square foot price and what is the cost going to be. If it's going to cost something outrageous, we might as well give the money to the people directly, because we don't deserve to provide that service, because it's going to cost way too much money and somebody's going to make a quick buck on us. So definitely, and those are some of the things I think about. And as Honorable Simonson said, we got to make sure that we get additional staff that's reviewing some of these documents so that mistakes like that don't happen as well too. So again, I appreciate that. And then the Youth Advisory Council, one of the things I just want you to know is that I really wanted to get it up and running last year, and it was the first year. It was a little tougher scenario, but as of a week ago, I issued a new memo, and we're going to have Carletta Benali right there that runs the office of Miss Navajo. She's going to be championing the Youth Advisory Council, and I really believe, especially at that event 2 weeks ago, she brought over about 60 to 70 of our youth that were excited. So I feel like she's really in touch with our youth in our community, and she does a wonderful job working with Miss Navajo right there. Obviously, we've got Miss Navajos that are One's a speaker and one's the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. So you guys be careful. You better treat her with some respect. She might be the next president of the Navajo Nation, so we don't know. So just be careful. So again, I think that Carletta and her group, and I know she's done a wonderful job with Office of Miss Navajo and the work that she's doing and how in touch she is with, and I know that she's going to do a wonderful job as a memo that I issued last week to give her that authority to really run with that out of my office as well too. So Carletta, no pressure. And I know one of the things that she did mention is that funding. So maybe that's something that you can work with her, is really try to allocate some funding so that we can make sure that the Youth Advisory Council is an effective council that can really operate, attend some of these meetings, and also sit here with us and sit on some of these committees and be able to be assigned at the president's office or the vice president's office or even one of the division directors as well, to really figure out how they can help us and have a different perspective and different mindsets as well. So again, really, and my brother Herman Daniels, I don't see it in Schmaze. Just kidding. Herman, yate. Again, Honorable Daniels, I look forward to coming out and visiting your family and your community. One of the things, as I mentioned earlier, as I mentioned to Chairman Nez too, it's going to have to be a coin toss for me to go to Western or Northern Agency. So I'm going to give you the opportunity now, Herman. Heads or tails? What'd you say? Tails or heads? Tails. Heads or tails? Tails, okay. So I'm going to do heads or tail, and then if it's tails, I'm going out to Western. If it's heads, I'm going out to Northern Agency, because the meeting's on the same day. So that way I can just blame the coin and be like, it was the coin's fault. I went out, I didn't attend your meeting. So I'll do a coin toss, and I'll make sure it's a live video too. And I'll text it to our Northern delegates and our Western delegates that it was a coin toss, and this is where I am today for either Western Agency or Northern Agency Council meeting. But in all reality, if our committees, our councils can have separate days to have those meetings, I really would appreciate that, because that way I can have all the staff out there. Because when you're having the same meeting on the same day on a Saturday, you might not have the same staff, you know what I mean? So, but I'll make sure that the meeting that I go to will make sure it's properly staffed so we can answer the questions that are needed. I'm glad that you're going to be working with Tom Platero, our new roadman, Tom Platero. If you don't know Tom Platero, is it Tom Platero? You see, yeah. So that's Tom Platero, the new roadman. Yes. So if you've got questions, and he says he's identified a lot of processes that we can work on. I really believe Tom is going to help us build a lot of roads this year and really come up with creative ways to use some of those. Because he was telling me the other day, there's so much funding that's sitting there for years and years and years and years, and I really look forward to rolling that out. So Tom, no pressure to you as well too. And I agree with your sentiment about uranium. Shouldn't be taken across the Navajo Nation. I share that same sentiment, and I told that to the AG, and the AG and that's where it gets real tricky, because there's the right-of-ways and all sorts of other things that they can literally haul stuff across the state highways and things like that. So again, that's why I made the statement of, let's just make it very difficult for them. Taxes, fees, and stops, and next thing you know, it's infeasible for them to haul, and they just say, don't. So again, I stand with you about uranium shouldn't be hauled across the Navajo Nation, but just the way the laws and everything that are written. But we'll put up a good fight. I know that's what I want to do. I want to put up a good fight and make it as extremely difficult as possible, working with DOJ and working with the 25th Navajo Nation Council so that uranium is treated the way you're thinking as well. So, do Diné Nation, I'll leave that one alone. I'll leave that to the council. So the council wants to do that. Yeah, that's going to be a good one, just like the Super Bowl. Just kidding. Every year, okay. Cool. I'm glad you're checking on our elders, Otho. And that's one of the things we got to constantly do on a day-to-day basis, because you hear a lot of messaging all across when you visit some families. Some families, when you visit them, I was okay. this summer dam yes JD slado salchindo shikedo shiga keda hat enigi da shkaiche everina chista deslindo everina thoda hallondo everina ai ta ben yes JD stella dan nicht halkidai hot on dan kiden kinala to tinde tihni enda ashlisdo le tinde enda ido chkido le tanora sanda idil krebina. I think that your sentiment about checking on our elders and making sure that we know this happens every year. And I know, but for sure, I want to make sure that I know this year our emergency management team has done a wonderful job in responding. And I told them too 2 weeks ago, use this as practice. Don't just think that the storm's going away. Let's really refine it, because there's probably going to be additional storms and additional things that are happening over the next month or two. So let's prepare for it. So we got a plan in place. And I'm glad that they've really worked together. And I'm happy that some of you that have visited our command center down at INDOT, thank you for doing that, because it means a lot to them. Because there are first responders who are really trying to work for us and trying to make things happen and really keep our people safe. So again, thank you for you all who check on our first responders and the emergency command centers all. And then Honorable Simonson, I think that your sentiment, I think we've had this discussion already. I just want to say that I know that the Chief of Staff, myself, we agree with you, just the meeting that we had in my office, and we're working on it. And I look forward to getting you an actual update and inviting you to my office to really move that issue aside and get that handled as well. So again, thank you for that. Tais tangi sibini na chebini na ayo khaira horedo niligi aho yanda do hajo hatis charon ke khade lo asl gatit aida khande do skesbini na che ashad nekya che horo tski do nje hanas zi do les benel neshota. That's why we have Navajo language, we have a code. As you mentioned, we got to free up the money. We got to free up the money, and I think that's where we're really going to try to figure out who can do the work and who cannot do the work, and what kind of organization should be working with. So again, I know Shauna mentioned that, you mentioned that, and I think a few others have mentioned that. So I look forward to identifying some of those needs, and because nonprofits and Navajo businesses will be around forever and ever, so we might as well learn how to work with them effectively. Again, I think that's all. And then now on to Speaker. That's all I got.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Anything else to add on? No? You're good? Thank you very much. For the record, we do have Mr. Tommy Rogers, police officer from Crown Point District. Thank you very much for your being here as Sergeant at Arms. Thank you very much, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, riding the cake, and JT Willie, again, thank you for the food, with the food and everything. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, so I'm going to go back to reserve time, but it doesn't become a reality. I didn't feel like I was gonna leave till just now. I miss all you guys. I just want to say I love you, all you. I really do. It's been great being a Navajo Nation employee. And thank you, Mr. President. Sorry. Just getting emotional. It just hit me because I turned him. It doesn't become a reality until Emo takes your equipment away from you. And I just now turned in my laptop I had for the last 8 years. So thank you very much. Let me go back to the floor. Madam Chair Parrish. Chairman. Great working with you. Appreciate it. I love you too. Oh, yeah. And it's official too. I can't take my resignation letter back. The board just took it from me, so. With that, let's go on moving on down. I still got, going back to reserve time. Mr. President, you're not done yet. I got reserve time. This is who I got in the queue. I got Madam Chair Parrish, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Madam Chair Jesus, 43 seconds. Honorable Andy Nez, 36 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, 1 minute, 46 seconds. And Honorable, who was else? Oh, Honorable Claw, 15 seconds. That, Madam Chair Parrish, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Damon, and thank you, President Nygren, for your responses this afternoon. Thank you, Vice President Rochelle Montoya. I think this afternoon we've been listening to your responses for more than an hour, but President Nygren, I've been hearing both sides. I've been hearing you say that you need to make bold decisions and to move forward boldly on behalf of the nation, but a lot of the questions that our colleagues have asked you are direct questions that you did not answer directly. So after a year of being our president, we definitely need your response on how you see this direction from generating revenue all the way to ARPA dollars, all the way to the UUFB, because at the end of the day, if you're not going to make a decision and you're going to leave it on council, this is a discussion that the Budget and Finance Committee has been having for this first year in office, and we don't mind taking that lead of the discussion, but again, your input is greatly appreciated when we're talking about the overall financial health of the Navajo Nation. So I appreciate the comments and questions from both Shana, Dr. Andy Nez, and also from Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson, because I think at the end of the day, we're looking at what's going to continue to bring in revenue for the Navajo Nation. If we're going to talk about increasing our wages across the Navajo Nation, how are we going to pay for it? How is it going to be sustainable after ARPA? Because if we look at what the next 3 years of our tenure is, the decisions that we need to make now to see the product have to happen today in order for us to make any corrections in the future. So President Nygren, I would really like you to respond to what your priorities in signing legislation. If 10 UUFB legislation come across your desk, are you going to sign it? That's your authority as the president. So hearing your direction on the UUFB or reallocation, your thoughts are greatly appreciated for the council right now as we continue to amend and make those changes to ARPA and also to some of we have plenty of money legislation on our agenda today, so that those comments would be appreciated. I'm going to reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Yep, we have a lot of things on our agenda. Reserve your time at 1:09, Madam Chair. And technically, I'm here till 11:59, so if we want to go till 11:59, I'm ready. I just got another Starbucks. That, Madam Chair, Jesus, 43 seconds. The floor is yours, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Speaker. Just two follow-up questions. President Nygren, the vetting process. What is the current status of the applications that have been submitted by these new energy companies that are pursuing energy development on Navajo Nation? Right now, a lot of these folks that had submitted applications, their energy projects are on hold, and GLAD will not be processing any more leases. We want to know exactly what is going on, and this was for the very purpose of requesting if you can withdraw Executive Order 0223. The second one is I do agree with Honorable Nota. Please include the 2640 Finance Agency.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And if there's any other further time, because Madam Chair, Jesus might need some colleagues. That, moving on down. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, 36 seconds. Floor is yours, Doctor.
Oh, yeah, Speaker. And thank you, Honorable President, as well as Shema, for addressing the questions. And President, just as an advice, perhaps you can make 2 meetings. Many of us do it. I know that it's a far distance, but many of our Navajo Nation employees make those far distance for travel, and so do our veterans when they have to check in on paperwork. So it's done every day, so I'm sure you'll find time to make that happen on behalf of our constituents. 2 quick things. I know I'm running out of time. First one, you did not answer the question on who is appointed to our HES committee. The second one, again, is I think when we face this chronic issue,
Thank you very much, Doctor. Let me go back, Mr. President, for a response at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Shananta Honaiso Tanigido. Aroda Esnot Aigido Hodon Canasdale, Kedigito Yat Air Gedini Dodes. As a Shinjano, what it I saw can't open in that you they were at never Washington, but as Anagate all Nan the store Ilabanda, Tintan so she had out Kissy, Kahan Kedini, the hot old angel no Bahozently. Hodon needed Naide Kidigi, Honorable Chairwoman Parish. I knew what them. I hot in the show of answers case, see Yego, she showed Neo Yashtio, Doshit Hashit, Jo the Nevenant Ajelon Shabansis case, Hajo at any basis has now. Aron the Hajo be Hodesh Arkansas this case. See Yego, Shohodnito, Shedeshe, Honil, Payis, go the Nedobot, do Yoshida net, leader the late. Indish no nana got nashe that needle. Every night ayo yist down station. The Joeshin hot old Kina Kushina Hedene, not on in that later. Don't now can't even a nation so man this case. See, Shedesh Bahos and those Shedesh Hodon need to did oro little dot Nilasi passes Obenina a hunchstep. I danced Bahos and Jot in them, didn't hesitate the meal Yajahone lot and net they need setting it in a Bansis Casey do Kaya Hayon, Soya Niote, and non nation does go there. Ebinina see Hajotil Zenodeya, Evinado Hajo Yego, she sad. Unnunst atom, Joe Baseman's undoshin aten, Abahazinia, Jono, Alkenil, Town, City case, she and name, do hear that Obenawish aton. Ebinina, do Joban, this case, do Hajona, Sosashi, Tado, Ashishint, Igi, Halet, Ola Dolet, Queen Zenigi Beninach Nash Atle, Ebinina, Hodoshin Shadin, Sinoyat, Etolitazim, a hot end. Elkitten da deal nesto led Schladin Hahotzo Washington se Tennessee base of which in dod nitigi shahota stone hot on this case to which in dod nitla but la hobedanil Sashino Nepes of John Nate, Sashin wonder the Nate, Toshin the Lolte, how one the Bill, Haishi, be told Nate a hot end, not untold, Nitigation, AI is it don't skinda. Nikishia Hodanit on today, case given in a Ebina needy about Bahasadat, the you be his only date, so pay so better that pay such as the need tegi, highlight all the chide deal, Nenegi, Joshi Hodo Abehanas. Hai Hey Kaho Sin case, Nenhata Haila at Shehodoban's case, has Twido San is a lot soto, Hawade Nahot Igi Ede Ais Bansis case. Aro Totenle Yego, da ich Haigi, Hojinken and Anna, Lenegi Dr. Nez, Aren Han, Nahaka, Hashet Oebenan, Nishta Halon, Hashet Oebeha, one the Halon, Hashet Oeb, Benyech, Eder, Lilini, Base of El Yagwe, but Laho Big and so on, this case, hot on this case, Eshi, a hot odo Shaba, what no sindole, and I see the Nebada job, Paigi, Big happy that, and over Ganeta, ten Bekeda, ten Donna, so up in that. Yego ya jopa. Aro hodosto yego de neta ich treigido na ne stehen sinigidon lensrade. Kada de kahegi hot any so yan sick case. Eshi bini nachin daho au yate. Ebina hodo si yego. Dit oro lesen gedesh nilit assist nekedin sinobini na hotte. See Yego Shaban Seda case the late. A hot ocean, Sar Hodge, large base of Bahi, Yanigido, Dest, Ingi, that's the Tahigi Honorable Chairwoman Parish, Eoto, Sardin, and Nunched Arolis. Sorry, thought I was on KTNN. Nah. So, Honorable Chairwoman Jesus, we're working on the executive order. I know that it's being drafted to rescind because I know that the resources, we didn't have enough resources for that executive order, and we felt like it just wasn't working. I know the ideas were great. We knew that RDC, majority of you guys thought it was a good idea. We thought it was a good idea, but just the lack of resources to implement that executive order is very tough on that part, and we really want to make sure that we have a good transition back to you all. We'll make sure that there's a debrief on what projects are under works and what's working and what we're going to do moving forward as well too. So again, I was more than happy to let you know verbally that we're going to rescind that executive order, but I know Madam AG and the team are working on getting that draft done so we can rescind that executive order in the spirit of partnership and collaboration as well too. So, and I just want you to know that. And then the 26 different that haven't been paid as well, if you can send that to us as well, and I'll make sure we follow up on that, because like I said, some of these people travel long distances to get paid, and they're waiting months, and that whole payment system, I think that's the number one issue all across. Again, and those are discussions I've had with the Office of the Controller, and just figure out we got to know where these high output requests are coming from and what can we do to possibly outsource them, and we'll continue to work on that as well. And also, my little brother, Dr. Nez, we'll get you that name, because right now I'm not sure if it's either Vicky Shirley, or I'm not sure if it's Jesse Jim that's assigned to it, but I will let you know. But regardless, they should all be tuning in because they're community representatives, and that's having to do directly with our government. As I mentioned earlier, I'm very disappointed that not only you, but the other committees are wondering where our community reps are. And my assumption was that assignments were assigned and that people were at least joining the meetings and letting me know, because the last thing I want to do is a legislation to show up. And one of those examples is the virtual attendance legislation. Literally, knew nothing about it. No chapter resolutions, no agency council reports. So I made a split decision right when I'm sitting right there, and I read the legislation. The only thing I asked was how many chapters provided resolutions, how many agency councils supported this legislation. And when I found out that there was no agency council support, there wasn't enough chapters, I said the only thing I'm going to do right now is I'm not going to make a decision on behalf of the chapters till I get chapter input. And that's why I vetoed it. And that's one of those scenarios where nobody was attending those meetings, and it was very disappointing to know. But I'm glad that I think that legislation is before you guys today. And as I mentioned at Chinle, and as I mentioned at Fort Defiance Agency Council meeting, I'm glad that chapters are getting behind it now. Their voices are being heard with resolutions, and I'm glad that the agency councils are passing resolutions to support that, because to me, that's true input when you're going to revitalize Title 26. So again, I'm very happy that's happening, but I'm going to be honest with you, I'm a little disappointed. That's all I can say, and I think that it's just going to be sitting down and recapping with my team. Usually somebody will let me know, but yeah, that's all I want to say. I just want to express my disappointment, and we'll work on being better. And hopefully in the spring, as Honorable Nota mentioned, a lot of these questions are taken care of by then. So we'll make sure, hey, you have too much staff at our meetings. So, Honorable Speaker, heard you got to 11:59, so this is as long as I can make my responses, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Vice President, any further response? No, not at this time. With that, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. The floor is yours at this time.
Thank you for your response, and I do look forward to the meeting that we will be having with our second generation and also the relocatees to figure out how we could work with them. Just keep me updated as to when that meeting will be, and I can make sure I put some time aside for that for sure. One of the things that you talked about is, looking at outsourcing or even contracting the work out, especially for ARPA. I'm wondering are you going to be going back to the request for proposals to look at both small businesses on Navajo, the larger businesses, where they're nonprofits that also put in their request for proposals? Because I think it would be important to include as many individuals and companies, small businesses and nonprofits as much as we can, because we do need all hands on deck, especially if VP said that she wants all 100% allocated, encumbered, spent. That is really important that we also do and spend as much as we can. So we have 5 months to really look at that obligation and the encumbering all those numbers. So I don't want these funding to be sitting somewhere in some account, because we got this ARPA money because of COVID, and when we had our meeting here, I believe it was a month ago, you talked about infrastructure was important, and I do believe that is very important. It provides services and programs directly to our community. So I want to make sure that we're looking at all of the small businesses, looking back at all the nonprofits, and also looking at the large businesses. So if you're looking back at your request for proposal sheet, make that also a priority. Thank you. I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Moving on down, let me move, next in the queue is the Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, 1 minute, 46 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Damon. At this time, I'd like to see if you can go ahead and follow up on that question regarding the Department of Agriculture, Fish and Wildlife received $6 million for a forage study, and I'd like to get a timeline to see when that's going to be implemented, preferably by today. Also, the grazing permittee needs their permits. Until then, we can make sure BIA issues out some temporary grazing permits. I reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair. Reserve your time at 1 minute, 13 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Claw, 15 seconds.
All I have to say is, let's get some work done. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We go back to, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. If anybody needs some time, they can go and try to wrangle Honorable Norman MBA. Let me go back to Madam Chair Parrish, 1 minute and 9 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Damon. Thank you, President, for responding. I guess the Budget and Finance Committee has their work cut out for them. I appreciate that. So I'm going to go back to issues from Western Agency. The Budget and Finance Committee heard a report from the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration about the Navajo Nation Veterans Housing for the $50 million allocation through the ARPA legislation. At the time, there was only 4 veterans out of the over 100 houses that were on the list. So President Nygren, at this time, I'd like you to give you the opportunity to respond of why there are only 4 veterans for Western Agency that are going to receive a house. And I'm going to reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reserve your rest of your time at 31 seconds. Mr. President, I'll go back to you.
Biga, thank you, Speaker. Ado Shananta Sherilyn Yazi. Definitely, when we have those discussions, as mentioned earlier, that we're definitely trying to make sure that the directors to my right is really, when we provide that report at the next leadership meeting on what we can and cannot spend, so that we can work on that. And then if there's opportunities to figure out, are these some of these proposals feasible for nonprofits and other organizations to go after as well. So we'll make sure we have a list of those projects that we're thinking about. So I just want you to know that. And again, you're absolutely right. These dollars were for COVID and infrastructure, and we will do what we can, as I mentioned earlier, that we just, if we can provide water, electricity, the basic necessities of a home so that they can enjoy it, that's what really makes the day happen. Because I know Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, I haven't really been back out in the field since CARES and evaluating some of these homes. And Dr. Nez and I were up on White Clay, and it was really heartbreaking to see. For my first time, I actually went into some tears, just because I remember visiting these families during the CARES Act. I think I visited 500 families, and I remember as most of them were in the most remote areas. And when I saw this family, the one that lives in a hogan, dirt floor, and you see that they have a bathroom addition to it. They got a power line. They got heaters going. Sure, they have a cistern tank, and they can't get a water line because it's miles and miles away, but they got a septic tank, and they got a drain field. And one of the things they say is, you know what? We put water in the toilet, and we flush it, and it goes in the septic tank, and it does whatever it needs to do in the summer. And we know during the winters, it's harder to haul water, but we can wash our hands. The water goes down the sink, and it goes inside the septic tank, and it does what it needs to do. That really got me into tears, knowing that during that time, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, when I was working for NECA, we were able to do a lot of that work. And at that time, just imagine if we were asking them for all these things that we wanted to do. At that time was, you got 3 months or you were losing that money. So I remember just saying, there's a family that lives here, and there's little kids, and talk about multi-general living. That's what this hogan represents. And now coming back 3 years and just seeing that, they say, you know what, we're not upset that we don't haul water. It's just cool that we got electricity. We would have never afforded electricity to go a mile to our house. There's no way, but now we got it. And then there's another scenario where it was like, I think it was a trailer that most people would have just said, you know what, people probably don't even live there. And this is a whole family that lives in there, and there's a bathroom addition, and it's the same scenario. They got electricity, they got water. And at that time, one of the things that I actually specifically remember that trailer on White Clay, because it was right under an NTOA power line. And at that time I said, you know what? I'm pretty sure NTOA can remove some of their lines, because they wanted them to move their trailer. And their trailer, I don't think if it moves, I don't think it's going to survive the move. And so seeing that as well, and then you see a mom in there, a 70-year-old mom weaving a rug, and all in the middle of all this hardship. You know what I mean? In the middle of this hardship. And that's what this funding is supposed to do. And that's what I'm excited about as we continue to move forward. As my directors are going to work on what we can and cannot do. One of the things, as Shandine asked me earlier, what do you want to accomplish? That's what I want to accomplish. I don't care if people from somewhere do it, but what I do care about is those families that live here, multi-generational, some of them that have lost loved ones with COVID, and they just want a chance to survive. And the chance to survive is water, electricity, and sanitation facilities. And if there's housing, even better. And so that's one of the, I think, testimony statements I want to make. And I just, again, thank Dr. Andy Nez for really coming out to my office and really working with Apache County and really visiting those families. That's one of the things, I think, when I do visit families, I'll encourage all of you to come tag along. Let me go out into your community. So some of you probably know of some of those scenarios. I can think of scenarios in Delcon, too. Behind Delcon, you go 1 mile, probably 18 miles northeast. I know all those families back there. Some of them were Navajo partition relocatee homes that got those facilities, and it just really changed their lives as well. So I think when it comes to the funding and how we're going to reallocate some of them over the next several months, I think that if we can accomplish that mission, change people's lives and give them something they've never had their entire life, I think that we can all sleep good at night. So Mr. Johnson, I don't have a direct answer for your 6 million, Honorable, but I want to, as you mentioned, I'm going to actually reach out to my staff that's listening to actually get you an email by end of the day, and so that we know what's happening with that, because I want to know as well myself. And then the grazing permits, I think that that's a tremendous task that you all are undertaking at RDC, and I know that BIA is looking at some of those avenues, and one of the things Honorable Shirley's predecessor, I expressed to him that, you know what, these discussions really need to happen with RDC, with the council and the president's office, and really get some input before BIA sets new regulations without getting our input. So again, I know that's a tricky topic, but I'm glad we got a strong Navajo woman that's in that position right now, and I'll be issuing a letter, I think, in support of trying to keep her as well too. So I think it only benefits the Navajo Nation if we can kind of keep a Navajo in that position as well. So I want to see what she can do. She's proven herself to work within the BIA. She's Navajo, and I think Gregory Mahoja is just going to keep moving up too. So well, we're okay. So he can enjoy those big jobs in DC, who can also support us this way. So again, that's another one that we really want to talk about. And again, Chairwoman, we'll definitely work together. I know you and I have discussions about trying to figure out some of these scenarios, but I'll definitely do my very best to try to have those discussions with you. But when it comes to basic infrastructure, I'm really big on that one. But when it comes to trying to figure out what is that balance budget, what is that balance, the 182 million, I know you want me to break up the pie and figure out what are my true thoughts and where I think money should go. And I think that's feasible. I think that definitely within a week before, I remember you mentioned you want to meet before the next BNF meeting, and let me get some pie charts together and kind of just lay out some of my thoughts. This much in infrastructure, this much in economic revenue generating, and maybe some of this in this pot, like as Johnson mentioned, why fix old government buildings or rebuild new government buildings, and really try to do that. So I'll try to answer that question as well too, Honorable Johnson. So the question you asked about the 4 homes out in Western, I kind of want to know that myself, so I'll have that discussion, because if there's 100 homes and only 4 going to Western, that's 4%, and Western should at least get, because there's 5 agencies, so you should at least get 20%, 20 homes. So that's what I'm thinking as well. They might be all going to Dr. Nez's agency, so you better talk to him. I'm just kidding. So I'll look into that. I want to know where they're all going, so I'll get you a response on that. But to me, just from what you're telling me, it's straight up unfair. 4 out of 100. That's 4%. So definitely, let me get some answers and get right back with you as well too. So thank you, Honorable Chairwoman and Speaker.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, Vice President? No. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. On reserve time, I don't have any. Oh, I do have. Che, good afternoon. Floor is yours, Che. Honorable Norman MBG.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. It's nice to sit up there, I guess now, huh? Couple more hours. I was hoping you call recess now. Aro koro 25th Council do, aron ke staff do, ke directors that they are. Nice all thangi. I'd like to give a good pause to our Chiche for holding down the fort for 9 years, yeah. They did give him a good pause and get him out of here when he's going to be all happy at Santa Fe, but we'll be visiting you up there, yes, Che. So let's give him a good pause of appreciation that he's going to ride his horse to Santa Fe.
Thank you, Che. Thank you. Can you reserve his time while we're clapping? Thank you very much, Che.
I wrote, President of Montoya, Ariane, get your report of Saiba Kiran, it's in I hate to repeat the same questions again over and over, but you know, we still have the same problems that chapters in Chinda has the that is caused that and not I guess the reservation the Kagi will that no emergency declaration no. You know, we need roads and we need that ARPA money. That's kind of 164 process. Maybe make some executive order to bypass that. And since we already have the projects in order, and I'd like to go ahead and defer my time to Mr. Arnold Cho.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Toth, you have 2 minutes and 49 seconds. You accept? That, Honorable Toth, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Tem.
There it goes.
Cut off and okay, thank you, Speaker. Shananda, Koro, Atatato, Sland, Jeti, Kretlashin Jetos, so kind of Corona, Skidoli. Allow by this Nashanat Ani, Mr. President of Vice. Dida Therude, General Salat Soba Banita. Ebich chapter official don Mr. Stephen Arviso do community development do veterans a question General Khalia a thought of it let's see so all and they and also dinner she all analyze it they so somehow and which it is also have your staff look into it come out with a good solution who's going to be overseeing that building. So chapter don't have enough money to run that facility, so I out that the Veterans Department data isn't he lata to lately korobich itish ashode on yados ado lately brand new building. We need to occupy that. So this coming February, we should be meeting in that building at Onazo Chapter House or something that. It is about this to here. Mr. Norman McKay, thank you for yielding this time to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Toth. That we go back to the queue. I have 31 seconds. Let me go back to Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, 1 minute, 13 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I'd just like to talk about the uranium no hauling on Navajo Nation. So Navajo Nation has the authority, you know, not to allow this. Years ago, we've met with ADOT upper management, Arizona state legislators on some vendors, artisans from the Cameron area down in Phoenix. So we met in this room, this conference room, legislator, attorneys from ADOT, we're all in one conference room. So they came in, they stated their case, and then the legislator of Arizona asked them if they had a grazing permit. They asked ADOT that. ADOT said no. So they looked to these Navajo vendors, said, do you have a grazing permit? It says right here. Well, case closed, you guys have no jurisdiction. You guys have to work with Navajo right away. That was it. So they got to stay and have their business continues to this day. So I just wanted to share that with you, and there's something we can do to help.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair. Let me go back to Chairwoman Parrish, 31 seconds, and I'll come back to you, Mr. President. Chair Parrish, 31 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, 26 seconds. You accept? I accept. Thank you. With that, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, the floor is yours.
Oh.
Yeah, You're good.
Hakashi. So, President, I'm going to quote you. I'm not sure. I'm going to quote you again. Usually someone will let me know. I kind of want to know that regarding the 4 homes. And I'm going to re-emphasize this is important. This is why it's important to have a rep at Health Education Human Service Committee, because we do address these veteran issues and concerns as well as all services. And I think it's time as well that
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. That, we go back to, I don't have anybody else in the queue and nobody else with reserved time. Mr. President, the floor is yours, and I'll go to Madam Vice President after that. Honorable President.
All right. Thank you. Shanantada no thaniki aro. Jono seda case do yat ego yadas ke igero kini na chikananta dalonagi akyahan kidini the ras yego shiklin not in hona so thaniki horoya. Norman, I think you're right about that. We'll definitely continue to work on these chapter issues as we continue to move forward. And as I've mentioned before, no matter where I go, I represent 110 chapters, and every chapter wants my attention, and all 400,000 people really expect a lot of things out of our administration. So we'll continue to work on that, and I still need to make it out to all the 3 chapters. Remember that? So I'm going to work with you this time around. I'm going to quit spending time with Dr. Nez because I feel like I'm over there a lot, and he's in my office many, many, many times. So again, we'll make some time to make it out to Eastern Navajo to do a tour of Tahajale, Alamo, and Rama as well too. So we're gonna make that. Yes, the northern. I know. Northern. Yes, northern. But Klabato, I did run into some chapter episodes of Klabato. So so we'll work on that. And then Honorable Toth, I'm glad that you brought that up as a reminder to really work on that as well too, to make sure that we don't just build. That's the other thing, really working on that. It's easy to build something, but can we maintain it and making sure that there's O&M money as we continue to move forward. So again, I'll get you an answer. I might get quoted again, so we'll work on that. So we'll make sure that the Veterans Administration gets you an answer on everything that we're working on to see what we can do to keep that open. So Mr. Arvizo is a happy man as well, and hopefully it'd be cool to have a Eastern Agency Veterans meeting there. Not this time because I'm meeting with them on Wednesday. So maybe the next one we can have that discussion as well too. So I appreciate that. Auto, Mr. Johnson, Yate, Honorable Johnson, I just want to say thank you so much for sharing that story. We'll definitely take that into consideration. So if you can let us know who you met with, about what time frame, and then that way we can really take a stand, because as mentioned earlier, I would prefer blocking that company from hauling uranium on Navajo. So, but again, there's rules and laws in place, and we'll do our very best, and we'll try to use that example, and maybe ADOT might have our back as well too. So again, thank you for sharing that as well. And also, thank you to Honorable Parrish for your leadership and giving your time to Dr. Andy Nez. Appreciate that. And also, again, I appreciate your comments, Dr. Andy Nez. I know that sometimes I get a really strong Fort Defiance agency representative, and sometimes somebody doesn't want them, and I got to make sure I replace them somewhere else, even though they would have been a very effective agency representative for me. But just in the spirit of collaboration, I had to relocate an individual, but I really do appreciate the way you think. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue, nobody else with the reserved time, and I don't believe there's anybody else. So with that, somebody else with reserved time. That, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for being here with us. Colleagues, I do have a motion. I do have a second. Let's go to the board. Around the horn. Accept the report for the President, State of the Nation address, and Madam Vice President. Mr. President, while we're voting, you can finish your meal.
It's already done.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mr. President, for being here with us, and it's been a great pleasure for at least working with you this past year. Thank you very much. Madam Vice President, thank you. for being here with us too as well. And thank you for representing Eastern Agency. Yeah. Colleagues, there's a request to go take a 15-minute break after this before we go into Madam Chief Justice's report. Stretch. Do a walk around the chambers. Oh, okay, sorry. You always teach me, Madam Chair Crowdy. Always. And I thank you for that. Moving on down. Let's go to the board. I have Honorable Vince James, Honorable Nathan Nota, and Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota, you have 25 seconds. Fifteen seconds, Honorable Nathan Nota. That, colleagues, go and lock it down. That, 13 in favor, 1 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nota votes green, 14 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you very much. Mr. President, oh, turn the mic back on. That, we are in recess for 15 minutes. Time now is 4:05. We'll come back into session at 4:20.
One small announcement. I did get clears from Tuba City Healthcare Corporation with the latest MRI, and I will be going through physical therapy, so no surgery necessary. So hopefully within the next 2 weeks, no more cane.
Nominate Arts Craft. Nomination Arts and Crafts, if you guys could come down. Colleagues, there's a presentation here. If you get, I know we're in recess, but there's a presentation. So go ahead. Nace is doing a presentation here. Native American. I thought we were going that way. Yeah. So. Oh. Almost said Native American Bank.
I'll have
Navajo Arts and Crafts. Native American Commodities Enterprise. I just made you a new company. That floor is yours.
All right.
Colleagues, if you could keep it down on the floor, there is a presentation going on right now.
Good afternoon. My name is Ali Arviso. Hashkan Zohe Ancient Kabahan, A Basashin, Ashin A Dashe, Chandigan A Dashanella. I am the Director of Operations for Navajo Arts and Craft, and we want to present a thank you to Mr. Honorable Seth Damon, if you can come on down.
Oh, I thought it was somebody else.
Hopefully everybody can hear me.
Yeah, you can.
Honorable
Yeah.
Seth Damon, we want
Yeah.
to say thank you from Navajo Arts and Crafts,
Yeah.
from the Board of Directors, from JT Willie and the rest of our staff. We
Great.
want to present this.
Holy moly.
And it's a robe. It says, thank you for your service to the Navajo Nation. Speaker Seth Damon, Navajo Nation Council, Navajo Arts and Craft.
Thank you very much.
So
man.
that is
Thank you
for
very much.
you.
I really appreciate
Yes.
that. Thank you.
Can we
very much.
put it on?
Yeah.
Let's see. We got to do a.
Oh, that's a pretty color. You know, years ago, I helped Navajo Arts and Crafts fix their retirement. Yeah, because all your employees weren't getting retirement.
Yes.
And then in 2017, we fixed your retirement. So
I can have you put that over.
Let's do the other side. The other side.
That's outside.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know how they do it in Western agency, but over here in Eastern, they put it on this side. All right. Oh. They give it to their shamas over
There
here in
you
Western
go.
agency.
And also, we want to present to you a custom made by our production at Navajo Arts and Craft. Since you have the Bogart on this side, we need one for that other side.
Oh my
So
goodness.
there you go. You want the
Is one of a kind?
one of a kind.
All right. Yeah, look at that.
So, if we can.
Over here. Right.
So again,
Thank you very much.
thank you for everything you've done for the Navajo Nation.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what we want to get in the front too, in front of the chambers. I want to do one in front of the chambers. Oh, where's all the?
Where she went?
Where's Chief Justice go?
Okay.
Where's Chief Justice? Was she back there? Chief Justice? Okay.
Jay, can you do one up front, Jay?
Yeah. Yeah. All right, now this is where executive and legislative fight to see who's going to put their photo on the front page of Navajo
First.
Times.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, here we go, man. Chief Justice. Right here. Yeah, right here.
Sorry, I was holding up the photo.
All right, turn this over, Chief Justice. Turn this so yeah, like that. There you go.
Okay,
There you go. 1, 2, 3. All right, now you guys got to fight for the middle photo. Yeah, see, there it is.
Judicial. One outside? We did 3 branch chiefs?
Yeah.
And that's good.
Okay.
One outside. Outside.
Yeah, let's go outside.
One outside. Outside.
Okay. Oh, they're ready.
Oh,
No, we'll take one outside.
outside in front.
cleaned all right here. It's just, I just want to do it.
ring the bell again. All right, colleagues, let's go ahead and do a roll call. If you're getting back into session, if you're not a delegate, you could please excuse yourself from the floor. That, colleagues, go ahead and press your buttons, do a roll call. Madam Speaker Curley, let's make her present. There it is. That, we got 13. Time now is 4:24 p.m. Let's go back into session, colleagues. We are moving on down on our agenda. We do have an approved agenda that we did get a confirmed vote on, 14 in favor. We just heard from the Navajo Nation president. He presented the State of the Nation before the 25th Convocation Council. So moving on down, item number 5, receiving report from Madam Chief Justice of the Judicial Branch. That, colleagues, got to get a motion. Motion by Honorable George Toll, second by Honorable Norman Mbige. That, Madam Chief Justice, 20 minutes on the board. Floor is yours.
Yat e she ya Joanne Jane in she Kabahen Shle Kenya Ani Bashichin Twaraj Ini Dashache Kabahen Dashanala D ya Twahach in day a ade nasha a adashia ho a. Good afternoon, Yat e. I would like to greet this morning or this afternoon. I would like to greet President Bu Nygren, Vice President Rochelle Montoya, Speaker Crystalline Curley, the Navajo Nation 25th Council, members of the audience here, and members that are online or listening to radio at this time. My job is the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation, of the Supreme Court, and the Judicial Branch. I have this great blessing, I have this gift that was given to me. 6 years ago, I came before the council at that time, and that was when I became the probationary Chief Justice at that time. And during the time that I have been here, I have been very honored to work for our people. I would like to thank the 25th Council at this time, the President, Vice President, and all of our Navajo people for the opportunity to work and talk with you today. The Judicial Branch started off the fiscal year 24 by answering and reviewing what is called a legislative concern by the Navajo Nation Council, and this was during the general funds budget process. It was signed also by President Nez on September 2023. And I wanted to let you all know, and then also let the public know, what is a legislative concern. And I want to quote here, and it's coming directly from the definitions of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Year 2023 Budget Instruction Manual. And I quote, "A legislative concern is a comment, directive, or recommendation by the Navajo Nation Council by virtue of its legislative oversight authority and pursuant to its authority as a governing body of the Navajo Nation, raising an issue of concern with respect to the internal functioning of the three branches. Such concerns are advisory in nature, but do not create legal conditions precedent to the expenditure of appropriated funds." The judicial branch filed a report to the Law and Order Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, and we did that by December 31st, 2023. The legislative concern required the judicial branch to provide information on a detailed breakdown of 25,000 pending cases before the Navajo Nation courts, describing the types of cases before each district court, a statistical breakdown of the times the cases are taking to resolve, all cases before the Navajo Supreme Court, and a list of the number of final rulings and orders that have been issued in the last 4 calendar years by the Navajo Nation Supreme Court. Rather than feeling misaligned, the branch took this opportunity to provide the information and statistics to the legislative and executive branches. The branch went further by providing clarification, goals, solutions, and recommendations to address the open caseloads in the justice system, as well as identify and share some of the solutions that judicial branch have been working on and are currently implementing. This time also gave the judicial branch reflection to realign performance management for cases. Developing and working with this legislative concern gave us the opportunity to reflect on our mandated responsibilities. Our highest priority has been and will always be access to justice and the means that are derived, and the justice is derived by means of statutes, rules, Supreme Court cases, and fundamental law. During this time, it became apparent that the legislative and executive branches, too, have the responsibility for justice as well. And an example is providing adequate and sustainable general funds allocation to the judicial branch. It will be later on today that I will, on behalf of the judicial branch, be requesting for more funding from the general funds during this time that I have with the council today and also with the executive branch, is that we will be providing the requests at some point when we develop our budget for 2025. I have instructed the judicial branch employee, our administrative assistant, our director, acting director of the administrative courts, who is Karen Francis, and I apologize, Karen Francis is here with me. And I signed a directive today so that we can, as we have in the past, to begin our legislative and our executive budget processing. We do this usually in December or January, and so we are starting that early. And this year, we will be starting a little bit earlier because we will be looking at the funding sources that are available in the Gender Fund. A year ago, I looked forward to working with the Branch Oversight Law and Order Committee and other branch leadership on issues that were greatly affected the Navajo Nation. The judicial branch recognizes that the legislative and executive branches did allocate more general funds to us in the branch, or for the branch in 2024. This has been much appreciated. We again look forward this year with the other two branches on appropriations for the judicial branch. This funding will be to improve facilities, develop court rules, create systemic changes to address caseload, workflow, and enhance customer and justice partners through technology such as e-file, and to assess the daily dockets that all the courts have. This will also include increased self-help systems for pro se litigants within our facilities. The judicial branch is honored to be the flagship of indigenous courts throughout the world. The judicial branch has had criticisms, and we take those as being very positive, and we are not different than other court systems in the United States and possibly throughout the world. The judicial system throughout the United States has been subject of attack sometimes, and a lot of that has to do with certain funding, and it may have to do with increases in population and so forth. However, we with the judicial branch at this time want to reiterate that challenges with the judicial branch will be there. They have been there. However, we can still say that because the rest of the world have challenges as well, that we can still have confidence that we are the most sought after court in the United States, and that we are still sought after even by countries that surround us, Mexico, Canada, and so on. We have other tribes that want to look and see what we do. And so despite the challenges that we have, we, the Navajo Nation, still have the flagship of courts. And that has been developed and it has been sustained by the judicial branch, by the legislative branch, and also by the executive branch. So we have done this all together. And so it was not just an endeavor that the judicial branch created. The Navajo Nation justices and judges are mandated to remain neutral and impartially. Secondly, they have taken an oath to administer justice without bias and make decisions based on facts presented to them. The judicial branch may be considered the most transparent of branches. And the reason is this: it is transparent because the courts operate in open court. We rely on the rule of law, and decisions or orders are made only upon evidence that is introduced and otherwise are open for inspection, unless otherwise prohibited by law. Thus, the judicial branch can be said to be the most transparent branch, as like other branches in the United States and elsewhere. I would like to address that there is an opportunity for those that practice in the Navajo Nation courts to become more involved, and that is through the pro bono service provision that is within the Supreme Court. As we all know, pro bono service is the appointment of free legal service for criminal cases if a person is indigent by not being able to afford an attorney. However, in addition to the pro bono service, we still have pro bono assignment by the courts. We have pro bono service. And so the judicial branch challenges all those litigants, their attorneys, to come forward and help, because there is this mandate for pro bono service. There are 13 courts in the Navajo Nation. And one of the biggest challenges that we have, and it's not a new challenge. I looked back at the records. I looked back in 2011, 2012. Back then, we had 5 vacancies in the district court judges. We had 2 justices back then, as we have today. We have Chief Justice, myself, and that's the work that I do. And then we also have Associate Justice, Eleanor Shirley. We have 1 vacancy there. We operate the Supreme Court with just 2 justices. We don't have a law clerk. We don't have other positions to assist at this time. And then if that happens, the ripple effect is that there are cases that could sit there, but there are other reasons why cases sit there. Cases can sit there because of requests for continuances. There may be other reasons why. But I have confidence in all of the district court judges. I have confidence in them that they know the rules, that they are following the statutory mandates. For example, some of the children's cases, criminal cases in regards to some of the mandates that they have there. Now the challenge comes because of lack of funding. The challenge comes when we do have the desire and the want to have more and more positions. What has happened in the last 10 years is that back in about 2013, the Navajo Nation experienced less money. And so what happened in judicial branch? There were positions that were cut, and maybe even up to 5. And these were individuals, statisticians, certification individuals on court case audits and so forth in-house. And those all make a big difference. And I wanted to bring that up because that is the mainstay of the judicial branch. We do have a Justware. It's the program that we utilize in regards to the number of cases and how the cases are put in a system so that we can keep track. So about 10 years ago, again, that Justware system is a system that was implemented by the judicial branch. And at that time, it was a conversion from a different system that we had. And so through this time, there have been challenges in regards to data entry. And so we do have challenges. We are working all of these challenges. I have asked for case management certification. The different district courts right now are working on the certification of how many cases they have, how many are still open, and so forth. And taking a look at what are the problems that we would have in regards to a movement of cases. There is always this reiteration of we have the responsibility from A to Z. When we have a case come in, how long is it going to take us to get to Z? That is our priority, and at times it may not seem that way. It may be that there are complaints, and certainly we handle cases, we handle complaints. I, as Chief Justice, handle the complaints that are coming in on the judges, and there is a process. And if there are complaints out against our system, for example, facilities, we don't have access, you're closed, nobody answers the phone, and so on. Those are administrative functions that we have and that we have to deal with. And I'm not saying that we don't have challenges, because we do have a lot of challenges. But what I can tell you, though, is that of the 200 or more staff that we have, they are dedicated, hard workers, they know what they're doing, and if we have new employees, then what we do is we have training. Certainly we're not perfect, certainly we don't have all the funds, to get all of these projects going. I've initiated, and we are working on what's called e-filing, because we have to take a look at our future. We have a population of 400,000 people. We did take a look at the number of cases, and so we got this legislative concern October 1st. We started looking at the numbers. So we actually come up with some numbers, and the numbers is like 19,000 versus 25,000. That's not to say that, that's a low number. If you take a look at the statistics way back in 2011, again, back then in 2011, there were 5 district court judge vacancies back then, because there was only 13 judges at a time, and the open cases back then was 17,555. Through the years, 2012, 18,531 cases. So possibly statistically, we may not be that off. And I'm not saying that we can't do better, because we have to do better, and we're all cognizant about that. And so at this time, on behalf of the judicial branch, I make a plea. I make a plea to leadership and all of you in the 25th Council, and then also with President and his staff, because we're all in this together, because we all represent constituents. We are very cognizant. We are not turning our heads and saying that, well, we don't have any problems, or I think there was just these complaints and we should ignore them. Because every single complaint that comes in, we are very, very serious about that. We're looking at better access to our facilities. We're looking at how can someone who has a disability come into the court? How can they physically come into the court? If we have someone that is hearing impaired, are we providing those services? And I teach and I ask these questions with my staff. We have to provide that. And then one of the other ones is customer service. Are we treating our people with respect? Are we treating them with dignity? And so there is another legislative concern, I believe, that's due in March of 2024 in regards to the treatment of our elders. We're very cognizant of that. And I just wanted to add also is that our peacemaking program and our probation and parole, they also are part of the court system. They also are aware of the the cases that come to them. And okay, I would like to again thank the process of getting more general funds. Since 2019, we received $14,373,994.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Justice, and thank you very much, Ms. Francis, for being here with us too as well. With that, colleagues, Madam Chief Justice, I don't know if you need additional time. If there is, no. That, colleagues, let me go ahead. We have a motion and a second. We go to the floor. Madam Chair, Jesus, floor is yours. Questions, comments on the report?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Damon, and also I'd like to thank Chief Justice Joanne Jane for your report, and with your colleagues, Ms. Francis, by your side. As Resources and Development Committee, we often get invited to a lot of these grazing committee meetings across the Navajo Nation. And one of the big concerns that constituents usually share with RDC members is in regards to grazing permits that are being probated. And I know that the request is there, it's within the court system, and as chair of RDC, I'd like to request for a more in-depth data information in regards to your 11 district courts. How many of these grazing permits are out there awaiting probate? The reason why I say that is several families have told me that they've been waiting, some of them for as long as 20 years. I do not know exactly what is going on, or I don't know if there's any direction that are given to these individuals on next steps to rectify the pending of the probate regarding grazing permits. So again, the concern is what is the turnaround time? Would also be the other question, with that providing a in-depth data information staggered across your 11 district courts as to how many of these are relevant to grazing permit transfers or probates that we need to get going, because this has been a big concern. And I appreciate your report, and if there's anything that Resources and Development Committee needs to do, along with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, please reach out to us. But I just wanted to pose those two questions. So at this time, Speaker Damon, I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. 2 minutes and 42 seconds, Madam Chair. That, continuing on down, Madam Vice Chair, Honorable Yazzie, floor is yours at this time.
Good afternoon again, colleagues and everybody in the gallery, those that are listening online, and thank you for your report, Chief Justice. I do sit on the Law and Order Committee as Vice Chair, and I know, part of this would be, I want to be able to say, I haven't done a good job myself either, and I want to do better, and I want to figure out how to work with you, because I know I've received letters from constituents who are going through domestic violence, and I'm starting to get invited to come to their hearings because they feel like, they're not getting adequate support, their cases are not going anywhere, and so that really concerns me, because I would feel like these cases should be quick, especially for protection orders where single moms usually, and their children are involved. And I want to know how many of our cases relate to domestic violence. And the other thing is, I know we are in Navajo, in the Gallup Independent, where there's a story about crisis in the judicial system. And we have our 3-branch system, and it's like a tripod. And if they're saying there's a crisis in the judicial system and it breaks, how would the other 2 branches be able to help? And so today you said, you have lack of funding. So that's one step. How else can we start to educate our community so they don't become victims of, predatory attorneys, law firms who are just taking their money? So those kind of things are very important to me. And so my question is, how many complaints have you also have received, or have received? And then what is your oldest case? I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That reserved time in 2 minutes and 51 seconds. Moving on down. Let me go to Honorable Stephen Arvizo, Vice Chair, and then I'll come back to you, Madam Chief Justice. Vice Chair Arvizo, floor is yours at this time.
Speaker, thank you. Ado Chief Justice here, ado nitin halnagi. She thought Latin hidden died this kid. Halate the judge done linigit one day case which it all tato one then the has count ya binan nishadish. Unlaid there's a lot of criminal cases, though children's cases. Ado kodod Delegate Yehat, ZD probate, Delegate Jesus, home site leases. There's a lot of home site lease and probate. They've been in the system for 10 years though. So 80 years ayin died this kid. the judges la one den the has town la the bandal agi bandal the shigi court administrators jo ajaga the ha shi de ni sta no yen hil ta hal na ko aden da initial they're really stressed out got the court administrators di with the agenda el yagit anscha they get paid big money but yet they're not hearing all the cases hat no about the haneko ede shit is ado the quigoshi the nebitat is alco eshi hajo edan ido lesbik ado handal nishigit aba khanits no shito yat e ako di anyahi ashi do court in da kado do ade tayo yung shipini na da ne ahat out da eya bita de do e ko khala eya lai hachin da asla ada anda jil kido she eya de ko da eya nal so sigit anas da ne de to le ko eya sto te pe hadeste ko di home site lease lenigi sto hote hata she masanda chedan leni da handa haidi ka basa holno al chine home site lease dains and that o ade anahui a habitato nehin deho o dayot halet a in hitne at skilo baka di jato di anahui a habisha hin deja anas skilo da ne de tole it I seen habita de do isto no eya besinda nation khandal agi di hi hodanit adi kwa baseball sa anni danit lenigi khandal agi don khandal nashigin hisa yoda hot akoba dajini pado got speaker I reserve my time.
Thank you very much. That every time at 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Madam Chief Justice, let me go back to you for a response. Madam Chief Justice, Mike.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes, Kat. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the exchange of information that we are having today. ICAHAT Delegate Jesus, thank you for their comments and thank you for the questions that you have in regards to grazing permits. Certainly grazing permits, if they don't come by itself without probate, those are two separate cases. There are instances where grazing permits, there can be a litigation between two people on a grazing permit without probate, without a probate proceeding. And there's this other process where you do have a probate proceeding, and within the probate proceeding, you would have who gets a grazing permit. And so the statistics that I have at this time right now is as of August 16, 2023, and that's just a few months ago, there are 504 probate cases throughout the judicial branch, 504. And I've asked if we have broken that down into grazing, which one involves grazing. And at least at this moment, we don't have what is within that grazing, within that probate case. We didn't go down that far to analyze that. We would have that statistical analysis by looking at our JustWare system. What I can tell you at this moment is that is that since and when we got the legislative concern, I have had staff, get the statistics. What are we doing? Why don't we know certain things? Why do we need to have that? And so one of the challenges that have been there is that JustWare system. Not to blame the JustWare system, because any system only is valid when you put in the data, because they just, they're sitting there. And so putting in the data is important. And so there are times, as we've looked at least there has been at least for 10 years or more, possibly, when we made that transition to a new data system, is that there have been in the past and currently different words, such as what is pending case, what is a closed case, what is an open case. So the interpretation makes a big difference as to what is in that system. And so we have started to make uniform and start to look at what terms, and it's very interesting that it may be just a term that will throw a statistic off. So back to how many grazing permits are an issue within a probate case. At this moment, I'm sure we have that information, but we did not get that during the legislative concern. And so let me explain what happened with the legislative concern. We had the Law and Order Committee are the ones that asked for the information, and then it went through council. Council approved that. And so we have a 14-page response that we submitted and we gave to the Law and Order Committee. But the council didn't get that. And I'm not sure why the council did not get that. So we do have a 14-page report that has the statistics, that has some of the breakdown. It's very, very thorough at this time. Certainly, there still needs to have more research that is done. And so Delegate Jesus, thank you for that question, but we will get that. So we just need some time for our staff. And keep in mind that also the individuals, our IT, our information technology department, you know, they have just only a small staff there, and so only one person was able to go back into the Justware system and see how they can download some of that information. Even though we have all 13 courts that have court clerks, court administrators who are inputting this data. Again, sometimes because of the different types of words, it may come out different. And the other one that I wanted to bring out also is, and it was also in the legislative concern, was how long does it take you, courts, to resolve a case? So that all depends on the type of case it is. Again, as I stated earlier, it may vary, and it does vary from the different types of case, a criminal case versus a civil case. Again, if there is a request for continuances, if there's a request for a hearing, if there is any of that going on in both the district courts and even in the Supreme Court. So determining how long a case takes more work also. You know, because then you're getting down into possibly the work information of individuals, possibly, and I'm just saying possibly the work product of individuals about, you know, keeping track of time and so on. But we have to be also cognizant, and we are cognizant, that there are statutory deadlines on some of these cases. Let me see if I got all of that. Okay, next steps, Delegate Jesus, next steps is that, one, we are continuing that analysis. We are continuing to look at that. And again, you know, it may have taken a legislative concern to do this, but we want to do it. You know, a lot of times we need to look at as a blessing, right? Instead of like, oh, they told us to do this, or, you know, instead of having that negative, we jumped at that challenge. We said, how can we do better? And so that's what we're doing right now. And I hope that answers your questions, Delegate Jesus. In regards to the second set of questions, Delegate Yazi, thank you very much for your comment and your questions. We are looking at the number of domestic violence cases that you're asking at this time. November, which is a couple months ago, November 27th, 2023, we had 431 open domestic violence cases. Now, that's across 13 cases. 13 courts, excuse me. So if you divide that, it may be, and we do have statistics on, which district has how many domestic violence cases, which ones and where they're coming from. So we have that information as well. And in regards to comments from the public, that the decisions may be coming and are coming in slow to individuals. And I wanted to explain that, for example, some of the bigger courts, Shiprock, Window Rock, Crown Point, we have one judge. We have one judge and we have one attorney. And I wanted to explain the comparison, even with the Supreme Court. I wanted to explain the comparison. New Mexico Supreme Court, 5 justices. Each one of those justices have at least 1 to 2 law clerks. They also have a staff of 5 staff attorneys. Navajo Nation, we have 1 chief justice, 2 justices, 1 law clerk. And when we did not have the law clerk, when we did have a law clerk, our cases were moving smoother. And so you do see an impact. As Chief Justice, I do see the impact to the Supreme Court cases. Because now you have 2 justices that are looking at what's called a preliminary review, normally done by law clerks. You're looking at the research. And so now those are relegated. And normally in our case management policy for the Supreme Court, it has been, and it has been in the past, that because the Chief Justice has several hats, including the Office of Chief Justice, to do administrative work. And so what happens there is that the Chief Justice now, whether it's me or anyone else in the same situation, is going to have to balance these. And that balancing is like, oh, we've got this and we have to do this budget, or even though we have administrative staff. And so just wanted to point out, Karen Francis here is now working as the active administration of the court's director. And she's the lone person to do this work. And so when you look at New Mexico at the Supreme Court there's an acting director, and then you also have a deputy director. And the same with the courts in Arizona. I mean, they're certainly they have more population. And so that is why we will be asking the other branches as we come up upon the 2025 budget cycle. And we will be presenting to you a budget that is going to help us. And so that is the way that the 25th Council can help. And that's the way that the executive branch, the president, can help us. And so, but back to Delegate Yazzie in regards to protection orders. I will give you an example about the flow of protection orders. Protection orders pretty much starts with an application when someone believes that they are in a situation that they would need protection. And so during that whole process, there is what is called the processing of documents. And what that processing of documents entails is that whoever the alleged perpetrator is, or perpetrators are, that they would have to be served because of due process. They have to be served a paper. And so when the court system, when the judges sign those, they get sent over to the police department. And so when the police department get those, they could sit there. They could sit there. And maybe because maybe of staffing, and that's not to blame them, I'm just bringing out that there is a process. And so that in itself poses a problem, it poses a challenge about how come a case from A to Z is going to get stuck at M? Why is it just sitting there, or even earlier? And so that's why we need, the judicial branch needs help from the executive branch. The executive branch, the public safety, the police department are housed in the executive branch. And so we ask for help to streamline that process. And so that can be part of the delay as well. The information that we turned in our response. So what we have that were from the court system, right? In all cases, is that there are pending service of process papers that are sitting there. And I'll give you a number, 2,191 cases that have not been served. And so these challenges that we're talking about today doesn't just involve the judicial branch. It just doesn't involve the judges and the court administrators or the clerks or the office technicians or the probation and parole officers or the peacemaking. So it involves all of us. Just a moment. What is the oldest case? We'll know that after the case certification. Which one? I think we'll know that after the case certification. Oh, okay. All right. So I wanted to address Delegate Yazzie. How many complaints are the oldest? Now, because we are still working through the analysis and the breakdown of all of these cases, and because we intend, just because we want to share with the executive and the legislative branches and our people out there, because we do work for the people out there. And so we're very cognizant of at least 19,000 individuals out there that have had to use the court system for one reason or another. And so we will get that information. When can we get that? In regards to a comment in regards to information in the media, in regards to the words that there is a crisis, and the information that we're giving today, I mean, I won't be giving everything. However, the information that we do have in the 14-page report that we did do will identify, certainly, yes, we don't have sufficient funding. And I want to say, however, and this is not to let me see my notes for a second. Back in regards to comments about crisis. And I want to answer it this way. There is a process for complaints. There is a process for complaints. And that is, one, as I reiterated earlier, one is if it's a complaint against a judge, then it goes to the Chief Justice, myself. And there have been complaints in the last 6 years that I've been here. Some cases are about, I disagree with what the judge ruled, or something like that. It was along those lines. And sometimes there was other things that were personal. But as Chief Justice, I have the statutory, and I also have the duty as a Chief Justice, because I have taken an oath. And because I have taken an oath, a judicial conduct. That judicial conduct guides what I have to do legally. But then at the same time, I also am prompted by what I have to do as agatit ahi ito. So that means I have this other responsibility as an attorney as well. And so I wanted to bring that out. It is great to have positive criticism. It is great to approach and say, we have this challenge, we think that you can do better, or we have these solutions, and we welcome those. And so we don't disregard complaints that have been posted in the media. We look at that. I look at those very seriously. You know, we just don't brush that off. But at the same time, there is a process to follow. And so the process to follow is to follow any complaints with myself. And if there's any complaints about a case, then there are process to utilize. And that's how I will answer that part of it. Again, unless there is something out there that I do not know, I have confidence in the judges that past councils, presidents have signed. We have judges that have been there over 15 years, some of our permanent judges. They know what they're doing, and certainly everyone, you know, may have a misjudgment, and I'm not saying they do, and I can't speak for them. But we must have confidence in them. Again, if none is there, then we have that process to follow. And then I would say also, we have a Navajo Nation Bar Association, a bar association like no other Indian tribes in America have. We have over 300 members, probably more, of attorneys, of advocates, who are held to that same standard, being attorneys, being advocates. They're held to that same standard to abide by professional rules of responsibility, to abide by all of those, to abide by rules of the court, to abide by statutory rules, to abide by fundamental law as well, because that's who we are. Title I, Title II, take a look at those. Those are the things that I would like to say in regards to comments out there. Ado Delegate Arvizo, thank you for your questions and for your comments. And what I will do is I will go to the probate question, and we will just repeat, just for, because we have this information, is that as of August 16, 2023, we have 504 probate cases. And then in regards to home site leases, again, there needs to be another level of analysis, another level, one more level to say which ones are these. And so, and we can get that. I don't know how soon we can get that, but what we have started now will continue. All the work that the legislative concern has had us do, we didn't stop there. We are still working on it, and we will work on it all the time because we want to serve justice. Our people deserve justice. So, Delegate Arvizo, that I wanted to also reiterate it. We will look at the home site lease. I can't promise a time, but we have, what I initiated after we got this this legislative concern. We knew about it in, I think, August, September, because there was legislation, there was talk about a concern, and so on. So even back then, even back before October 1st, 2023, I talked to staff and said, we have to start working on this. We're not going to wait until October 1st when, when we're told that that's when you're going to start. We started right away because we respected the conversation that was going on. And we knew that, we have challenges, but we also have a lot of successes at the same time. If you take a look at the judicial branch website and you look at all of the reports, you're going to see that there are cases that were closed. There were cases that were closed for 3.5 years during COVID. Certainly during that time, we were relegated because of COVID, because of the spreading of it. Yes, we did teleworking. That means that we were able to move our workplace into a different area than the workplace, to the office. And that meant going to your home. And so with Administrative Order number 42 that I signed, when was that? I believe I signed it May 31st, 2023. I'm sorry, I put Karen on the spot, and so, but I signed that on May 31st, around May 31st, 2023. And what that order did was it was an order that we will no longer telework, that everybody, every single employee in the judicial branch was going to go back to their office. At that time, we were moving out of COVID. It was not a national emergency anymore. And it was time to get back in the office because as Navajo people, sometimes we want to be in person, and maybe all the time we want to be in person. We want to do our business, having to talk to somebody face to face. We want to be there. And so, was that May? May 15th. Oh, May 15th. And so it was after that and Delegate Arvizo, Delegate Arvizo, I signed an order. And if there's someone out there that is not in the office, then I would like to know. In fact, I had directive and working with Karen to find out who is not in the office. And we haven't gotten the statistics back yet. So in regards to answering that, I don't know at this moment. My assumption is that People are on the honor system. People, our staff, are on the honor system, meaning that there is an order here. I'm thinking, we got to get back. And so if there are individuals in listening to this today, everyone should be in their workplace, in their home, not their home, but in their office at this moment, starting tomorrow, or if you're not there. So with that, I believe, Delegate Arvizo, that I answered your questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Oh, I thought it was it. No. Madam Chief Justice, sorry. Madam Chief Justice, hold on, we have a point of privilege. Honorable Stephen Arvizo, Vice Chair.
Speaker, I raise this point of privilege for Rule 16, Section B. Any council delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional documents from the sponsor. I would like to request a 14-page, if she could resend it, if she sent it, or if we could receive that report, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Karen, do you have a copy of that? Maybe we can scan it and then, oh, you have it here with us? Oh, we have it. Karen? We could hand that out. It's coming around. Thank you. With that, let me go back to you, Madam Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Thank you very much. We have the 14 pages. The 14-page report. And again, this was submitted to the staff, the Law and Order Committee, on December the 29th, 2023. And I requested that staff bring that report today in case there was a request for this report. Thank you. And Mr. Pro Tem Speaker, I believe that I answered Delegate Arvizo's. You did make a comment that staff members, I believe, were doing the work of. We're doing the work is what I have here, and so again, there should be no one that is teleworking at this time. Mr. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chief Justice, for that response. This time, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the queue. I do have Dr. Andy Nez, then Honorable George Holt, then Honorable Claw in the queue at this time. Doctor, floor is yours at this time, and then I'll go on standby as Honorable Holt.
Speaker Pro Tem, Madam Chief Justice Shima, your team as well for presenting. I know the Navajo Nation Bar has its association, and although there are prosecutors who are prepared to get to work, it is my understanding that they are typically sworn in just twice a year with a 10-month open window. So I'm just curious who regulates that policy and if that's something that can be changed or if it takes legislative action, because I know there is a need for prosecutors, and if they're waiting, 8-10 months, that's a lot of work that's needs to be addressed under the judicial branch that I would assume they're prepared to take on. The next one, I know, and I appreciate the data that's provided in your report, and I'm just curious if it can be disaggregated more, meaning perhaps by communities, I know in our Upper District 18, we're really looking at our vacant facilities to try and rehabilitate or revive those facilities so that we're providing some of the services that many of our relatives need. So so that's just something that's kind of on our radar. And I know the last question I have here is on language barriers. I know that was one of the criterias. And I know there's a lot of hindrance there, unfortunately, but I just wanted to ask if there's been any updates regarding that barrier. Speaker Pro Tem, I reserve my time. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andinez. With 3:14, right? 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Matt, moving on down. Honorable Toth, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Aro kontandazi tani nat ani nitlengido nat ani no senido. Are report iliagi Chief Justice here kon each report in la. I have a couple of concerns. Halit I guess the question I have: how come a lot of good court administrators left your office within judicial system? Did you know that right now some staff are texting us what's going on behind closed door? And I hate to mention that, and you should be aware of it. A lot of favoritism, though being bullied, and a lot of staff left. Why is that happening? Last week I went to one of the court. I met with the court administrator. I don't know, but who's your judge? No, a judge Egypt. This is like almost 10 o'clock. No. Is that the reason why you have a lot of pending cases? I thought their job is from 8 to 5, Monday to Friday, or do they have to set their own time and date? Is that the reason why you have a lot of pending cases? And then we have family members among themselves. Domestic violence to property they go up to the court. First thing they say is that you contact policemen. A lot of times police won't respond when you request for it. So that's a problem right there. Why can't you take the complainant's word that this is happening between the two individuals? We have some of those in the after hours in the hotel. Somewhere we should have somebody available, and right now you can't dispatch a police officers, and then you have to wait almost 10 days to get your report. So they have no confidence in traditional system. That's what they said to me. I spent 29 years in law enforcement. I know what's going on in that judicial system. So how can we improve? How can we improve and satisfy our customers? The other one too, if you have an individual within your department is knowledgeable to get grant, apply for a grant Is that legal or not? This individuals apply for grant, usually help the veterans and also for staff for the court. My understanding from your office, you told the staff not to do that. Apply for grant. That's what we need. A grant bakata alone, you can get extra money for your staff, for other organizations. So ere na adedish kil is to dash ne to shot eda. At even now, the individual knows how to apply for these grants. To dash one change eden under the skill. Snat ani koro just to tahde just hit the need. So got in the koro bench hat this. I think it out the best hat it's a quite at the skill. Do here, thank you. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Toth. With that, let's continue on down. Go to Honorable Claw, and then I'll come back to you, Madam Chief Justice.
Yeah, Speaker. And then also thank you to our judicial branch and Chief Justice Jane for being here with us today. I do have a few questions, and this is regarding our judicial system. So the first question I have is, you made a statement saying that you have been in the position for 6 years now. And given that COVID did occur, but that still surpasses the time frame of the mandatory 2 years, and then there should have been a review and then also the permanent appointment. So to me, that does display a broken system. We do have legislative oversight that should be conducting public hearings, and then also under the guidance of our judicial branch as well. So my question is, when can we expect to have these public hearings done? I know that there are many judges as well that are still waiting for their review. Many of them are doing a good job, and then of course we hear other cases which are the outliers of what we're hearing today on the council floor. Another question I have is regarding the Supreme Court cases. The last review that was done was in 2021. And so I wanted to find out why there have been no reviews done. And I think that, you know, the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch has always only had the 3 justices. And so to say that it's only because we have 2, that should not be an excuse. I feel that we do have enough resources, which is our human capital and our judges. Ara denebinan tinigido denebebe has anila dabashbahazen di gatit ahidan lo. Ara di jink an you and nahot it has tweedo sani amado alchina ba jobaye chepapa. So those are some of the things that we hear from our people. So when was the last review done? And an example I have is that just recently, with one chapter, there was a decision made by the Hearing and Appeals to allow a person to be sworn in. Under law, there should be a 10-day grace period for review from the Supreme Court. That did not happen. The person got sworn in the next day. So those types of things are happening, and it does affect other branches of government. As I mentioned, this was a chapter official, so it did affect the executive branch as well as those within the community. And so when those things, these types of scenarios are happening within our judicial branch, I agree with what Vice Chair Yazi stated, that this is a fundamental branch of the Navajo Nation government. And to me, this is where the checks and balances are supposed to occur. So not only do we have our domestic relation cases, but also these cases that involve our government. So if I could have those questions answered, I would appreciate it, and I'll reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Claw. 1 minute, 30 2 seconds on reserve time. With that, Madam Chief Justice, let me go back to you. The floor is yours for a response.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is in regards to Delegate Dr. Nez's comments and then also inquiries. The Navajo, it concerned how many times per year does the Navajo Nation Supreme Court swear in individuals that want to practice before the Navajo Nation courts, and that is 2 times a year. And I can say that the Navajo Nation Bar Association, they conduct trainings twice a year. And what they do is they prepare and have trainings twice a year. They provide training, they provide a course so that individuals have the opportunity to take those. And it's in preparation to pass the Navajo Nation Bar exam. The bar exam is an exam much like a state bar exam. It has fundamental law in it. And so in order for anyone to practice before the Navajo Nation courts, they have to take the exam and pass it. And this policy had existed, and it is reasonable amount of time. It's based pursuant to, again, the opportunity to take the bar and to take the review course, because what we want to do is we want to have individuals succeed with that. Now, in regards to whether or not those could change, those that can change. I mean, it wasn't by a legislative mandate. It was in-house. There are rules that the Supreme Court can develop, and normally that process goes to what's called a judicial conference. The judicial conference has the judges and the justices. They review policy and so forth. So the assumption is that and I don't know, I don't have that particular policy development paper, that it was developed in that fashion. So certainly it can be reviewed and it can be looked at again. In regards to the situation, regards to prosecutors or defense attorneys or other counsel or other individuals that want to be sworn in. And so what I'd like to explain to the council here, to the president, and to the Navajo people who are listening out there, this is the process. So because the Navajo Nation Supreme Court oversees the practice of law on the Navajo Nation, that is where petitions are filed. Petition to be admitted to practice before the Navajo Nation courts. Those come before there's a petition, and normally the Navajo Nation Bar Association, usually the administrative staff, and most recently, or since I've been here, it has been the president of the Navajo Nation Bar Association who is the petitioner, meaning that individual takes and files petitions for admission to practice. And so individuals, one, that have taken the bar and they have passed it, they apply. They apply with the Navajo Nation Bar Association. And so that process has been there. And so what happens with that process is that it is the responsibility of the petitioner, like any other court case, whether it's in the Supreme Court or whether it's in a lower court. When you become that petitioner, you have that responsibility. You have taken that responsibility to say, okay, I am presenting this on behalf of these individuals. They qualify, they've taken a bar exam, they passed it, they are deemed to be qualified, and so on. Now, what the Supreme Court does is when we get those, Certainly, we logged them in as a case. And so we set a hearing. Okay, the Navajo Nation Supreme Court, the justices, through staff, we schedule a hearing. And so petitioners, in order for them to represent someone, and in this case, prosecutors, or in any other case, public defenders, or even government attorneys, they rely on that person who's a petitioner. And in this case, it would be the Navajo Nation Bar Association president who has taken on that responsibility to file that petition. Now, the hearing is held, we're waiting, our justices can wait. But if that petitioner does not show up, if a petitioner or the petitioner, whoever they are, the ones that have filed with the court and said all of these things that their applicant can do, if they don't show up, and because of that process, because we follow the rules, that case cannot move forward. And so, certainly, in order for the Navajo Nation Supreme Court and all of the district courts for the people to have faith in that process, you have to follow the rules. So in an instance where the petitioner does not show up, the Supreme Court discussed that, makes a decision, and so petitioners basala gota. And that's what I would like to say to that one. And so certainly we can take a look at, whether or not there would be more times, but twice a year, that's every 6 months. So I wanted to answer that in that fashion. So in regards to Dr. Ness, you also wanted data in regards to by community. And so in the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch quarterly report that everyone got, and every quarter that we have, there is that breakdown, at least for judicial districts. So it's found at the end of the report, and you'll find what the districts are, and then you'll have the case type at this time. So there is a lot of information that is in these, and this time we have, it's about 65 pages of information. And so in regards to language barriers, and this would be, I'm assuming, for judge applicants. The Law and Order Committee is vested with taking applicants to review for judge applicants, for justice applicants, and they go through that process. There was a delegation that was commenced and that was approved, and what year was that? 2018. In 2018, right? Between 2018, that there was a process whereby the delegation was given to the Judicial Conduct Commission. And so the Judicial Conduct Commission now has a responsibility to take a look at the applicants for judges and justices. And so it's in that commission that take a look at the language requirement for judges, the Navajo requirement for judges. And so they the commission are the ones that review, and they are the ones that have the interview with the applicants. And from that time forward, it gets moved. It gets moved out of there. So I, as Chief Justice, I don't see that part of it because that process has been reserved to the, at this time, the Judicial Conduct Commission. And so they're the ones that are vested with analyzing the applicant. They are vested with analyzing the qualifications of applicants for judge and justices. And because I don't have access to that information, but I have information though that in regards to who they might be and all of that. But apparently there has been some challenges to language and so forth. And so that's how I can answer that, Dr. Niz, on that. Thank you. Ado Delegate Toth, you raised some good points here. And so you mentioned there was some text. There was alleged bullying. Why staff are leaving, and then there's apparently a complaint against individuals, or I'm not sure if you said judge, but leaving there or not getting there from between 8 and 5 and so forth. So I just want to address all of those. Delegate Toth. And so without dishi bahas got aya, khala di personnel issues you brought this up. They are concerns that we have to deal with, and so that if there's more information that can be provided, and that would be to the supervisor. The supervisor, that would be the person that would be able to take a look at some of these complaints, personnel complaints. Process. If there is, again, and I explained earlier, if there is a complaint on a jurist, that means a judge or a justice, please provide that in writing to the Chief Justice, because I supervise the judges and the justice. And so if that can happen, and then also because we have an employee policy and procedure that is established, and because we have what's called due process, we need to follow, and then we have that process that we need to follow in regards to employee alleged conduct. And so that I wanted to say that for any of these, and certainly we as supervisors, there are supervisors out there, judges are supervisors, court administrators are supervisors, IT director is a supervisor, Karen here is a supervisor, so it's that process is that what we have to go through. Delegate Toth, you mentioned domestic violence. If there is a fight there, And there's been complaints that if they come apparently to a court, that when they ask questions that our staff, I'm not sure where at, which particular location, but generally that if an individual comes to the court system, that their answer is to contact the police. And the question then becomes, and then you asked, why can't the courts take the complaint? And so I wanted to answer that. And so because the judicial branch is not the police department, we don't have the police department, we don't have public safety as a judicial branch. Executive branch, it's in the executive branch, the police department, the public safety, and all of that branch there. The judicial branch is made out of courts and the peacemaking, and then also probation and parole. Certainly, that does not mean that we don't help. What we do is we give instructions in regards to, well, or we give out any the possibility, I mean, we would give out the complaint. Oh, yeah, there's an application that we do give out. In fact, we have it on our website. Then we also have it at all of the court systems. And so because we are within a court system, we, the court administrators, office technicians, the court clerks and so forth, they are not able to give legal advice. That's just a necessary part of a judicial system, is they're not vested to give out that legal advice. Some reasons is that they may, they're not equipped to do that. They don't have, they don't want to give the incorrect information out to the public. So, Delegate Toll, Abini na eya, the complaint will yehegishi eya, the clerks or whoever that would answer up at the court system would give them that to do. And so that we have had training on that. And so we iterate that is a process that we're concerned about as well. You know, we want to help individuals that do need help. And so you asked a question also, Delegate Toth, how can we improve to satisfy the customers? And certainly we do want to do that. We want to help them, and we do it in that fashion. And so that's why even during COVID, we had all of the paperwork outside in drop boxes and so forth. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Just for more information for you, members of the council and members of the public, is that we have what we call the judicial hearing officers, and those individuals have been hired to take care of domestic violence cases, as well as if there is maybe some spillover over to the court for the judges, in case that there is a judicial hearing officer that may have left or so forth, and there was a vacancy. So it would go back to the court to take care of and deal with any of those that come before them. And then in regards to the application for a grant, the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch has at least 25 at least 25 grants. Those are coming from, all of them are federal grants. And so when we have had, just a moment, I mean, get my numbers straight here. Okay, well, yeah, that's true. So what I wanted to explain is that there's a couple of things. The first thing is that because we have federal grants, we have to be able to execute those. We have to have the staff to execute those so that we are in compliance with federal guidelines, and then also with the Navajo Nation budget guidelines as well, because they go hand in hand. They are sometimes not necessarily the same. However, we have those guidelines that we have to pursue. And certainly, when I got here, and it's been, I don't recall when it is, but someone that had made that statement that the Chief Justice has stated that we are no longer going to apply for grants. And I want to make that clarification. The clarification was that we would not arbitrarily apply for grants, that we would talk about it as a branch. And that would mean, and I made this specifically clear, that if there is a grant that we found out there, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it and see where it fits in to our judicial branch. And so that did not exclude anyone from recommending applying for a grant, whether it was state or federal. And so I wanted to clear that up. One of the other major considerations on applying for grants was that, when was that? The Navajo Nation had a hold. The Navajo Nation got, there was a hold on Department of Justice grants. We're looking for the date at this time. And because, and this is a long story here, is that some of the bigger justice buildings that we have, Crown Point, Tuba City, Chinle, they were built over capacity. This is information that was gleaned after I got here, and it was that we overbuilt those according to, I believe it was the Department of Justice. And so some of the grants, depending upon what they are, there's a hold on grants. You better write it. And so that's part of it. That's a long story there. If somebody wants to know more about that, we can get a report out. We have a lot of reports in the Navajo Nation. It does have a hold on Department of Justice grants because of that. That doesn't mean it's all grants. So I wanted to clarify that for Delegate Toll. I wanted to also add that the hold on the Department of Justice holds was because the Office of the Inspector General audit in 2015. And that affects some of the grants that we have now. They're not being spended down. And so I wanted to clarify that as well. In response to Delegate Claw, thank you for your comments. And also the questions that you have. I wanted to address And I'm glad that is a comment in regards to the review for permanency, permanent appointments. And so I wanted to explain here is that there is a process. There's also a statutory requirement that there is the 2-year probationary period. And so the process that the judicial branch has in the judges' employees' policies and procedures is that probationary judges get a review one time or twice a year, every 6 months for 2 years. And likewise, so does the Chief Justice. And I can speak for the position of the Chief Justice, is that there has been no review. There has been like a 2-year review at this time. And I do know that the Law and Order Committee, in conjunction with our staff, had provided and started to implement after the 2-year process. And then so it's sitting there, and there was, from what I know, is that it sat, and I actually don't know the entire reasons, but I know that at least in March 2020 that's when COVID kicked in, and so, but I can't answer thoroughly that process, but I can say that the role of Chief Justice is something that is important, very important to us, and that I, as Chief Justice, continue to work. I took an oath, and so I continue to work. I was sworn in. It's about 6 years ago, and today or tomorrow. And so, and the other thing that I can also bring up is that, likewise, we have five probationary judges as well. We have 5 of them right now, and they're going through that process. And some of them certainly, like I, have been waiting, and certainly, I have that responsibility. But there is also a joint responsibility with the legislative branch, the Law and Order Committee, and we have been working diligently. We have been working diligently because there needs to be created a performance team so that we can evaluate judges. And then we move them forward, and then we get to a public hearing and so on. So that's what the process is at this time. And
Does that conclude your response, Madam Chief Justice?
no, Madam, no, Speaker, Pro Temp. I was just getting some information to answer. Okay, so in regards to your questions, Delegate Claw, is that you asked, and I believe when you answered, you questioned 2021, you said there was no reviews done. So I don't know if you meant that there was no orders done or decisions made. I'm not sure what that was, but what I will answer is that certainly in the report that we gave to you, to the council, and also to the president, at least he'll be getting his copy, is that we were asked to give the amount of cases that Supreme Court had. In 2020, there was 194. I mean, we're looking at, and those those cases, and that's when we had a law clerk as well. And then in 2021, the question that was asked earlier today is that there was 134 orders and decisions. There was 3 memorandum decisions, and there was 5 opinions. And so certainly having actually worked in the Supreme Court and knowing what we have there, it does make a big difference when we don't have supportive staff. We're looking at cases that are very complex. We're looking at cases that are dealing with jurisdiction. There may be some criminal cases in there. We're dealing with probate, and so on. And so when you take a look at the last 10 years and you look at the reports, certainly the time frame, the amount of cases in there, there were 3 justices probably for most of those. I didn't get to how many justices were, but I know that at least in 2011, no, actually 2012, there was 2 justices. In fact, back in 2012, there were 7 vacant judges positions. But we're talking about the Supreme Court. Certainly, the number of cases are what they are. Again, the Navajo Nation Supreme Court is transparent, and we give what is there. Let me see, I think I got that part of it, question answered. And I wanted to just go back to recently, there was a chapter, it was about a chapter, I don't know, I don't have enough information, but again, if there is a complaint at any hearing, at any decision by a court system or by the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court takes a look at the filings, takes a look at all of the data that's been presented to it. There's a following of the information that is presented to them, and so the decision is made by the rule of law, what is in place. And so in regards to any particular situation, depending upon at what level it is, there is that process for the appellate court to review it. So in regards to checks and balances, certainly there is an administrative duty that the court does have. The court does have the duty to report to our oversight committee, which is a law and order committee, to give them and you all, the 25th Council, and also the Executive Office, and also to the Navajo, our people out there, that certainly part of the transparency, again, as I stated earlier, is that the courts are transparent, the courts are open, the courts make a decision by what's presented to them, the facts that are given to them, the rules that are given to them, and applying those rules to the facts that were presented to them. Thank you, Delegate Claw, for your comments, and I believe that I answered the questions for all of our delegates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Justice. With that, let me go back to the queue. I do have a new player. Honorable Nota, floor is yours at this time. Good evening. If you're listening in, we are on Madam Chief Justice's report to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Time now is 6:12 p.m. I do have no one else in the queue this time. Honorable Nota, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Thank you for being here, Chief Justice Joanne and Ms. Francis. Thank you guys for being here tonight or this afternoon. I might have three questions, or I have three questions. When I first came on board with the Law and Order Committee, I was hearing that there's 25,000 cases still open. According to the report that you gave to us, we're just under 20,000 cases now. So I think that's an accomplishment to some degree. And the 19,000 or just under 20,000 cases that we still have open. What would your view be in trying to get those addressed and bringing that down to a much lower level? And what is your organization doing to try to get those numbers down? The other question that I have is, you mentioned that you would like to submit a budget that might help alleviate a lot of these shortfalls in terms of employees to help get a lot of the justice system back on track. I'm guessing you're talking about this upcoming budget season in the fall. This past fall, did you get an increase of any kind in your budget to help with these shortfalls that you have in your department? The other question is the vacancies. It seems to me that we really need to get those vacancies filled. What's your plans and what's the vision on your part in getting these new judges in place just as soon as possible? The last question I have, the fourth question, is that we're talking about evaluations and getting these judges evaluated. I was informed last year around April, May, that I would be one of the committee members to evaluate a judge. And I was contacted in November by, I think, your staff member, Wanika. And we did have a meeting in early December. And I haven't heard anything back as far as when we're supposed to be doing these evaluations. When can we expedite this process, and can we do these just as soon as possible so we can move the the process along, and maybe that'll help in eliminating a lot of these problems that I'm hearing, a lot of these issues that I'm hearing. Those are the four questions that I have, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nota. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? I have anybody in the queue before I go back to reserve time? Going twice. Let me go back to reserve time. I have Madam Chair Jesus. Good evening. 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Damon. So Adohia Hatnana, Madam Chief Justice, for the information sharing and your responses. So going back to the probate, in regards to home site leases and grazing permits, I know that there is a process which has been shared with me, but a lot of our constituents across Navajo Nation don't have the financial means to be hiring an attorney. And I know that a DNA is overstacked with cases as well to help the low-income constituents on Navajo Nation. What other alternative options has your department, you taking the lead and overseeing the judicial system for Navajo Nation as to how to best address a lot of these issues. So again, we look to your leadership to sit down with legislative if there needs to be policy change, and how can we best assist some of these individuals that can't hire an attorney, and hopes that their cases get fulfilled, they get heard, because I understand they have to make 5 appearances, or can it be a pro se type of an option as well if they choose to take that route? But I really believe that this is where your branch really needs to provide that education at the community level, or maybe through an agency setup where this type of information can be shared with our constituents, so that they at least know what all the task entails here, having to hire an attorney, or would there be alternative option, and how would that look? So again, we look up to your leadership to best guide us, and if there's some policy changes that needs to be made, please let us know. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much. Let's continue on down. I'm going to go to Madam Vice Chair Yazzie with 2 minutes, 51 seconds, and I'll come back to you, Madam Chief Justice. Honorable Yazzie, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you again, everybody. So I'm glad that you're able to take criticism in a good way, and in wanting to use this as an opportunity, especially with the legislative concern, to do better for our people, because they really do need help. So my questions are going to be, when would, in your office, there would be some policy changes to allow for the new Navajo Bar candidates to be sworn in? And then, are there incidents of individuals abusing protection orders? How do you qualify judges who proceed over protection orders and domestic violence cases? Are judges hearing protection order and domestic violence cases? Does Navajo Nation allow for restriction of the First Amendment or Title I? Are judges allowed to inject their own interpretation of laws when making decisions or on cases? Are the laws black and white, or is it open to interpretation? And then also, I know you talked about looking for funding to really help with, you'd have lots of needs, As vice chair, I'd be willing to help and look at looking at sponsoring unmet needs legislation. Sorry about that. I reserve my time.
Thank you very much. With 1 minute, 20 seconds.
I was trying to go fast.
Reserve time. Madam Chief Justice, I'll come back to you. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Delegate Nota, for your questions, and then also some comments that you had in there. Certainly, when we got the legislative concern, I don't know where the 25,000 cases came from. So whatever source that in developing the legislative concern put that 25,000 cases. However, we did take a look at, again, when we first got the legislative concern officially, but we've known about it before September even, or even, I guess it would be September, and we got to working on it. And so a directive was given to the information technology section of the judicial branch to take a look at that. Where are we at? And so the information that we got from the IT department is that 19,000. And so, again, as I stated earlier, the input of the information was different at some of the court systems. They were different on how they were inputting. And I'll give you an example. One of the examples is that the question becomes, when does a case close? right? So I'll tell you, when a case comes in, when does it close? And then some cases, normally some cases, I mean, all cases will close when a judge signs on it, because at that point, they lose jurisdiction. They don't have jurisdiction anymore when they make a decision. And so let's take this scenario, though, when you have a judge that says, okay, and I'll just use an individual. We'll just individual X, for example. Individual X goes to court, gets a judgment, and they're assigned to go to probation and parole. And the probation and parole will follow the judgment, whether it's treatment, whether it's pay fines, or whatever that would be. Now, if there is an issue with person X and they're not following the probation rules, then it's at that point that the executive then kicks in, the executive branch, the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the one that puts in a motion for show cause, for example, so that this particular individual X, to show cause why they didn't complete treatment. And so there were some instances where, and so when that comes back, some places determine that to be the same case from the very original when the court lost jurisdiction. Or ideally, it should be a new court with a new cause number. So there was those kinds of different information that was submitted into the Justware, the information data gathering system that we utilize. And I'm just using that as an example. There are other scenarios that come into play. So at this point, what we're doing is we're taking a look, and we started this process already on the Justware system, so that we can take a look at it, so that we have uniformity, so that we're uniform in all the districts, so that we know what we're talking about, or the public would know if they saw these statistics, as to whether or not they were labeled correctly or whatever the situation might be. And so I wanted to bring that up. And so we did that process right away. And so we did find almost immediately that we're at that 19,000, and it could be lower. And so what I did, it would have been in August. I believe it was in August. What I did was I initiated what we call a case certification process. So immediately I recognized the problem. I recognized the situation that we were in. So it's a certification process that the judicial branch had years ago, probably I'm not sure how many years ago, about 10 years ago, where each of the districts would create a certification. For example, these are the cases that we have, these are the cases that we've moved forward, these are the cases, and so forth, and they certify that. And we do have one district that continues to do that. And so I did mandate that all of the court system would comply with a certification of your cases. And that is due on February 28th. So when we get those numbers back, those are going to tell us how many cases do you physically have, and how many cases does that equate to this Justware system that we have. And it would be at that point that we will have better information, and that would be after February 25th. Is it 25th? 28th. Oh, 28th, sorry. So Delegate Nota and the rest of delegates, and then also those that are listening, certainly we went to that process right away. In regards to what was the question on the budget? Okay. Sorry, I wanted to look at my notes again. There's a lot of notes to take on these. in regards to submitting the budget for 2025. So certainly just a second. No, that's another one. There's two questions. Okay. All right, sorry, there's two questions on the budget. One is for 2023, and then there's one on 2025. And let me take a look at the notes. It would be in the, here it is. I have that here. I just need to take a look at it so that I can be accurate as to the funding that the judicial branch has received. Oops, I got too many papers here, so. While we're looking for the exact amounts, I can tell you that, okay, here we go. It's listed on page 7 of the information that, that it's in the response to the legislative concern on page 7. And I can just read this to you to answer that. The judicial branch received general funds, and this is the history in the last 6 fiscal years since 2019. In fiscal year 2019, the branch received a base of $14,373,994. For fiscal year 24, we moved up, and the branch received a base of $18,094,114. And so we did get additional funds from indirect costs, possibly, and some general wage adjustments, and then also other funding that came from the undesignated, unreserved fund balance during this time. And so those were different years. So we can attest that we have been gradually, and we're really grateful to the legislative branch and then also for the presidents that have signed off on legislation, so that at least from 2019 that we have been increasing the judicial branch budget at least by $1 million every year, and we're really grateful for that. And so that is what we have in regards to submitting the 2025 budget. If I understood that question, it was, will we be submitting a budget that's going to reflect what we need for 2025? And we hope to start again, as I did today, is that we have that the budgets are, there's a directive to our AOC director, acting director, that process will begin actually tomorrow, but we've done that on a consistent basis. Is that our fiscal department have asked for budgets, and the reason for early budget is so that when we get to that point when we need to have these discussions with the executive and the legislative, is like, what do you need? And so there was a call here for how can we help you, and that is how that the council and then also the executive can help us, so that we can come up to a level of funding for the judicial branch. In fact, of the general funds budget, the judicial branch gets less than 9%. We're hovering at about 8.5%. And I believe the legislative is, and I can't speak for them, but they get similar amounts. But then the rest of it, the executive branch gets the rest of that. And so I wanted to bring that up because that is part of the process that we can work together to get more funding for the judicial branch. Now, in regards to the vacancy question, how are we going to address vacancies? And I will address the vacancies for judges and justices. Certainly, developing a recruitment requires a different level of recruitment, meaning that because of the requirements to be a judge and to be a justice, the requirement to take a look and make sure that, we reach the audience where these applicants would be coming from. And that would be law schools, that would be professional legal journals and different places and so that is where, and not to say that we can and have not recruited with law schools. In fact, we have recruited locally. We have recruited with NTU. I mean, there are individuals that are successful in taking the legal, I think it's called legal studies at Crown Point at Navajo Technical University. And those individuals, there are individuals that have graduated from that program and that have taken the bar exam and they have passed. And those individuals would be eligible to be a judge and so on. So those are some of the strides that we have made but we can do better. And so the list is in that on page 10 of the responses to the legislative concern. And so we have done extensive, and it doesn't stop there. I mean, it continues all the time. And so certainly we would ask the legislative and the executive branch to assist us. If you know individuals out there that are interested and we could talk to them. Let us provide a forum so that we can educate our people as to what they would like to, if they would like to pursue this. And at least within the Office of the Chief Justice, I have encouraged employees to take the Navajo Nation Bar Review course so that they can get the education that you can get from that, and possibly that would put a spark in you to take the bar exam and so on. So there's different innovative ways that we can do this, and we do ask for your help for if you know of individuals that can, that you can refer to our Human Resources Department, that would be great. And so we recognize that the recruitment, and when we look at it, it's like, right? And that's kind of how we see it. We can't just leave it like that. So we are very understanding that we need to do more. And so we need your help. So in regards to judge evaluations, certainly there's a whole process. There's the review team that has to be, created. So the judge review team has to be created. And so there's myself as a member of the Law and Order Committee, and then there is a judge, and then there is a member of the Navajo Nation Bar Association from I think it's from the commission, the commissioners. And so the experience that we're having is that there are times when getting 4 team evaluators becomes challenging. You have individuals that have busy schedules, and so that's what we're trying to do is we're juggling getting schedules. So in the meantime, 5 judges and 1 justice, we have that, the waiting period, and to get that process moving, there has to be that commitment, a commitment to say, yes, I'm ready to be on the team, or that I have this time frame. So we are working, the Law and Order Committee has has assisted us. And so we're really appreciative of the Law and Order Committee to help us through that process as well. Also, I wanted to add that some of the timeframes that gets added to that, Delegate Nota, is in order to get an evaluation done by the team, is that there has to be a self-evaluation done by the judge themselves, and then I do an evaluation. And during that time, and then the process I wanted to explain to everyone is that once that team evaluator team meets, and we meet with them, and our purpose that we have is to support the judge. It is to help them with any skills that they would like to improve on, and if we see we want to help them. We do not want them to fail. I mean, we do not want them, but if there are issues or whatever, we can catch them at that time. But the main goal is to help them to get to be judges. And so that's what I wanted to conclude on that, Judge, on the judge's evaluations. In regards to the comments and then also questions by Delegate Jesus. And certainly we do understand that home site leases or grazing permits, and they're within the realm of a probate case. The rules require that there's publication. There's publications, and in the paper or some type of media, and it's specific in that it gets published. And so we are aware, and I think that we are all aware of the economic situation of our people, that they cannot afford to have to pay for publication costs. Publication costs in a newspaper, I don't know how much it is at this time. So, but nonetheless, it's above and beyond what individuals can pay. So we did take a look at, and we have discussed this in the judicial branch. We have discussed this, and we talked about, are there funds to pay for this? Are there funds to pay for this? The publication needs of our people. And let me take a look at my notes really quick. To add to the information, I see that in regards to the publication, there are 25 cases. There are 25 cases, and each of those run from $200 to $500 for individuals to pay out of pocket to run those publications in the newspaper, and that's to give notice to would-be heirs or individuals out in the community. So that is a situation that we had talked about the need for that, and so there has not been a conclusion on that, but we will continue talks on that are there funds out there, and how, and who is to pay that, when, how to monitor, and so forth, without it appearing that the court is on one side or another. So that's just still things that we need to talk about. So, anything else to add on that? Okay, so Delegate Jesus, that would be one of the other options, and
Does that conclude your response?
no, I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm sorry, I was just looking at my notes to make sure that I was able to give Delegate Jesus all the information that she asked for. In regards to certainly the pro se option or representing yourself is certainly is always an option. Now, the judicial branch has had clinics for pro se representation at different places at different courts. In fact, we've had them at different districts, and we've had them, outside for individuals so that they would know how to represent themselves. And certainly, and I want to bring this up as an opportunity to say this, is that the pro bono rules that I talked about, meaning that the court would, or an individual, because of indigency or the inability to pay, that they would request a court to, at least in criminal cases, that they would ask the court to have a pro bono attorney or advocate assigned to them. Within the pro bono rules also, there is the pro bono service. There's two different things. And so the pro bono service is an opportunity for members of the Navajo Nation Bar Association to come forward and say, this is my service project. I would like to see if we can develop, say, uniformity in the pro se forms that you do have now. And so I would invite, in fact, it's actually mandatory that members of the Navajo Nation Bar Association also have service projects. And so that would be part of the education that you were talking about. And certainly education can be provided. And it has always been one of the mandates of the judicial branch, the court systems, the programs, peacemaking, and also probation and parole, that we have that education arm. That education part of our mandate is to provide education. And so we can get assistance with members of the Navajo Nation Bar Association as well. And so in regards to, that's education part of it, Delegate Jesus. And then are there policy changes? Certainly, we can get back to the table and see what some of those policy changes can be in regards to how do we effectuate any changes so that we are able to move, to the extent possible, a case, probate cases, home site leases. And not one of the challenges, but one of the process is that there's a probate case, and if you don't probate within 5 years, then after that it becomes a quiet title action, meaning in both scenarios in district court. And so that we as the ne, right, so the previous actions have placed that on us, and so that, but we still have that responsibility in either situation, is that we do have individuals, and I believe that those are one of the reasons why cases take a long time, is that sometimes you just sit there. And it's not to say that that's an excuse, because we don't want to provide excuse. It's just the reality at times. And the reality also is that we have the responsibility as a judicial branch to make it better. And so, Delegate Jesus, I hope that I've answered. There was a lot of different factors that I hope that I answered for yourself and also for the judicial efforts that have been made. Adolfo, Delegate Yazi, also. Certainly we talked about that in regards to getting sworn in. Certainly, the Supreme Court can take a look at that because it certainly is not the Supreme Court's desire. It's not our desire to keep people out. The same time is that we look at the fact that it was a fairness and also is the rule of law as well. And so that I won't belabor that part of that discussion that we already had. In regards to domestic violence and protection orders, we do have protection orders. Again, we talked about protection orders where a judge would sign on that, and then when it gets to giving or getting a hearing and getting that hearing in place and having someone know that there was a petition or a protection order that was filed against them. You know, there's the hearing, there's and so basically there is that. Also, I stated earlier that there's that responsibility of the processing of that paper. And if it's not by process server that has been hired by the judicial branch, then it would fall to the police department to move those forward. And I'm looking at the other comment in regards to the restrictions in Title I, and then the other one after that would be, you know, how do judges make the decisions? You know, are they open to interpretation and so on? And then the last of that, and I'll answer these in a second here, just so that I can refresh my memory on these. There is the unmet need legislation as well. So I will continue with, there are rights. There are rights that are in statute, and there are also rights in case law. And so there's also custom, there's also tradition, there's fundamental law that we have. And so I wanted to talk about judges. Again, they are presented with facts, and they look at the rule of law, and they make decisions based on the facts that are presented to them. And in regards to, is there that room to deviate? I don't know if that was the word that was used, but is there room to deviate? The rule of law in statute and even case law is very specific. And so in order to be uniform, in order to be consistent, certainly judges will follow the rule of law. Now, there's case law, and I don't remember which case law it is, but there's case law that says that, and I don't remember which case that was, but there is that where it says that if statute is unclear, that judges may, and it's may, it's not a shall, it's a may, utilize fundamental law. And so because the judges are the ones that are making decisions at the lower level, they are the ones that are given that responsibility. They're given that authority and jurisdiction to take that case and make that decision. And if there is a objection, if there is a disagreement, then there's the opportunity to appeal that case. So, Adolfo, in regards to unmet need legislation, Delegate Yazzie, we would be most happy to submit when we get all of the units, all of their budgets, and then at the same time taking a look at our spending pattern. Because we take a look at our spending pattern, we take a look at, well, how much did we get? Are we spending everything that we got? So we would be glad to submit a unmet need budget to the Law and Order Committee this time. I believe that that is all of the information that and questions that I had to this point. Thank you. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Justice. Honorable Toth, you don't have any more time. And I have individuals in the queue. Honorable Toth, if you want some time, you'd have to ask or request colleagues for some time. With that, moving on down. Colleagues, I got a new player in the game. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. What is yours at this time? 5 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Good evening, Chief Justice. Good to see you. I think about a year ago, I kind of asked the same question about this permanent status. It's still here. Anything I could do to help, let me know. I want to talk about the probating grazing permits. I understand that there is some funding from, I believe, the AIF that was designated for specifically probate judges for grazing permit transfers or probate. I understand that's a discussion that your division and Department of Ag need to, I guess, include RDC on this so we can, I guess, not hinder the judicial court system, but have a separate, just specifically for getting these grazing permit probates and stuff like that. I understand there's some funding, so just want to know your thoughts on that. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 39 seconds. That. Let me go ahead. Any other? I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, so I'm gonna go back to reserve time. Let me go on to Honorable Stephen Arvizo, 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Speaker, thank you. Otto, Chief Justice, thank you for being here this long. I just have questions on process serving. I mean, there's a lot of companies out there that process serve. I myself had a company at one point, and I hope that the judicial system is not totally relying on the police department. Yes, it is part of their job, but as we all know, they're short-staffed in the police department as well. And the other question is, did your department get any type of funding from the ARPA? That's something that I want to know. And then also, I just want to go back to what Judge Toth, Delegate Toth, his statement saying, Hajon handa anish, judges dano senigi, take care of your people. They're our people, and it's not only in the judicial system. It's also in other departments that there's always hostile environments in the workplace. And as a Navajo Nation, we all have to take care of that, because it's like just a revolving door right now with the Navajo Nation, that we lose really good people because of that. We always get these folks coming up telling us that they have to leave because they're not comfortable working in these environments. So please take care of that area. Take care of your staff and your administrators. Speaker.
Thank you very much for those comments. That, moving on down, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, Otto, colleagues, as well as the judicial branch. So, Madam Chief Justice, I understood that there are two times in the year where the swearing in occurs, but my question is that don't seem like a reasonable amount of time, because if one of our relatives passes the bar, let's say in fall, they have to wait almost an entire year to be sworn in. And so when we talk about the need for our prosecutors, that's a barrier, I believe. And you indicated during the judicial conferences when the judges and justices, they review those policy. But I also seen in the report that judicial conference was moved. So this is also in aligning with what Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie is asking is, do you anticipate amending that policy so that we're able to do more conferments or swearing in from our relatives who do pass the Bar Association and are prepared to work on the nation's behalf? And my next question was on the disaggregated data. My question was, can it be disaggregated more? Because I see the districts that are outlined in there, but non-negotiable to determine perhaps by chapters or by communities. And the reason I'm saying this is because when us in Upper District 18, one of our priorities is trying to rehab facilities so that we're able to house and provide any services, direct services for our relatives who need it. And my last question is not on the language requirement and how that's associated. It was more on what has the progress been made to qualify more judges? Because I know in the orientation and in several of your reports, you've indicated that so I'm just curious, if there's any attempts, perhaps classes or paying for some of these classes so that we do bring in many of our relatives who want to serve our Navajo Nation in that capacity. Speaker Pro Tem, I reserve my time. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. 40 seconds on reserve time. Colleagues, we have 13 on the floor for the making quorum. Madam Chief Justice, I'm going over to Honorable Shauna Claw, and then after that, I'll come back to you. Honorable Claw, the floor is yours, 1 minute and 32 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And then thank you to our Chief Justice here for staying this long with us this evening. I do have a recommendation. Being a part of the Navajo Nation, we do see that many of our youth do have an impact in their communities. I know with the city of Flagstaff, they do have a teen court. So if students or young people are sent to juvenile courts, then the teen court does kick in, and their peers do, they use a mock court. So they use the same system, but with reasonable consequences aimed at gearing those students to achieve their academics. So one of the things I would like to see is for implementation of a teen court here on our Navajo Nation, and then also just to encourage our youth to get out there and to practice
the Navajo Nation law. And so we do need to bridge a program for them and create that opportunity. So if we could hear some of your recommendations for that. And then also I want to say that I acknowledge the need for our Navajo Nation Bar Association to go ahead and be allowed some of those considerations for them to get sworn in. And then also just thank you for your response here this evening, and thank you to all our judicial staff for all of the hard work.
Thank you very much, Honorable Claw. Colleagues, there's a couple things. First is that it looks like we might break quorum. Could motion to cease debate, approve this report, or we break quorum. Second thing is you motion to cease debate and accept this report, or I ask for colleagues to waive off their time, and we go to a vote, accept this report, and collectively move on to accept the rest of the reports as written reports too. Those are a couple of recommendations at this time. But if there's no other further comments at this time, I'll go back to Chief Justice.
Yeah, thank you for the microphone. Okay, Delegate Johnson, thank you for your call to assist in the confirmation of jurists for the judicial branch. The Department of Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. That is the information. In fact, if what we would like to do is take a look at that and have our administrative staff see what that is. We would welcome that. It appears that there are funding for probate. I don't know what the parameters are, but I believe that our acting administrative office of the courts would be able to make contact with looking at what the parameters for that is. So thank you for that. And unless that, let me check to see if they have been, we've been in contact. Okay. All right, so I have more information on this. Apparently that the fund is the possibility of hiring judges to do probate cases only. And then again, there is that, there would have to be that discussion about how that could be, how that could happen. Because there is that process in place, but certainly every opportunity that we can have to at least discuss it and see if there's something there that we can work on. And so thank you for that. And we will have the administrative staff, will be Karen and her staff to take a look at that. Yeah, thank you for that. I believe that those are the information that you had commented on and asked about. Thank you very much. Delegate Arvizo, in regards to process servers, at this time we have contracts with 4 process servers, and those were acquired through the ARPA funding. We have contracts to that. We have 4 of those. And certainly we have been looking at getting more process servers so that dependence not always on another part of the government, the executive. There are...
Madam Chief Justice?
Yes.
You don't have to respond to Honorable Stephen Arvizo. He's not here in the chamber.
Oh, say that again. Oh,
there he is.
I think he,
Okay,
I
now
think
you
he
can
could hear me.
respond to him.
Okay, thank you. So I can start that again. So Delegate Arvizo, thank you for the comment, the question. And is there a possibility of getting outside process servers? Absolutely. We actually have 4 process servers that we have contracted with the ARPA funds. And certainly we have taken the initiative to also look for others. We have, the process is that we can put proposals out there. But if we don't get any feedback, or if there's no one that is interested in getting this, then we, I believe, as a government, just need to work on about, how is it that we can, and this not just only works for process servers, but it's a situation that the government, the Navajo Nation government, I believe that we're facing. It's a process that we have to go through in order to get contracts approved, in order to move any projects and so forth. I think it's at times, I think the slowness, or maybe even the cumbersome process that we have. We can put out proposals out there, and if nobody takes on those proposals, then we have to reevaluate. Are we putting those proposals where we can reach individuals that may respond? I mean, if it's in a local paper and so forth, we don't know if that's the best means. And so we are very cognizant about doing our scope and distance and the area of sending those proposals. But, you have only a certain amount of businesses that may be working in this area. So thank you for that comment and recommendation, Delegate Arvizo. And then also again, we do have ARPA funding. In fact, we had ARPA funding, and we are right in the middle of getting those encumbered. We are very aware of the deadlines that are coming up, because we too do not want to return monies back to the source of where it came from, and that would be the federal government. We do have challenges, again, like we had said earlier, proposals for contracts to go out, and there may not be responses. And so that is part of the challenges that we have as the judicial branch, and I think that also as the government, I think we've experienced that. So again, thank you. Again, we will certainly, we are to take care of our people. We are, and that would mean that within the context of working relationships within departments, that we have to be cognizant about how we treat and how we communicate with, and how we do that. And then also it's reciprocal as well, meaning it works both ways. And it means working together, and so we can find common ground. So we certainly will make and contact those that are in positions to make changes to do that. Because at the end of the day, we all have families. At the end of the day, we all have feelings. We all have aspirations. And so we have to keep that in mind. Yeah, thank you very much for that reminder for all of us. And then Delegate Nez, we certainly will take a look at the time frame to allow individuals to get sworn in. Certainly we will take a look at that. And then I also, as I stated earlier, is that those with the petitions have that responsibility to show up at court. Otherwise, they put individuals in a position whereby individuals don't get sworn in. And I wanted to reiterate that. Adolfo. In regards to the judicial conference, I'm not sure what the moved part was. I have that. Did you get that? I'm not sure. Let me, I don't know if this will answer the comment. Basically, the judicial conference we have every quarter. And what the judicial conference is that it's a meeting of judges, of jurists, that would be the judges and the justices. And basically, these meetings are policy. This is where judges get together and talk about policy decisions. And so I'm not sure what the judicial conference that moved meant. So I guess maybe rescheduled or something. I'm not sure what that was, but that is what we have as a judicial conference. And let me see. Okay. All right. So moving on. I answered the one about amending that Supreme Court. It was a Supreme Court decision about the 2 times per year, and that is on November 4th and June 10th, and so it's every 6 months. I'm not sure what the aggregated more was. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, so I'm sorry, there's a lot of notes here, and in regards to answering your question, Delegate Nez, in regards to getting like a third level of analysis, right? A third level of the cases, the types of cases. For example, all of the cases don't identify which chapter these cases are from or from what district. And so we can take a look at that, and we would have, that would be great to have a discussion about, what would be the purpose of the chapters versus the districts that those cases are coming from. And I think that that would be a great conversation to have on that. However, we can do the analysis one step further so that those cases, what are those cases? In regards to the language requirement is statutory, meaning that it's in the Blue Book. So that would be the discussion would be had at that council executive level on the language requirement. And so that's what I can say about that. We have had a discussion intra-judicial branch about language requirement, and there is the thought that we have our elders or others. They may not speak English, and should they come before the court, then we would be capable of talking to them in the Nipizat, and that's a thought. And the other thought, and other thoughts, is that as our generations have been that are here and that could become in the future, is that and a discussion needs to be had among our people and among those that are representing our people about, where do we go from here? Because there are serious positions that are are on all sides of this. And so that's what I wanted to answer with that. Certainly, we have taken a look at when we, intra-branch, such as myself, and administrative branch, human resources department, and so on, and judges and justices, we've talked and had a discussion and what the thoughts were. Again, there are thoughts of having having increasing the knowledge of our language, and having say a period of time during a probationary period, for example, so that we can provide the resources to individuals that that are interested in being a judge but may not meet some of the requirements, and one of those being language. And again, that determination in regards to proficiency is held within at least at this point, the Judicial Conduct Commission, because they're the ones that interview the applicants for judges and justices. So we have the ideas of having classes. In fact, judges, when I have evaluated them, we have talked about having classes in legal terminology, because that's very specific to legalese, and so we have discussed those things, and more discussion on that certainly is available, and we would continue to do that. I believe that I have I've got another note here, some other notes, and here, Delegate Claw, thank you so much for the recommendation to have a youth court, and certainly that is one of those initiatives that one makes sense. And I wanted to bring out that the exploration of that. We did have let's see, it would have been a veterans court. A veterans court, there was some funding that we got, and I believe that was in Eastern, I think that would have been at Tohajale. And so, so we have had, this is some time back, and I believe it was at least over 6 years ago. Let me take a look at the. Okay, so there was, and I'm corrected that there was a teen court in Crown Point, and it's no longer active. And then also at this point right now, and there's a lot of facts, and so I apologize if I don't come out with this, and so Karen has to remind me, although I do know that there is at Chin Lee, at the court system, they're working with the youth on healing to wellness. And so we do have different initiatives that the judicial branch has initiated, and those are working very well. And the idea of spreading the knowledge and the opportunity for a teen court so that they can see a mock court is great. I think that is something that that can be looked at again, and we can do that. And so those are the kinds of recommendations that are good to share with us. We can bridge programs and so on. And then also, again, the acknowledgement and the comment that need to have more than 2 times for swearing in of individuals. And so certainly I will discuss that with the Supreme Court Justice on that and have that discussion. Thank you for that. Speaker Pro Temp, I believe I got all of the comments and the questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chief Justice. With that, let's go back to the board. I do have Madam Chair Parrish in the queue. Madam Chair, 5 minutes on the board. And then I'll go back to reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, for recognizing me this evening. Thank you, Madam Chief Justice, for answering the questions from the members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Speaker Damon, at this time, I think the 25th Navajo Nation Council has asked an extensive amount of questions on the report from Madam Chief Justice, and I appreciate the due diligence from the members of the Law and Order Committee who are working very closely with Madam Chief Justice on mitigating some of these issues for the Navajo Nation. And at this time, Speaker Damon, I'd like to motion to cease debate, and so that we can go to a vote to accept today's report from Madam Chief Justice. That's my motion at this time. Thank you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much. I don't have anybody else in the queue for old time's sake, so I'm just going to go see if any our colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council would waive off their time. If not, I'll recognize your motion. Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie, you want to waive off your 1 minute, 20 seconds? Yeah. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, 40 seconds. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, waive it off. That there's no others to cease debate. If they're all waving it off, I'm not going to recognize cease debate. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Let's go to the board. Accept the report. Thank you again, Madam Chief Justice. It's been an honor serving with you. It's been an honor serving with you through COVID, and thank you very much for teaching me some things about the judicial system that I never knew. Karen, thank you too as well. It's been a blessing working with you and the rest of the judicial branch. Yeah. That, colleagues, minute and a half. We have Honorable Norman M. Begay, Honorable George Toth is excused for the record. Honorable Danny Simpson, Honorable Vince James have not been here with us today, so Che. Okay, good. That, let's lock it down. That, 12 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries. Thank you again, Madam Chief Justice, for being here before us this evening. Thank you for staying, as always, staying with the council through the duration on the first day. With that, moving on down. Item number 6, receiving a report from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Madam Chair, Jesus.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Good evening, colleagues. I don't know for the report, but what I want to request from my colleagues here this evening is I believe that we received written reports on item number 6, item number 7, item number 8, with the exception of letter E and item number 9. If we can just accept those written reports. And I'd like to motion if we could just accept it in form of written reports for these items on the agenda here before us, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to accept item number 6, 7, 8, 9 as written reports. That, colleagues, there's a motion by Madam Chair Jesus, second by Honorable Norman M. Begay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on the motion? We did get all of those reports. The only one that we're going to have to follow up with, and Honorable Toth was recognizing that, was at the Emergency Management Office. We have not received a response from them, Madam Speaker. I have to follow up on that tomorrow. I leave that great diligence with you, Madam Speaker, tomorrow to find a written report for Honorable Toth from them. That, colleagues, if there's no comments or questions, I don't have anybody in the queue. We have a motion and a second. That, going twice, going 3 times. Is this the last time I'm saying that? No, I didn't move on. This might, oh, motion recess. Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, there is a motion by Madam Chair Jesus, second by Honorable Norman M. Begay. Sorry, colleagues, we're figuring out the technicalities of things, but colleagues, let's go to the board. And for my very last time as your colleague, round the horn. I guess we have to do one more vote, right? Motion to recess. Ooh, I get one more round the horn. Unless if you guys want to go to old business. I don't got to be at Santa Fe till 8 a.m. tomorrow, so. 1 minute, 22 seconds, colleagues. Honorable Vince James, Honorable Danny Simpson have been with us here today, and I don't see them here in the chamber, so let's go to locking down. On accepting the written reports. 11 in favor, 2 opposed. Speaking of voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, we just now approved item number 7, 8, 9. And now we are on to item number 10, old business. Colleagues, you guys want to handle old business or you guys want to go home? I'm going on down if you're not saying anything. Item number 10, old business. Item number 8, legislation 0130-23. Madam Chair Jesus.
Again, thank you, Speaker Damon. It would be nice to stay here up to midnight or whatever to take care of a lot of these items on the agenda, but I have respect for you, Speaker Damon, as you have to travel yourself too. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and motion to request for recess for day 1 of the winter session 2024.
That, colleagues, is a motion to recess at 7:29 p.m. So second by the most distinguished gentlewoman from Western Agency, Honorable Helena Nesbegay. With that, colleagues, there's a motion to recess. Second, is there any comments, questions on the motion to recess? Going once. Going twice, going 3 times, colleagues, for my very last time ever as a member of the Navajo Nation, well, maybe not ever, you know, the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Colleagues, I thought I was going to be here for life. My communities overwhelmingly support me, and I just want to say thank you to all of them out there. And I do thank you all. I'm meeting all of you, all of my new colleagues in the 25th Council this year. And I greatly think serving with members of the 24th Council again and members of the 23rd Council. Me and Honorable Norman Begay right now were elected as freshmen back in 2015. My hair didn't get as white as his quickly though. So, but I always taught Madam Chair Charles Noon, she gave me my white hair right here. So, for the last time, colleagues, as a member with you on the 25th Council, I'm call for the vote. Let's go to the board. Round the horn. And thank you again, everyone, staff, all of you do for the Navajo Nation staying here. I just want to say one more time, thank you to my parents for being here. Stuck it out here all day. My mom was the very first division director, as I said earlier. So she was back before the government was restructured in 1987. The council was run by an executive director, not by. And she basically had your job, Jalissa, as overseeing. She had the chief of staff's job. And my dad was elected in 2002. So tomorrow, colleagues, when you guys come back in at 10 a.m., it's going to be the first time ever in a quarter century that there will not be a Damon on the floor. And I thank you very much. To the Navajo people, thank you for trusting my family for the last 100 years. In 1923, my great-great-grandfather, Charles Damon, the original Charles Damon, was elected as a council delegate. He had a son, he served 12 years. He had a son named Nelson Damon, his oldest son, and he served a term plus 8 years as our tribal vice chairman. And he had his oldest son, which is Charles Damon, who served 12 years. And I served, it's going my 10th year. That, colleagues, for the last 100 years since our Navajo Nation government was birthed in 1923, our modern government, my family has served on this council for 59 years. And I just want to say thank you to the Navajo people. And my great-great-grandfather, Hussein Bey Kid on my mom's side, was our first council delegate for South Gallup too. So I just want to say thank you for entrusting us, and I look forward to working with all of you. And I really want to thank you all again for believing in me and what we did together. And if there's anything you need, advice, I'm only a phone call away. And with that, colleagues, with a vote of 12 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Crystalline Curley, our Speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, votes green. That, colleagues, 13 in favor, 0 opposed, motion carries. We are officially recessed. I almost sent you guys home early. We're officially recessed, colleagues.